If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It is time to make a living and live that life. This is Road Gang Radio on this Hump Day.
Hump Day.
From the House of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios. Good morning, Mac to the Jimmy.
Hey, Dre to the Phone Master.
Hi.
I was kind of curious. You excited about this evening?
Oh, my God, that's an understatement, man. But explain to him why I'm excited.
Well, we're going over to the Saints practice facility, and we're going to do this MVP event where we're going to actually run a couple of plays, do a couple of calisthenics, and then sit down with a big old chow down.
Not a chowder.
Some people were coming. They chickened out. Some people worn up to the chin. Not going to name any names. Going to point at the guilty party who sits across me on Mondays and whistle.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
615-292-6366. Oh, so yesterday we talked about bowling balls and unicycles.
Okay.
Well, some dude in Sweden said, "Hold my beer, I can top that." Listen to this. A Swedish man, inspired by his kids, stuffed 81 matches up his nostrils and earned a Guinness World Record title in the process. Martin Strobe, 42 years old, told the Guinness World Records that his children were enamored by the latest edition of the organization's book and told him it'd be so cool if he broke a record of his own. Okay, so here's what he had to say. At first, I thought, I'm not good enough at anything to be the best in the world. But after my children showed me all the different world records, I began thinking, I might be able to find one I had a shot at breaking. Thus began the search for a suitable one. Those were his words, not mine, by the way. He landed on the record for the most matches held in the nose, which stood at 68. After doing the trial run, I discovered I could both stretch my nostrils a lot, talent, and also ignore the pain from putting all those matches in there, bigger talent. So I would say I'm a natural. I did, however, try to find a good technique because matches kept falling out of my nostrils, you think? 3 inserted matches meant 1 or 2 falling out. I did some more trial runs and did eventually find a technique I could utilize to minimize the number of matches falling out. He ended up taking the record with 81 stuffed up his honkers. As a father, I want my children to look up to me in the same way I look up to my father, who has taught me more than I can write down. If your kids look up to you, given what you have stuffed up there, they might want to light your nose on fire.
I'm just glad you said nose.
Hey, guys, lose your heart on iHeart.
Yep.
Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Make some FaceTime on Facebook or join all those folks over there yakking it up on YouTube.
Yackers.
Live your best life.
Live your best life.
On Live 365 or head over to RadioNemo.com, or perhaps you're pondering all those other possibilities later on today on the streaming podcast of your choice. If you're there, hello, sorry you missed us. Glad you made it for this moment, wherever and whatever time you are in, because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio, the greatest transpo show in the known universe. Forget about the satellite signals, the weakening satellite signals from Zebulon 5 with his bloviating ruler and his banana-wearing minions, because this, my friends, is the greatest transportation show in the known universe. We got a good one today, too. The return of Ed Garston, that Detroit-based reporter, is going to be talking about openings, closings, and possibilities. The Braz is going to make his way over here for another edition of Tech Talk with TMC. Lots of good stuff. And don't forget, at 9 o'clock in the center, 10 o'clock in the east, the lady from Franklin, Miss Lindsay Lawler herself, is going to be joining us to, make some time. There's a lot of groovy stories out there, not just about trucking news, but some national news that's really important. We are going to talk about what happened yesterday with, Cloudflare. Don't know if I got up yesterday morning. I was utterly convinced. I guess I didn't install some sort of security system, because all kinds of places I like to go, including CDL Life, aren't there anymore. Wait a minute. This ain't me. This is Cloudflare. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We got to go to the phones first. Who do we got?
Oh, man, I have a feeling. I think I got these new caller IDs down. I think that's Pack Rizzle. Hello.
Pack Rizzle, what's going on?
Good morning.
What's
up,
happening?
bro?
What's happening, dude? Yeah, you called with enough time to talk, actually. Unpack.
I can talk football now.
Awesome. Well, just to give you an update on my new adventure here, I think we've come to the realization that doing 5 trips from Toronto to Gatineau, Quebec, in a week is a little ambitious. It's about 1,050 miles round trip. Did it say five? No, it's 530. Yeah, 530 kilometers one way. It's a hard do.
Are you working it out?
Well, we're trying. It's about, by the book, you can do a round trip in 12 hours, okay? We got 13 hours we can run, but we have obstacles along the way, like Toronto traffic, and then once you got that figured out, then you got to deal with Ottawa traffic. So it's a learning curve.
Well, yeah. So basically, what you're telling me is, all things considered, it can be done, but it can only be done if everything breaks right, or actually takes the right exit, and basically opens up the road for you. It's doable, but it's doable on a good day, and every day, as we know, isn't a good day. It isn't a good day. Every day isn't a good day. And we don't mean that from a negative perspective, but every day isn't perfect driving conditions. Every day isn't perfect traffic conditions. That just ain't what the profession is and never has been. What do you guys think about doing? What do you think about doing to adjust?
Well, I'm going to talk it over with my boss. Well, we know that he actually was kind of hinting at that earlier this week and saying maybe what we're trying to do is a little too ambitious. Maybe we'll have to settle on just doing 4 trips a week. He gets paid by the product, by the bulk load, so he does okay on a load. And maybe do a shorter trip for Friday to the end of the week off. We got another meal that we go to that maybe we could fit that in if we have time. So. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours, and I'm trying to get used to manual labor again because we have to sling this tarp over the load there. I'm getting too old for this kind of work.
Yeah, it's both a thing of getting too old for, but at the same time, I'll tell you, a couple of years back, and by the way, the age of the guy who shoved all those matches up his nose was 42, the meaning of life. Right around 42, I took a manual labor job. Well, it wasn't. I mean, it was mostly doing a lot of work in terms of analysis and computing numbers and looking at R values inside of houses. But there was a lot of manual labor in regards to hauling product, throwing stuff off, a lot of lifting. And at first, Pack Rat, I'm like, oh my God, I hate this. What have I done in my life that has brought me to this moment? I got to tell you, those 6 months later, Dre, let me tell you, dude. Lean and mean and on the scene. I'm like, so maybe.
Oh, I hear you.
maybe you kind of, you figure out, if you can do this, that you start I'm telling you, people go on with videos, people go find a trainer, dude, and they're like, how do I lift this, not pull my back? How do I do this in the right way? You end up in shape, dude.
Work smart, yeah.
It might be your opportunity to get a little bit in shape. Yeah, by the way, I am not. But let me be sure, I am not diminishing work by saying, what a great opportunity to get in shape. Screw that. But maybe that's the silver lining. Maybe.
There you go. Maybe. We'll see what happens. But I do have a football thing for you to
chew on. The chew on.
The chew on. Yeah, the Bills, the year they drafted Josh Allen, which was 2018, right? Was that 2018? Mm-hmm. I think they picked him 7th overall. There was a lot of consternation in Bills Mafia land that they should have went with Josh Rosen. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, I'm very familiar with that. There are a lot of people. It's like, here's the thing. The only people that know less than general managers, the only people that know, remember this, New York Giants fans booed Phil Simms' draft pick. When Phil Simms got drafted, New York Giants fans said, what a waste of a draft pick. What a waste. The only time I think fans have ever been right is when the Pittsburgh Steelers were roundly booed for not drafting Dan Marino. I do think they should regret that. Oh, yeah. Well, and remember, Patrick Mahomes goes at 13 with the Saints desperately rushing up to get him, missing him by 1 pick. They missed him by 1 pick. Is who Sean Payton wanted that day. He wanted him so bad. It's why he drafted up. He got Marcus Davenport instead, and the rest is history. But yeah, there are people who wanted Josh Rosen. What were they thinking? Josh Rosen was one and done, dude. He's like, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Where's Josh Rosen now?
Yeah, exactly. Where is Josh Rosen now? By the way, hey, Pack Rat, me and my RGR crew, it's going to be a great day today. That is the word from Lindsay Lawler on the chat. She says good morning to you. So I thought we'd give you that little
good
shout.
morning,
in time.
Lindsay.
There you go. And by the way, Trucker Bosun says good morning. Bruce Almighty says good morning. Joe J, along with loving last night's night beat. It was really good last night. That night beat you and Dave came up with, Dre, was pretty darn terrific.
And it's going to get better as it goes on as well, but I'm glad y'all liked it.
I'm glad you liked it. So are you going to make the drive today? I know you're making it today, but are you going to be able to? Is it a good day?
Yeah, I think we're going to salvage this week here. And the other thing too, there's so many logistics and supply chain. There's so many obstacles we got to overcome. And on Monday, I got off to a good start, and then we get to the paper mill, and then their unloading machine there is down for maintenance for 5 hours. So that's Monday. That just threw the weekend in turmoil. But I think we can salvage something here, and I'll have a good week.
We'll probably be able to pull it off. My brother, it is great to actually have a moment to chew with you as opposed to being like, we got 2 minutes left, get out of here. Best of days. Love hearing from you, my friend, and all the best.
Okay, Jimmy, Mac, Dre, all the best.
Our good friend Pack Rat. You too can join the conversation as he did at 615-292-6366.
615-292-DAVE-NEMO. But just take the Dave out.
Take the Dave out and just leave the Nemo. The Paranormal Pie Man says he's picking up 5 skids of cheese goodness and going back to Wisconsin. Well, if you're going to bring the cheese or take the cheese, put Wisconsin in the sentence and it's guaranteed. Jody Val says, good morning, everyone. Rolling in Kentucky, trucking down to Florida, which, of course, when he gets there, that will make him what, Trey? Florida man.
Florida man.
Good yoing. And, of course, you know who that's from, the Paranormal Pie Man. Hope all you guys are enjoying yourself. We got something going on here. Earl and Joan Loving are actually the 504 Eva folks have jumped in to say their hellos and good morning. I've been thinking about what this whole morning part of the show is before Ed Garston gets here, before we get to our pledge national anthem. I realize it's people running in and out of the diner, dude.
Yes.
Picking up their coffee, taking a shot, saying good morning. I ain't got a lot of time to talk, but
taking a shot of espresso, not whiskey, guys. All right.
Josh Rosen, Josh Allen, woo! All I gotta go. Yesterday was a complete and total flustercluck. There's no other way to describe it. A widely used internet infrastructure company said that it resolved an issue that led to outages impacting users, everything from ChatGPT and the online game League of Legends to the New Jersey transit system early Tuesday. It also affected CDL Life. It also affected a lot of purchasing places like Redbubble and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And my first thought was, because I went on my phone, when I saw that CDL Life wasn't available on the computer, I thought, well, maybe it's, something to do with my own security systems and I got to upgrade something, blah, 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 blah. And I went on my phone, and at first I'm like, oh, no, it's up on my phone. And then I hit the refresh button. I'm like, oh, no, something's going on here. And then I said, I actually typed in what services are governed by Cloudflare. And I started going to those sites. Down. At 12:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Cloudflare said its engineers no longer saw some of the issues plaguing its customers, but they were continuing to monitor any further problems. Other platforms that experienced outages on Tuesday included X, Shopify, Dropbox, Coinbase, and Moody's credit rating service. By the way, Moody's website displayed an error code 500 and instructed individuals to visit Cloudflare's website for more information. Actually, all of them did. And by the way, if Moody's website goes down, do we get to downgrade them?
Ooh,
I'm just kind of curious about that. New Jersey Transit said parts of its digital services, including ngtransit.com, may be temporarily unavailable or slow to load. And New York City Emergency Management said there are reports city services are being impacted by the outage. The city is continuing to monitor for disruptions. In France, National Railway Company SNCF's website was affected. The company warned customers some information and schedules may not be available or up to date. Their teams were working to restore those services as quickly as possible. Cloudflare, if you guys don't know, and you should know this kind of stuff because it actually affects you. There are services you use, including CDL Life. Cloudflare is based out of San Francisco, Dre. What they do is they work behind the scenes to make the internet faster and safer. But when problems flare up, it results in massive digital gridlock for internet users. And this is what cybersecurity, the AP, talked to. A guy named Mike Chappell said, while most people think there's a direct line between their digital device and a website, what actually happens is that companies like Cloudflare sit in the middle of those connections, he said. It's a content delivery network. It takes content from 20% of the world's websites and mirrors them on thousands of servers worldwide, said Chappell. He, by the way, is an information technology professor at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business. By the way, there's going to be a lot more talk if you follow college football between the Miami people are infuriated that they might miss the playoffs against the team they beat. But you know what, dude? Here's an idea. Don't lose to two teams you're favored by double digits against.
Yeah.
Great idea. If you're going to lose early, lose by 1 or 2 points. You know, I don't want to tell these people. Don't lose to people you're double-digit underdogs, favorites against. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. What I am also saying, we got to take a break. We got to take a deep breath here. And by the way, you should really look up this stuff about Cloudflare online, unless, of course, Cloudflare prevents you from looking it up online. But check it out. It does affect a lot of what you do as well. We'll take a quick break, take a quick breath here. A little pledge, a little national anthem, bracing cup of Java for Pastor John. Show is racked, packed, and stacked. Jack.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Well, good morning. Hope and pray that you are challenged. I hope and pray that you are encouraged. I hope and pray that life is doing you well. But I want to share something with you from Philippians chapter 3, verse 7 and 8. And it says, but whatever gain I had. Now watch what Paul is saying to the Philippians. I count it as loss for the sake of Christ. Indeed, I count everything as loss because of the surpassing worth of knowing Jesus. You know what he just said? He said, I don't care how much money I got. I don't care how much money I can accumulate. He said, but at the end of the day, listen to what he says. At the end of the day, all the valuables that I have are worthless if I don't have a good relationship with Christ. And watch this. He says, it's a loss, but he still has it. Don't miss that. He says, I still have it, but I count it as a loss if I don't have Christ. Let that sink in.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, Pastor, it's sunk in, and we're happier for it, ain't that, Jimmy?
We are happier for that, by the way. In 1968, an American journalist named John P. Harris wrote an editorial highlighting the lack of balance in the Soviet system, which promoted an International Women's Day for female workers but failed to deliver a male counterpart. Harris stated that though he agreed there should be a day to celebrate women, the day served as a flaw within the communist system. In the early 90s, Thomas Oster, the director of the Missouri Center for Men's Studies, invited organizations in the U.S., Australia, and Malta to hold small International Men Day events during the month of February. Oster successfully hosted these events for 2 years, but his 1995 attempt was poorly attended. Discouraged, he ceased plans to continue the function. Australia followed suit, making Malta the sole country to continue celebrating. The story goes on, though. From Trinidad and Tobago, the day was revived. From the University of West Indies, there is a day for fathers. There was no day to celebrate men who didn't have kids or who were young boys and teenagers. What the folks over there understood, the importance of positive male role models. The man who actually did it, Jerome Teal Luxing. His father had been an excellent example for him, and he chose to celebrate International Men's Day on November 19th, the day of his father's birthday, as well as a local soccer team, the day the local soccer team had united his country with their endeavors to qualify for the World Cup. That seems good enough to me, and with that as kind of the final spark that lit the match, not up our friend's nose, but the actual match. International Men's Day is observed on November 19th. It was first created in February, but it got moved to November 19th when it caught fire again. And by the way, this is not any sort of refutation of any sort of women's celebration or International Women's Day. It's an attempt to remind all you guys out there that it is Movember and time to take care of yourself. Speaking of people who take care of themselves and remind you to take care of themselves, 3.5, who we are wishing the speediest of water drinking, moving, museum attending, kitchen standing recovery. He sent me a breakfast in America pin.
Yeah, that's a good-looking pin.
From the original album, Breakfast in America. It's funny because one of the first real conversations when Tara and I became friends was her and I in a car and me explaining Breakfast in America, both the album cover and the entire album, of why that album is so... It's a great album, by the way.
Oh, God, it's a great album.
If you get a chance, guys, and you don't know the album, you know the songs.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many of those songs are now like classic rock staples. Dave plays more than one or two of them in his band, Jedi Mind Trick. Welcome back. To Road Gang Radio, the best transpo show in the known universe. It is followed on a regular basis, normally on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, by the best pre-produced transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with OIDA. That being said, I think one of the finest in-depth conversations about the healing power of writing, maybe the only one as a matter of fact, utterly dedicated to writing and writing alone as a healing therapeutic action, is today, as our friend Lindsay Lawler will be welcoming a new guest. This one, by the way, is the youngest one she's ever had on the show, and a Wunderkind, as the Germans like to say. Brilliant human being, brilliant young adult, and I can't wait for Lindsay and her to dig into all those ideas that I know are percolating in both their heads.
I'm super excited about the conversation with Heather, and I told Lindsay I will be there as in what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not gonna say impersonator. That wanted to come to mind, but a translator. Because
you can cover that bridge. Although, dude, I'm telling you, man,
Stop it.
How's your back feeling?
Stop it, man. It's better in this chair. I'll tell you what.
Who got you that chair, dude?
I don't know, man. It was a Secret Santa thing. It just showed up.
You just showed up one day.
Yeah.
You showed up one day, and that chair was there, man.
Thank you again.
Oh, you're quite welcome, by the way. You got Dre and Madison video gamers chairs, which are like really comfortable,
insanely comfortable.
Think about having to go back from that chair to the one you used to sit in. I don't want to think about that.
I mean, I still sit in the one with the rope one because I took that one home. But the one before that one, man, we did an Office Space scene to that one and just took it out in the road.
If it was a Latin tribe, it would be called the Horendi. Just atrocious. I want to talk a little bit more about this Cloudflare. I told you guys it's a content delivery network. It takes content from 20% of the world's websites, and what it does is it mirrors them on thousands of servers worldwide. That's according to a professor over at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business. When you access a website protected by Cloudflare, your computer doesn't connect directly to that site. You guys dig? Instead, it connects to the nearest Cloudflare server, which might be very close to your home. That protects the website from a flood or traffic. It protects you with a faster response. It's a win-win for everyone until it fails, and 20% of the internet goes down at the same time. So last month, Microsoft had to deploy a fix to address an outage of their Azure cloud portal that left users unable to access Office 365, Minecraft, and other services. The tech company wrote in its Azure status page that a configuration change to its Azure infrastructure is what caused the outage. And Amazon, if you guys don't remember, experienced a massive outage of its cloud computing service in October. The company quickly resolved the issue, but the outage took down a broad range of online services, including social media, gaming, food delivery, streaming, and financial platforms. I bring this up because so much of what you guys do now inside the cab is governed by a lot of this stuff. I can't tell you how important it is as your friend and as somebody who tries to keep you informed to understand what it is that's making what you do possible. I'm not saying that you can fix it, but I'm saying it makes for a lot less rage. Like I said, my immediate response was, maybe something's wrong with my thing. Check another device. Yeah. That's the first thing you should do. Is if you find that your device is down, don't assume it's your device. Find another device, check the same website, check the same...
Go through a protocol.
Yeah, do a protocol. Make sure, because, that change is like Kevin Lindsay was talking about yesterday. In a great, by the way, if you get a chance, go back and listen to that Maintenance Matters. I think it's one of the funniest and informative things about oil you're going to hear in a long time. A real kind of nice explanation. And it also has information about how our good friend Tennering taste oil to make sure that it's actually working properly.
Makes so much sense.
By the way, our good friend Ed Garston is going to be returning to us just here in a moment on Road Gang Radio. He is the first up. He's the first guy in the game. He's a Detroit-based reporter who covers auto and mobility. He's covered, the stand-up strikes against the Detroit 3 automakers by the UAW. He's covered air, urban mobility, and the rise of autonomous trucking. He led coverage at CNN at its Detroit bureau from 1989 to 2001, and he headed Fiat Chrysler's digital communications from 2005 to 2016. He earned his Master's of Journalism at the University of Arizona, and he's got a great podcast, Tales from the Beat, that looks at news and public relations from both sides of the business. You can follow him for continued coverage of the electric vehicle transition, commercial trucking, mobility innovations, and of course, the thing that kind of put his name on the map, looking at labor relations in the industry. But we got to take a break. That little plump boy with that tuba is going to take us out of here. Ed's going to be joining us. I'm going to go grab some coffee, Dre. You guys should grab some coffee, too. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. And don't forget, We Should Write is coming, a replay immediately after, and then the brand spanking new live show after that. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Listen to her. Listen to Claire. Go and subscribe to all those things and give us a like as well. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
Yeah, if you're listening, you're probably already subscribing. If you're listening, you might have forgotten to like, though. Dre's right. And by the way, speaking of subscriptions, if you have friends out there, tell them it don't cost nothing. All we're asking you to do is go out and find those 5 folks who are willing to subscribe to this growing platform. I've seen the numbers, guys. I'm very encouraged where we're headed. I want to give you guys some sad news here. One of the best truck drivers on the road is how friends and family described the man who died in a fiery crash last week. A semi-truck parade was held in their honor. Here's the details. 64-year-old Ronnie Only was killed in a crash in Virginia on westbound Interstate 64 near Indian River around 6:50 a.m. on November the 10th when a sedan lost control and skidded in front of Only's tractor trailer. The semi-truck crashed into a barrier wall, caught fire. Only was killed instantly. It did look like the truck driver appeared to miss the car, or was attempting to miss the car, I should say, and the truck just veered to the left and slow, like it was almost in slow motion. One witness told WAVY Wavy 10. The trailer went over and, in a sense, pulling the cab over as well, said witness Steve Kirby. As soon as it started to go on its side, the sparks started coming up from the metal scraping across the pavement, and I guess one of the fuel tanks went up right away. Our heart goes out to those who called him a friend. Our heart goes out to those who called him a beloved family member. Guys, just be safe out there. Remember, though, you can't always prevent what's happening around you, but you can make sure that you're paying attention to everything around you. He probably died saving somebody's life. I'd rather you live saving somebody's life. So just be careful out there. We got a good friend coming up here in a second. So what do you say we shift on over to him? As I told you before we went to the break, Ed Garston, I'm so glad he's back, as a matter of fact. He's a Metro Detroit-based reporter. He's been doing, he's been in the action for quite some time, along with covering stand-up strikes against Detroit's 3 automakers by the UAW. He's actually looked at urban air mobility and the rise of autonomous trucking. He is one of the first people we onboarded when we started this platform back in June. I gave you his bona fides in the last half hour, so what do you say we dive on in and just say good morning to Ed Garston. How are you, my friend?
Good, Jimmy. How are you? Great to be back with you.
It's great to have you, by the way. And I'm really excited, too, because the newfangled technologies and the Nito Mosquito stuff are very much on your mind these days. You've got a piece coming out on Sunday. You got to take a tour, and I want you to kind of unpack that for our listeners, because this is groovy stuff.
Yeah, I took a tour of Ford's New World headquarters. And actually, it opened officially on Sunday, and they let the media have a little advance tour a couple of days beforehand. And I've got to tell you, night and day, the place they've had for the last 70 years, known as the Glass House, this big green thing, was basically a cubicle farm, 11 floors of cubicles, and a little bit of space and a nice cafeteria. But this thing, holy crap, it's huge. It's like 2.1 million square feet, where they've got design studios, and they design the cars there, they test the cars there, they have their executives there, they've got about 1 million places to get coffee and to eat. They've got a chef that, because of the different cultures of people that work there, every type of food you could imagine for different cultures, lounges, places just to collaborate with people. And I didn't see one cubicle in the whole place. So it's a breath of fresh air for them, and most importantly, Ford's campus was sort of far-flung around the city of Dearborn, which, if you're not familiar with it, is directly adjacent to Detroit, but that's where Ford's been forever. And not everything could be in the old headquarters, so people have to actually get in their cars and drive to go to meetings or to check out new vehicles being developed and designed and tested. And now they've got most everything in one building, and if they do need to go somewhere else, it's only about a 5-minute walk between buildings. So this whole thing they're calling the hub beside the world headquarters is designed to help Ford be more efficient, more creative, more collaborative, improve their quality, which they really do need to do. They've had so many recalls. So hopefully this bodes a good, profitable, quality new future for Ford Motor Company, an iconic company, of course, in the U.S. And I hope for the best. Everybody sure looked real happy to be there, and it was a truly, truly wondrous new facility, and I think they're going to do really well there.
I want to get to some stuff, though, some other articles you've written here, but I was really excited about this because there's a really kind of cool thing, and it's both a micro and a macro that's at play here. And you use the word hub, they're calling it a hub.
Yeah.
It really is, and that food kind of gives away the game here, too. It's an international hub. I mean, people always, we think about stuff like Ford, we think about stuff even like Amazon or, Walmart as these sort of American companies, and they are, of course, but they're also international companies that have partners that span the entire breadth of the globe. And if you can't bring people into a space where you are proud to welcome them as the center of your universe, then it really is, it's one less thing in your arsenal you have to win over clients, to reassure partners. And the other thing I kept thinking about, like I said, on the very personal level, we just moved to these studios in New Orleans. I'll tell you, I have not had so much fun as I've had over the last 6 months being able to come into a studio with new equipment in an older building, but it just makes you feel like $1 million. It's a big morale boost. Yeah. I was curious. It sounds an awful lot like there's a lot of things that have gone wrong on college campuses over the last couple of decades in regards to how things are structured. But the one thing colleges get right, man, even down to the sometimes community colleges, they're just great to walk across. They just are inviting places. And there's a reason why our friends in Silicon Valley call their business centers campuses. Does it have that feel? Does it have the feel of going back to someplace? Does it make you feel young all over again? I know I'm sounding kind of existential here, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a sense of I'm someplace that feels like a community rather than just, you use the word cubicle. Is that kind of what Ford is trying to engender here?
You've got it, Jimmy. What I failed to mention was, and you have to see this, within this huge, sprawling building, there's at least half a dozen courtyards, and they want people to go outside and talk outside and get some fresh air in their lungs and in their brains and to stimulate creativity and collaboration. These are beautiful, and each courtyard actually is reflective of each of the Great Lakes, since we're surrounded by the Great Lakes. And then there's this big park with trails and stuff, and it's more than a campus. I mean, it looks like a little state park. And then you can go through the park and get to some of the other buildings, and it's actually right across the street from one of the best tourist attractions in the United States, the Henry Ford Museum, and the Automotive Hall of Fame, which are right across the street from this new headquarters. So yeah, it's a campus. It's collaborative. And like I said, it's wide open. It's just so wide open, and they just want people to get together and feel like a team, that everybody is included. And that's another important aspect of this headquarters, is that you are part of the overall effort of this company. It's a funny thing it's funny that it never came up, and no one even talked about where the CEO is going to work in this building, because everyone just assumed he's going to be around. If you know anything about Jim Farley, the Ford CEO, he is a guy that doesn't sit behind a desk. He's a very active guy. He's a race car driver in his spare time. So you just know that there's going to be people circulating, and they want to know. They want to know what you think and what your ideas are. So I just think that the open space is sort of synonymous with an open mind, and I hope it works that way, and that the products eventually reflect that feeling.
It's interesting, too, because, we have a very active chat here on the show while we're doing it live, and one of our regular listeners, Trucker Boson, wrote, I just got a recall letter from Ford for the emission systems on my 2014 Fusion. And I don't think he was saying that as a way of kind of putting the poo-poo on what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is they seem to understand the holistic approach is that, everybody back to work and the beatings will continue until the morale improves. They might have looked around and said, well, what do you think is going to happen when you stick a lot of people into boxes, nobody talks to anybody, and the whole world is crumbling around you? You're going to get recalls. And this, in many ways, is a forward-facing way to let both their investors and the people who get their products know, hey, guys, we are really trying to improve the work atmosphere, which will prevent the recalls in the future. That's really, and I love the idea of we're going to go meet in the quad. I mean, it sounds so college, doesn't it? Hey, you know what? Rather than talk about this at a desk, let's go meet in the quad and get together with those other guys. You know what I'm saying? There's a real college atmosphere feel to this, right?
And this thing is so ingeniously designed. One of the women who is a chief sort of designer related to the building, including artwork and materials and stuff. But if you look at the pictures of it and you see how the stairways, the open stairways, crisscross, those crisscrossing points, they call them nudge points, and they said they do that on purpose because they want people to run into each other, to cross paths. So you may run into someone that you didn't even know, or someone you hadn't seen in a long time, and go, hey, I was just thinking this and this and that, and it sparks another conversation. So it's really one of the most ingenious places I've ever seen, and that's coming from someone. I worked at the Chrysler Technical Center for 11 years, which is also an amazing, amazing, wondrous place to work, and this place just takes it to another step.
Yeah, I just was, I got a chance to see, when I saw what you'd be talking about. I'm really excited about this, and I'm excited about this because for once again a bigger macro reason. There are a lot of places already. Our friends out in Silicon Valley are, the folks at Facebook and the folks at App. There are places, Google, that do this kind of stuff. But if this works for the old economy models, for the older, I want to say old economy, but if it works, it's the kind of thing that catches on. It's the kind of thing, because so much of this also, what I love about the building, you've mentioned it, the nudge points, is that it's dependent on, it says get moving. It says do not be trapped behind your desk. Get up on your feet and get walking and start hustling around. I mean, it's almost a refutation, not just to that old kind of style of the man in the gray flannel suit. It's a refutation to, I'm going to work from home. I'm going to be by myself. Leave me alone in my cubicle while my eyeballs slowly dry out from looking at the screen too long. It really is pushing towards that. It's pushing towards kind of what I call the pad. It wants people on pads, going from place to place, comparing notes, and doing all that kind of groovy stuff. I could talk all morning about this. I do want to make sure we cover some other stories too that are kind of really important. Can we talk a little bit about the Mazda story? Look, they've already had a lot of this stuff already, but they're making some of the ADAS features standard, right? Well, you want to unpack that a bit for us?
Yeah, I talked to the head of safety at Mazda a few weeks ago, and she's only been there not even quite a year, but pretty dynamic person. And yeah, she said that they're going to be like 4 at least basic ADAS systems that you are not going to have to pay extra for. They're going to be standard no matter where you are in the product line, from their most entry-level vehicle to all the way up to their highest level. And then they're going to bring out this CX-5 early next year, where they're going to have some other things. They weren't ready to announce them quite yet. Other safety systems, advanced safety systems, that are also going to be standard. And this is really important for a couple of reasons. One is because some people are thinking that, I just paid for a bunch of technology that I don't even want, and I don't use. And there have been studies that people are actually turning off some of this safety stuff because they're tired of the warning buzzes, like
right.
Lane departure. You start to drift from your lane and starts beeping. And I know it doesn't in my car. It drives me crazy, but I don't shut it off because it's trying to save my life. So what's wrong with that? Right? But they feel that safety is number one. It should be standard. People shouldn't think that it's an add-on. It's not an add-on. It's now, in this day and age of the technology, the rolling computers that vehicles are, that it's an inherent part of your vehicle, as important as your brakes, as your headlights, as any other sort of your seat belts, any sort of safety device that's in your car. Don't take it for granted. These things will save your lives and the lives of your passengers. And if it's standard, then you don't say, well, I paid extra for it and I don't want it. You'll say, no, this is part of the car, like a steering wheel. I'm going to use it and take advantage of this. So I think it's very, very admirable of them. And, I mean, there will be eventually some other premium things that you can pay for extra. But at this point, things like automatic emergency braking, rear cross paths, so if you're backing up and somebody's behind you, you're going to get a warning and it'll stop the car, blind spot detection, lane departure. Those are basic things. And they're all there just to keep everybody safe. And if the warnings bother you, every time you hear the warning, you should say, it's not bothering me, it just saved me. And you'll be in a better state of mind. But it's really, I think, a terrific policy by Mazda.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, guys, if you want more information, you go to the Forbes.com website, where Ed actually has a number of articles over there. This is the one we're talking about. There is a video of a 40-mile-an-hour crash test conducted by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Got a chance to look at that. The other thing is, to remember, a lot of this stuff, especially, look, we're talking to truckers, of course, here, but people always forget, especially in the sphere of trucking, and we'll get to that in a second, this is all moving towards ways of kind of having a little bit of pushback against your insurance agent. I don't mean that like get in a fight with them, but the more of this stuff you can onboard and actually get used to and acclimate to and take the time to study, the lower your insurance premiums get. I mean, this is why a lot of this stuff is not just, it's primarily, as you said, they're trying to make safety number one because they're going to be more and more people on the move. There won't be less cars tomorrow than there were today. This stuff is really important to our friends, too, because a lot of those folks out there that they drive around don't always pay attention the way they should. And having somebody give them a little nudge is going to make our friends out there a whole lot safer. These people most of these people who are getting these features don't drive for a living and therefore don't have the situational awareness. They're too focused on what's next and not what's happening. So it really makes a big beneficiary for our friends on the road as well, too.
It really does. And people are so, they're distracted. Distracted driving is such a huge factor in collisions with injuries, fatalities. People are messing with their phones. They're doing this, they're doing that. They're not paying attention. Plus, now you have vehicles with partial automation, like GM's GM system and Ford's Blue Cruise, where you can take your hands off the wheel, and people think that they cannot pay attention to the road, but they do have to pay attention to the road. And you're right about insurance, because I hope people realize that your car has these little black boxes, and your driving habits are being monitored. And insurance companies, you can opt in. I think Progressive has a black box opt-in and some other ones. But if you allow the insurance company to monitor your driving habits and you've been a good boy or girl behind the wheel, then your premiums will go down.
Yeah.
Because they can prove it. They've got the data coming directly from your car. So this stuff isn't just for fun and games. It's not a gimmick. It's for safety, and like you said, Jimmy, it's to save some money.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, too, guys, talk about major corporations. Of course, they care about, some of them care about human life, but there is a thing, too, is that it means less recalls, it means less lawsuits, and it means, by the way, less recalls and less lawsuits mean less expensive cars on the lots.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a massive impact on that as well. We got a little bit of time. I do want to talk about speaking of Ford, let's talk about the deal with the power companies. Another groovy kind of thing going on here about the F-150 Lightning.
Yeah, and it's there's a counterpoint to that, which I'll throw in here at the end after we tell you about it. Yeah, I was out at one of their engineers' houses here in suburban Detroit where they did a demo. They've got this concept called Ford Home Power Management. And what you can do is you have to get the this Ford Charging Station Pro. It's a two-way deal, and then you run some cable to a power inverter on the side of your house, and it has to be worked out with the utility. The utility has to opt into this, but you can put power. You can power your house through your F-150 Lightning electric pickup truck, and the deal is that the power company charges higher rates during peak hours, in the evening especially, and so you could actually convert. You could power your house from your truck during those peak hours and not be on the grid and paying the high power rates, and then past the peak time, you can go back to being on the grid and paying the lower rates, and also recharge your vehicle from your home charger during the off premium times, peak time, and save yourself some money. And they're figuring that over the course of a year, you can save about $500 on your power bill.
Yeah, because you're drawing power. You're drawing power when it's cheap, and you're actually substituting power when it's expensive. And that's, like I said. The other thing is too is that we were laughing about it because my wife and I, when we have a home in New Orleans, we currently our residence is in California. Although I'm in New Orleans right now. One of the things we laugh about is when we're in California, it's like, time to go for a walk. Why? Because we don't want to run any power in the house at this particular moment. Right. But you can actually now set this up in a way that you are literally charging your house at one point, and then using the charger to then power your house when it's more expensive to run off that particular grid. How's that deal being worked out? I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there in order to kind of make this happen, right? I mean, how do they? Yeah, well, it's an individual and a community thing too, right?
Yeah, you have to work it out. Your utility company has to opt into this and agree to it. And from what Ford said, there's about 9 states worth. They enumerate every utility that's doing it. Here in Detroit, it's Detroit Power, but about 9 states. It's slowly happening. And the other part of this is that they'll actually pay you to return power to the grid at certain points.
Oh, yeah.
And think about this. If you and your neighbors had a bunch of F-150 Lightnings and you were returning power to the grid, they'll actually pay you for the power that you're returning to the grid. But the counterpoint that I was going to say is this all happens about 2 weeks after we filed the story. Ford said, you know what? We're not really selling a lot of these Lightnings. We may stop making them. So,
is this the last gasp? It's like, hey, before we run out of these, before we stop making these guys, maybe you might want to buy them to charge your house with. It's just.
We seem to have a few on the lot. Why don't you get them off our hands? So. Sometimes you can't win,
The Ford Lightning House Charger is what they should call it. Move them off the lot. But in what you're talking about here, though, you got to go back to an earlier point you made before that wonderful point, is that this in many ways resembles a lot of what solar panels do for people in particular areas. Like there are areas in New Orleans East where we installed solar panels where we did the installation. There are folks now who don't pay. They literally get paid by the power company on a regular basis for essentially putting power back into the grid. These are people who don't pay a nickel to run. They run AC in the summer and get bills that are in the negative. It's just a remarkable thing if you can plan this. But you need to get that lightning right now, or it's all going to be over.
Way to stop making them.
I wanted to ask you a process question because I know the story about the Ford campus Ford the World of Nudge is coming out this Sunday. In regards to putting something like that together, how long does that take you in regards to kind of, making sure that you've crossed the T's and dotted the I's? But in the case of writing like that, that's less of just a procedural sort of, what I would call popular mechanics look, and that is more of a human factor that kind of goes into that. When do you know you have something like that right? I mean, you have a deadline. That's when you know. But when do you know you got it right and ready to go?
Well, I've been doing this for, 52, 53 years.
A little bit.
And you kind of get into a zen, basically. We were on the tour for about, 2 hours and gathered all the information. I took tons and tons of pictures and video. Then they also sent some to me that Ford took. And I would say a story like this with so many elements, and plus with Forbes, it's a web-only story, so they don't want it to be too terribly long. Not really much, somewhere between 750 and 1,000 words, which is shorter than a lot of newspaper stories. So I had to condense all this stuff down and get a lot in. There's a lot that's not in the story, but I had to just pick out what I thought were the most salient points and would give people the best idea of what's going on here. But the actual writing part of it will take me, 2 hours, and then I'll go back and sleep on it and go back and look at it again. This is very unusual, we had the tour on a Thursday and the story was embargoed actually till 6 a.m. on Sunday, so I had a few days to work on it. On a normal story, I might do a series of interviews and turn that story around in 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, and
bang it out.
Yeah, people don't realize. One of my other favorite things when I used to work for the Times-Picayune over here and would write reviews, I would actually had to work it out in my contract to have my own blog at the time. They said if you would like to read a more in-depth review, please go to blanketyblank.com because man, there are times when it kills you, man. It is a process of murdering your children every morning. That's what writing is. Ed, we are out of time, my brother. Anything else you want to kind of throw in there before you shuffle off this radio coil? Any place you want to send people to kind of check out the action?
Well, we just filed I just posted this morning a new episode of Tales from the Beat with this PR pro she's been doing it for about as long as I've been doing news. Her name is Kim Jeanette. She's an amazing person, and she talks about her interesting new methods that she has for selling her stories to reporters and actually storytelling, and how she took one news release and turned it into an entire news cycle by getting people like Elon Musk and Sam Altman from AI fame interested in her story. So that's up there now, and it's episode 129 of Tales from the Beat. It's on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Music, everywhere that you get podcasts.
By the way, guys, I listen to Tales from the Beat by Ed Garson over on Spotify where you can find it. Ed, it is great to have you back. Go have the best of weekends, my friend.
You too. Take care, Joe. Always good to talk to you.
You too as well, sir. The Braz is coming up next. A little Robert Braswell and Tech Talk with TMC. Talking about parts, labor, all kinds of other groovy stuff. We'll get to it here on the other side of this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
You should write Wednesdays also mean the longest running segment on RadioNemo.com on all of his platforms. That means Tech Talk with Robert Braswell, the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, joins us as he always does as the host of Tech Talk. He's got a great guest for us today. We're talking parts and labor trends. Robert Braswell, the Braz, is in the house. Good morning to you, sir.
Well, good morning, Jimmy Mack, and it is great to be back here for Tech Talk with TMC. As you mentioned today on the show, we're going to cover the very nuts and bolts of maintenance management, and that's by reviewing the latest in parts and labor cost trends for repair and maintenance. And today we welcome back to the program one of the folks who help us do all that, and is Jack Poster. He's TMC's VMRS Services Manager, and Jack's been with TMC more than 18 years, and he's a recipient of our highest honor, the Silver Spark Plug. We're going to, as I said, we're going to talk about how we gather this parts and labor data and what it means to you, the listening audience, and how we use it to aggregate it using the vehicle maintenance reporting standards to get information from all sorts of different various vocations and operations, really slice it and dice it in a way that's meaningful to a wide audience. Before we get started, though, Jimmy Mack, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners, and this week it's our preventive maintenance manual for technicians. We're going to offer it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. That is our primer on everything you need to know about preventive maintenance inspection for Class 7 and 8 commercial vehicles, tractors especially. To order, you can call us toll-free at 1-866-821-3468, or just shoot us an email at tmc@trucking.org. Mention Radio Nemo. You can get it today for that special price. Additionally, if you're an owner-operator or you're a small fleet, got 100 or fewer power units, we would love to have you as a member of the Technology and Maintenance Council, and you can join today for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that, you're going to get our recommended practices manual. That's 4,000 pages of just about everything you can think of when it comes to maintenance, repair, and specification of commercial vehicles. Plus, there's many other great benefits to joining TMC as well. So call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up with us. And at the top of the program, we always remind our listeners that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the show Jack Poster. Good morning, Jack.
Morning, Robert. Great to be back on the air with you.
So quarterly, we release a report from the Technology and Maintenance Council and Decisive, our partner in this endeavor, where we talk about trends for parts and labor. And in this last reporting cycle, that's the second quarter of 2025, we noted a downward trend. It's continuing, and it's been continuing since the third quarter of 2024. In fact, combined parts and labor costs, according to the Decisive TMC Parts and Labor Service Benchmark Report, says those costs decreased by 0.5% in the second quarter of 2025. And again, like I say, that's been continuing pretty much since the third quarter of 2024. It's a trend that is a positive, welcome statistic, but then there's some numbers behind that may be not the best in the world. So you got to kind of have to take the good with the bad when it comes to this, don't you?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Everything is flat. It's reflecting there's a drop in tonnage and mileage levels. So with not as much product going out, of course, then your parts and labor aren't going to be as high. So things are just trending flat. So like you said, it's a double-edged sword. You got to get both together, and that's how it pans out at the end of the quarter like that. But it has been a downward trend.
So what do you see as the cause of this downward trend in combined parts and labor costs?
The way I look at it, I think there's still some confusions with tariffs. That's still in there. The people are still a little fearful with the economy. They might have been saving up their money for Christmas, so it'll be interesting to see how things go the next quarter. But people are pulling back a bit. You see it and you read it all the time. So hopefully things will level out where people will start feeling a little more confident after the first of the year. Time will tell.
What are the contributing factors than just the falling parts costs of this? At one time it was that parts were the most expensive part of a maintenance operation and labor was cheaper, and now it's the other way around, but parts are still significant. I think there was something like a 0.3% drop in falling parts costs over the quarter. What do you see as causing that? Or is it just basically a blip?
It's a blip because labor costs also came down lately. So once again, I hate to keep using the word tariff, but that could be, I think we're finally leveling out with that and accepting what the costs are. And then some finding the costs haven't risen that much. So the tariffs might not be as, cost-wise when it comes to the cost of things. But parts and labor have been fluctuating in that regard. Not that much, but they are dropping a bit.
Yeah, it seems like prices have stabilized, and then there's lower mileage, like you mentioned. Lower mileage reduces parts usage. If you're not hauling as much freight, you're not putting as many miles in the vehicle, you're probably not going to wear out as many parts, and that's probably. But again, 0.3%, not a huge number, but certainly it's better than what we were seeing during COVID, when you were seeing double-digit increases in some cases and shortages. So that's definitely.
Since we've been discussing this, we have seen quite a drop in things and leveling out. So you're right. From COVID years to this, it's quite a difference. That's for sure.
So parts costs, we can kind of figure, not as many vehicle miles. 1.2% increase in labor costs. That's a bit more of a jump. What's causing that?
Well, this is something since I've been at TMC for 18 years. It's the workforce pressures. A fleet or a service provider has to continually attract and retain technicians. You have to keep moving, and you have to sweeten the offers. It's like a sports team. If you own a football team or you're an owner, to get the better players, you have to pay a little bit more money. And there's only X amount of players and technicians out there, so it makes it difficult to find that sweet spot, how many technicians you have versus what you're paying. And you have to attract new people because of people that are retiring. So it's an ongoing event that fleets and service providers have been dealing with for quite a few years.
So the vehicle maintenance reporting systems, we call it VMRS for short, that's something that we use to slice and dice the different repair order data that we get back in from all sorts of different sources. And it's very useful because we can look at very granularly at areas in terms of geography, vocation, which different part systems or labor systems are costing more than others. So it's not just all lumped into one bucket. And that's one of the real useful things of the Decisive TMC report is that we're able to parse that out into over 25 different VMRS systems. So which VMRS systems in the latest report saw the highest quarterly combined parts and labor costs? In other words, what's been eating people's lunch the most?
Well, this quarter, steering has been 13.8% increase.
Wow. Steering. Wow.
And next after that, which doesn't get a lot of press, is a PTO, the power takeoffs, which are up almost 12%. And coming in third, which is pretty much normal, or tires, which is coming in almost at 8%. So PTOs, I can't give an explanation for that. Maybe you have an idea. But that seems to have risen to almost 12% increase.
It's interesting. That's usually something you see more in the vocational sector, wouldn't you, or construction or things like that, as opposed to just say, over the road, traditional, LTL or TL.
Oh yeah, and what's interesting about this report that Decisive, and we partner with them, and they've been great doing this. This is 30 plus pages of this information, and they do cover vocational fleets also. So it's just not over the road. So it gives you a full picture of what's going on the highways. And you're right, that's where the PTOs would come in on the vocational side of things. But this report is just, it has grown and it has gotten so much more information over the years. And now, like I said, it's 30 plus pages. It covers everything.
Interesting to note, though, drive shafts was on that list, a little bit lower, about 3.8% in terms of highest quarterly increases in combined parts and labor costs, but it was among the only system, as far as I can see, that had the highest combined cost increase for the two most recent quarters. So something's going there with drive shafts in the last couple of months. Let's say 6 months.
And that that goes back to vocational use also. I think there might be a little bit more on that in that area in the vocational use than in regular over the road. But that is, you're right, the one area that went up in both areas.
So let's take a look at the flip side of that 45. What systems show the largest quarterly decreases?
Well, the decrease, the highest decrease, that's a tough one to get out, so excuse me on that one, are the aerodynamic devices. We're down 16%. And then there's a big drop-off, just general accessories, we're at 7.5%. And good news in Maine is transmission, automatic transmissions came down 4%. And aerodynamic fairings and such have gone down almost 16%.
Interesting. That's where did you see the highest quarter-over-quarter labor cost increases? Let's splice it that way. Take away from the parts a little bit, go to the labor.
Well, that came in at HVAC, the air conditioning, heating, and ventilating is almost 9.3%, followed by steering. And tires, once again, coming in at 4%. That's an interesting part there. I think tires coming in at 4%, but labor means they're probably paying entry-level techs that do that work a bit more, once again, to attract people in, get someone in that starts out at the, changing tires, doing regular maintenance work, and then training and moving up to a higher level technician. So that's why I think the tires have increased 4%. That's my opinion on it. I don't know about you, Robert, but I think that's what I see.
So maybe are the HVAC systems getting a little bit more complicated with new refrigerants, perhaps entering into the market? Sure. I think you got RY1234F, I think it's called. That's a new refrigerant. Yeah. Maybe new tooling, new training. You have to do for that. I'm just spitballing here, but that seems to be, that could be a possibility. Which were the labor areas that had the biggest cost decreases?
Decreases in labor was aerodynamic devices at 25%, excuse me, and transmissions automatic at 4%. So They were the ones with the decreases that had the most. And cabin sheet metal came in at almost 3%.
Where did you see, you think, the largest year-over-year decreases overall by VMRS system?
Year-over-year
Yes.
decreases were at, I'm trying to remember exactly where they were. Actually, general accessories came in at 16% less, and charging systems came in at 5%. It's interesting the degree of difference between there. General accessories at 16% decrease and drops down to charging systems at 5%, and cooling systems at basically 2%. So it's funny, there's that big drop between the two. Those were the largest quarterly decreases.
Let's take a look into a little more detail here. We've been talking about percents, but in terms of dollars, what are the average costs by VMRS system for the last quarter? And, let's talk about some of the most common ones like power plant, engine, exhaust, etc.
Well, clutch comes in number one. It seems to be the league leader every quarter. The clutches, parts were at $1,900 average, and labor at $1,300, which is the highest in both when you look at it. A close second is a power plant engine at $1,715 for parts and $1,000 for labor. And another one that comes in the top three is automatic transmissions. Parts $1,800 on average, and labor average $1,100. So those are the top three as far as combined parts and labor.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Jack Poster here at TMC VMRS Services Manager. We're talking about the latest parts and labor report from TMC and Decisive. So that means basically if you have your typical, repair order ticket and you've got a clutch job that you're having done to your rig, the average cost is about $3,300. Now that's nationally. It's regionally, it can vary, and we do break that down in terms of geography, west, east, midwest, southeast, and so forth. But in other words, you expect to spend about $3,300 when that clutch wears out. So that's another good reason to go easy on the clutch. And then with the automated manuals, sometimes the computers are taking charge of all of that unless you're overriding it. So it's interesting that clutch is the number one in terms of that category.
Yeah, and it has been for quite a while. But what's good about this report is this gives you a benchmark. This gives you an idea. So if you're having this work done, it gives you a baseline, so you could see if your service provider is charging a bit too much, and you can even question if it's too low. You want to check question is why is it that low? But it does give you a benchmark, which is invaluable because you're shooting in the dark if you don't have this information, and it's all about information today. And having VMRS provide this data and Decisive getting through, hundreds of thousands of repair orders, this is giving you information directly off the shop floor. So it's direct from the shop floor to them and to us. So it goes. It's a great tool to have. It's a great amount of information. You're not going to find almost anywhere else, I don't think.
Looking at the other end of the spectrum, it seems like cabin sheet metal is on the low end in terms of cost. It's coming in at about $908 combined. Brakes, interestingly enough, not that far from it. $1,118 for brakes. That's kind of a welcome news, even though you see brakes very high on the list in terms of out of service when you see the CVSA stats every year. Also, it looks like air conditioning, ventilation, and heating is also on the lower side, about $1,000 per repair order ticket. How about after treatment? We've talked a lot about after treatment. Where does that fall in the VMRS pantheon?
Well, after treatment comes in, and it's going to show it's not as expensive as it was. So it has come down. I think, and this is just my own personal opinion, that they've been able to make the after treatment parts much better. And after so many years, fleets are getting used to repairing them and doing the work. So it's not as expensive as I believe it once was.
One of the things I see in the report is that we have a breakdown of service cost distribution for the most recent quarter. And basically what it says is that of the different VMware systems, this is where most of the cost is showing up on your balance sheet. So power plant, 31.5%. That seems to be the biggest lion's share of the tickets that come in terms of cost. And right behind that, it seems like it's exhaust. And I would think that's probably attributable to after treatment at 13.2%. And then the rest of them are all around that same, anywhere from like 5, 6, 7% range. Does that surprise you? Does that seem about right? Because you deal with these things all the time. You're kind of like the canary in the coal mine. When you see people ask for new parts to be coded in VMRS, that tells you where the pain points are.
Yeah, exactly. I see what's coming and going. So I can tell you that there are a lot of new parts in 043007, which is for after-treatment devices and the SCR system. I'm seeing a trend now where the EV parts were keeping me busy for at least the past year, and I've seen a drop-off on EV parts coming in. I know the government, there's a difference in mandating EVs now, but I seeing that. I don't know if this is a warning about EVs where it's going to drop off, but I see EV parts starting to lag as far as new code requests. So that's it. But power plant and after treatment are the areas where most people are asking for new parts that could be put in.
As we mentioned, the report can be sliced and diced by geography and regions. Where are the areas that are costing fleets the most, and what are the areas that are costing fleets a little bit less in terms of parts and labor?
Parts, not surprising. The Northeast is going to be more expensive. Although in June, the West popped up to be the highest expense. But the Northeast seems to trend the most when it comes to parts. If you're in Canada, and when this report comes out, it is on U.S. dollars. But Canada still does not have, there's quite a bit difference in cost prices. So, for example, the average parts repair costs in the Northeast are $1,020. This was in April, and Canada was $934. Now, for some reason, in June, in the West, parts jumped to $1,066, Northeast $1,024. And this one I can't explain. Maybe Robert, you can tell me. Canada jumped to $1,045. So I don't know if it's the problem of getting parts from the U.S. into Canada. I can't give an explanation now, but it was quite a bit jump. It went from $934, $968, to in June $1,045 for Canada.
So basically what we're saying is in the month of June in the Midwest, you're maybe paying an average of $888 for parts costs on the average ticket, whereas in the West, it's $1,066. So there is a pretty significant difference from region to region. You're talking about maybe a delta of a couple $100. And that's something to factor in. If you can choose where to have your service done, maybe that's a factor to think about. Maybe you want to do it in the Midwest. And maybe it's just because there's more work there, more work, parts are cheaper. I don't know that, but that's definitely a trend. The Midwest has the lower parts costs. What about labor? It's a different story when it comes to labor.
Labor, the league leader is the West. Now, I think maybe factoring in California and the logistics of getting parts to the West, but for the past 3 quarters, they have been well over $700. 1 month, the South was a little bit higher, but on whole, the West is the most expensive. And Canada, with labor cost, it's a big difference. For example, in June, out West, it was average labor cost was $767 a ticket. In Canada, $546. So, and the Northeast, which another one I can't explain, with labor is $649. So there's a big difference between out West and the Northeast. So
it seems like the West is more expensive all the way around, but in the Northeast, you're saving a little bit on the labor, but you're making up for it in the parts, I guess, because that's where it's a little bit higher. Midwest, on average, seems to be overall the market leader in terms of the most competitive when it comes to parts and labor. Interesting, though, that Canada on labor much less expensive than all the other areas in the United States. That's a really interesting phenomenon.
Consistently lower.
Consistently lower, that's right. But we've been talking about VMRS and how it helps us parse all this data. But why do we use VMRS to collect this, and why is it important for the listening audience?
Well, I go back to what I said before. Information is vital. And VMRS, which has been in existence since the early 1970, fleets rely on getting the correct data. And VMRS levels everything out onto a level playing field. The descriptions are the same. I always use the analogy, VMRS is the musical notes of maintenance. It gives everybody the same information the same way. There cuts out on the misspelling. It could get as granular as you'd like. It goes right to the component. It gives you a reason why a part failed. So it's, like I said, it cuts down on typing time and putting into the system. And it's also useful for these kind of reports, where the people putting reports together don't have to rely on the ever-changing part numbers that coming from a manufacturer that are always being superseded. They use one logical number. It reflects a brake drum or a slack adjuster or whatever it might be. And that way,
irrespective of the part number, so that you can track it across manufacturer types and models and serial numbers and years, and it really evens it out.
Yes, you don't have to be burdened with trying to figure out the part number. So it just makes it much easier for a fleet or a service provider to recall that information, to see trends too. It gives you an easy way to spot trends quickly without having to go through everything. And my other thing, it cuts down on misspelling. How many times on a repair order does somebody spell brake, B-R-E-A-K? And, I mean, it can happen. So it makes it much easier to use. And it's been around, like I said, since the 70s, and it's still going strong. So it's here to stay, I believe.
The Decisive TMC Parts and Labor Service Benchmark Report. It's based on comprehensive service data. Tell us a little bit about everything that goes into that. What's backing up that report in terms of data?
Well, Decisive, which these numbers are pretty amazing. They cover more than 7 million assets, and there's 300,000 monthly maintenance and repair events at more than 5,000 service locations. So Decisive is pretty well known and a very trusted company and in use throughout the industry. So they really have used VMRS for many, many years and work with TMC. They're great members and great to work with. And like I said, this report has grown from doing 10 systems, VMRS systems, to going to 25. And the way Decisive is going, it could grow even more. Like I said, a 30-page report that gives you this kind of granularity and this kind of information is well worth having and part of our membership. So it's a great tool to have.
And those 25 VMRS systems account. Those 25 VMRS systems account for more than 97% of all the parts and labor spent on costs in those repair orders. So that's a big chunk. You're getting really, really solid data of that. The report's available to TMC members. We make it available by email. If you're a TMC member, we email it out to you quarterly. And again, that's called the Decisive TMC Parts and Labor Service Benchmark Report. If you're interested in getting a copy of the report, you can give us a call at 703-838-1763, or just visit us at our public-facing website, tmc.trucking.org, and find out more information about becoming a member of the council and getting access to this kind of information. Just wrapping it up, any final thoughts about this report? We've got about 30 seconds.
No, it's just I'm proud that we've been able to partner with Decisive over the years. And if anybody has any questions concerning VMRS, you don't know it, you want to learn something about it, please feel free to get in touch with me. I'm on the TMC website, and it's something that's around, and it's good to have that knowledge.
And for that part of it, tmc.trucking.org/VMRS will get you information about VMRS, and it'll get you how to get a hold of Jack Poster as well. Jack Poster, thank you so much for joining us on Tech Talk with TMC. I think we learned a lot about where the trends are for parts and labor in North America, and we look forward to seeing you back on the program in the not too distant future. And with that, I'm going to kick it back over to New Orleans and Jimmy Mack.
Thank you, Robert, so much, as always. Informative. One of our commenters out there, Scat Pack, made a point of saying right before you guys started, always love listening to Tech Talk with TMC, as we do over here as well. What you got in the docket for next week?
Hey, next week it's our Thanksgiving week show. We got a show on retreads, technology to be thankful for, and Dan Shy from the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company is going to be joining us to talk about some of the things you may or may not know about the venerable retread on Tech Talk with TMC.
Until next time, Robert, from everybody here and from all of our listeners, thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much. See you next week.
All righty. We're going to come back with Education Station. Got a bit of information I want to share with you. Then we'll make that nice transition into the trainers and the trainees who are going to shape the future of trucking. Education Station is coming up here next.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Of course you're in the gang, because we are live at Fastport Studios with your host Jimmy Mack and me, Phone Master Dre. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. Guys, before we head over to Education Station, and we got a dandy of an Education Station for you today, Kenneth Johnson, the Executive Chairman of Leonard's Express, Inc., is going to be joining us. I want to direct your attention over to RadioNemo.com/press. We're slowly building up a lot of articles, podcast insights over there about who we are, who we were, and where we're going. There is, from the Arkansas Valley News, the Ark Valley News, Roger Ryberg has written a beautiful piece celebrating the origins of the road gang called The Music the Way It Used to Was. I would just advise clicking on that and taking a look at that story. It's at the bottom of that page that you will click upon, where he gives you kind of a history of who Charlie Douglas was and how Dave took over. And in many ways, we are trying to recapture that spirit with Nemo's Night Beat. I know our good friend Joe J is a fan. You guys should check that out as well. Nemo's Night Beat actually is music the way it used to was, and hope you guys will spend some time over on our press page. We'll always alert you guys at radionemo.com/press to let you know if there are any news stories or anything else percolating over there. But we have regular segments all the time here, whether it's Maintenance Matters or Tech Talk or Education Station. LeonardExpress.com is the place to go. You can find them on the Book of Face at Leonard's Express and over on Instagram at the same location. We're talking to its executive chairman, Kenneth Johnson, joins us this morning. Thrilled to have him aboard. Hey, Kenneth, how you doing? Good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning. It's great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to join you this morning.
You've actually got 40 years, Ken, 40 years in transportation and supply chain management. Can you give us a little bit of your, I want to establish your bona fides here because, man, you have a 30,000-foot view and a view from the trenches as well. So kind of unpack yourself for us for a second.
Sure. I started working for my dad's company back in late 70s. I was still in high school working part-time in the shop. After college, I joined them in the operations, working dispatch for a few years, and transitioned over to maintenance. I led the maintenance department there until the early 2000s, late 90s. Actually, it was fun listening to Robert Braswell. I remember working with Robert when I was a much more active member of the TMC, so had a lot of experience on the maintenance side. And we started Leonard's Express after my dad sold his original company, KJ Transportation, and we started Leonard's in 2001, and then built it up to where it is today. I've been involved in the executive leadership since the 2010, 2011 time frame. My two brothers and I now own it, and it's grown. It's been a challenging past couple of years, but I've seen good times, I've seen bad times. Never seen bad times last quite this long, but we're grateful, for the things that we have, and appreciate our employees and our drivers, and the success comes through all of them.
And you actually these days, along with busting your butt, you're actually enjoying getting a little travel time in with your wife Connie as well. Any place you guys have gone to recently, or places you're looking forward to actually traveling to?
Well, actually, after Thanksgiving, we're going to take our RV down to the Keys for a few days. We're looking forward to that. It's always nice to get down there. It's kind of a little more relaxed environment. And, I love traveling in my RV because it gives me a chance to get out with the drivers. I don't get to drive truck as much as I used to, and I still, enjoy being out on the road. So, it's fun doing that. I joke that when we go back and forth to Florida, that we do it in a day and a half in the car, and it takes us 4 days in the RV because we just take our time. We take the long route. We may go off on side adventures. So, that's our next trip is Key West after Thanksgiving.
By the way, just on a kind of a fun note over here, programming-wise, we are in the midst of kind of putting together a deal with our guest tomorrow, Anthony Nally, who is the host of the television show The RVers, which is utterly dedicated to the people out there who are finding the road a great place to live as well as to work. So we like all that kind of stuff over here as well. Do a lot of traveling myself, and I saw that and just kind of wanted to talk about that for a moment here. But we are an education station. One of the things that Leonard's Express has that's really interesting and much conversation, because when it's done right, it's done spectacularly. Let's talk about the 18 to 20-year-old driver pilot program that you guys have got cooking. But then I want to have a larger conversation, as I know you do too, about how different generations learn trucking and how we have to kind of change to meet the times. But tell us about the pilot program first, Ken.
Yeah, sure. We got involved with it early on. We have our own driving school. It's a separate company we run aside from Leonard's, and we do everything from the 16-year-olds in cars up to tractor trailer, both Class A and Class B straight trucks. But when the pilot program first came out, New York had just passed the law allowing 18 to 20-year-olds to drive intrastate. So it took a few years with the Trucking Association to get that passed, but fortunately we had great support and were able to get it done in time for Leonard's to participate in the pilot program. We were, excited about it. I'm a big believer. I started driving at 18 years old back when, it wasn't the CDL, it was a chauffeur's license. And, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting the younger people involved. And I think not letting them get involved until they're 21 or older has been difficult for the industry to bring young people into, getting involved with that was a no-brainer. It took a little bit of work. Some of the hurdles we had to jump through were a little bit higher than some of the other programs, and I think that's probably, what led to some companies not wanting to get involved. But we've put 5 drivers through it. They've all been successful. I think what's driven them is their desire to be a truck driver. I've talked to drivers from other companies that have been involved, and that seems to be a consistent thread, is their desire to get involved with the industry. But as an industry, we need to bring younger people into it sooner, than later. If you look at our Class A schools, typically, our students are in their late 30s, early 40s, even older, in their second and third careers. We need trucking to be the first career for more people.
This is interesting too because you're talking about this in a very different way than some people who I would call dabble in this idea of 18 to 20-year-old drivers. If in fact you're looking to get a lot of people in your seats in an awful hurry, this is not a good route. If you're actually looking to create a growing culture of people who are interested in trucking at an early age, this is the kind of thing where you. And correct me if I'm wrong, you see this as a long-term investment rather than just, hey, we need people in the seats, let's go get some kids. This is about really kind of establishing a culture that allows people to onboard quick. And when I say quickly, I mean at a younger point, so that by the time they're 25, they really have been acclimated to the industry. Talk a little bit about what you can comment on that, but also talk about what your version, what Leonard's Express's version looks like for the 18-year-old that is kind of coming in to do this interstate driving and to maybe move beyond that.
Sure. I've said for a couple of years that the industry really didn't have a overall driver shortage, and I think that sentiment is becoming more of a reality with other folks. But getting the 18 to 20-year-olds into the industry is, like you said, a long-term project. It's not a quick fix. We don't want to fill our trucks with just any 18 to 20-year-olds. We want, ones, to demonstrate the maturity, demonstrate the interest, demonstrate the passion to be involved in the industry, and not let them get away from us. I think as an industry, we've done that for too long. We need to bring those that are interested in. When I started driving, typically you learned how to drive from your dad, from an uncle, from a good friend, that took you under his wing and taught you. There wasn't the driving schools that we have now, so it was a family or friend type of deal. Now to get people involved, the hurdles they have to jump through are much greater. It's creating a path for those that are interested to get involved with the industry and not put up roadblocks of simply a number on a birth certificate.
Yeah, and that in many ways is kind of the real thing, is the fact that, can in fact you look at bringing somebody in at 18, if they are then driving for you at 25 and they know how you work, they know how they work, they know where they're going, both literally and metaphorically, that's the real accomplishment. You guys, like I said, it's the retention factor that you really kind of make the central point of this as well. The idea that you're training people to be in the industry as opposed to people who you just need to drive sooner. And I'm kind of curious what the secret sauce is to crafting a really good pilot program, how you onboard people in that environment, because I think it ties in to the idea of what training looks like today. Dealing with a younger generation means also new kind of skills that have to be applied. New kind of training skills and teaching skills. If you want to mesh that together, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, different generations, learn differently. They've been brought up differently. The technology is a much greater part of the younger generation's life as far as their learning goes. When I was growing up, the thought of staring at a screen and spending my day learning that way, was, we wouldn't even have thought of it, and I don't think I would have been successful. But the younger generation, they're used to learning that way. But we also find that rather than sitting in an orientation room or sitting in a driver's school and lecturing for 2 or 3 hours, even driver meetings, it just doesn't work anymore. It's much easier, much more effective to do shorter, whether it's YouTube videos or in person, but keeping it short, and mixing in a very heavy dose of hands-on. And as opposed to years ago, you brought someone into orientation, they'd sit there all day and hope they absorbed it, and we just find that that's not effective anymore. We get a room full of new drivers in orientation or even at our driving school. We really got to kind of mix things up a little bit so everybody needs are met, and make sure the comprehension is there by interacting with them at a much greater level. I think that's the other piece that the younger generation prefers is that they're much more friend and socially oriented. So you got to get out and talk to them. You just can't send messages or pick up the phone and call them and give them their stuff and let them go. engage with them. I think the engagement is also a very important piece of things.
And this is a genuine question. I don't have a theory that I'm bouncing off of you. You made me realize, I wonder if, in fact, the old way of doing things was able to be done because so many of the people who were coming in to kind of be trained could sit through a class like that, not because they had a better attention span, but because so many people, Dave and I have talked about this, that the trucking industry got very, very spoiled on not having to worry about its training for a very long time because it had farm boys and farm girls, service members, and million plus people who were brought up in Teamster families, where all of that stuff was kind of put into them early, almost a farm system, literally and figuratively. And then in many ways, those classrooms were people who already were itching to get behind the wheel of a truck because many of them knew how to do it. Because at 11, some of them are driving tractor trailers. At 13, some of them are having their dad say, "Why don't you take the wheel for a second, son?" Or being yelled at by a sergeant saying, "Get this down the line further." Do you feel like that we need to get them more hands-on experience sooner because they've had less hands-on experience before they get to you?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mentioned that I started working in the shop at my dad's company back in the 70s. I was, 16 years old. I maybe had my car license. I might even started driving tractor trailer around the yard, before I had my car license. And I joke, but it's true. When I first got my permit and was allowed to go out on the road with a veteran driver, I could back up and parallel park a tractor trailer because that's what I've been doing. But I'd never been out of second gear, and I think that's true with a lot of drivers that we've had in our industry for many years. They started on a farm, or they started riding with their dad or an uncle or a brother, so that they had some seat time and some experience before, they actually got their license. And so we don't have that anymore. It's a different world, that, just doesn't provide for that. There's still, I live in upstate New York. It's relatively agriculturally driven, and, a lot of young men and women still, work on the farm, but they're not getting that type of experience like they used to. Even the farms have gotten somewhat automated and technology driven. So, it's just, plus the school demands are much greater, so they're not getting as much time, working on the farms as they did, with my generation. So, yeah, it's just a different, we're almost starting from scratch most of the time rather than having a little bit of a background.
That's really good. That's a good way of putting it. Starting from scratch rather than having people walk in with backgrounds, which of course changes the need for how the trainers train them. And so I always ask this question of almost every guest who has a training program or has a CDL school: how do you go about the business of picking the right people to train? What are you looking for? What is Ken looking for when it's like, that's a guy, that's a gal who should be not just driving well, but instructing people to drive well?
I think the number one quality is patience. You got to be a little bit fearless, but you have to have patience, to understand that the person you're instructing doesn't have the background that you have, doesn't have the experience you have, and is just learning. We're fortunate at our school that we can start the students out in a simulator, so they're getting a little bit of time before they ever get in a truck. But we want to get them in the truck as soon as possible because, as much time as they can spend with our trainers, the better off they're going to be, as far as getting the experience and, learning from our trainers. But, patience is a big factor. They have to have the right personality, as far as being able to engage a student. They have to have the ability to work with different personalities, and different generations. As I said, with our school, we get all ages, coming through there, more, in the 30 plus, but, more and more we're seeing in the 30 and under. But they have to have the ability to adapt to the different learning styles of the individuals that they're working with. And they work with several students a week, several students a day. So they have to be able to adjust on the fly. So, yeah, they have to have the driving abilities. They have to have those skills, but they also have to have the ability to teach and be patient and, express, what they're seeing the student do in a way that teaches rather than criticizes. It's a different personality in a lot of cases. Some of our best drivers that we've had at Leonard's over the years would probably make terrible instructors. But we've had a lot of good ones, and we've been fortunate to find them.
It's really funny. I've always said that there have been one or two times in NFL history where a quarterback has been given a head coaching job and things have gone very, very wrong very, very quickly because their job is to get the ball down the field, not to instruct the offensive lineman on how to block. And, the idea that I've always found interesting that often it's second-string players who just love the game who end up being the best coaches of them all on many occasions. You guys actually offer customers transportation, warehousing, and supply chain management, not just in New York, but throughout the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And that's the big thing, because there's a lot of people who will turn around and say, it isn't that big of a deal to get an 18, 19, 20-year-old. I mean, interstate driving, what's the difference? They're just crossing a state line. And I was kind of curious, when you guys are training people, do you kind of connect them to what it is you guys do to kind of explain it's a very different thing to cross a state line, from New York into Pennsylvania or any of the surrounding states, and a very different thing to make your way down across the border into Canada or even down into the deep south. Do you guys talk about the lifestyle when you're onboarding even the older people? Because so much of this, once you leave the parameters of the state and get out there and don't see your family for 4 or 5 days, and suddenly the meals you were dependent on and the cleaning of the clothes you were dependent on is no longer a viable option. People are getting to this late. So how do you guys kind of prepare, not just with the simulators and teaching people how to back up, how do you prepare people for the lifestyle that often comes as they get better and can move greater distances?
Yeah, that's a great point, and we've always worked with the students. My driver, when we hire them, and so we want our students to come out with those same skills. But working with the families, and with the pilot program, especially the young families, in that case, we're sometimes girlfriends, but usually we're with mom and dad, and explaining what that lifestyle change is like. That it's you're away from home, you're away from your family, you're away from your structure, for several days, and in some cases several weeks, and that's just something we can't teach in a school. And a lot of times that's what drives new drivers back out of the industry, is for whatever reason, they just can't get used to the lifestyle. So we try to talk about that as much as we can, prior to, and it's tough when you have a couple or a family or an individual sitting in front of you, and they see the potential earnings that they can get as a truck driver, and the benefits that most of us offer. It's very enticing. It looks great on paper, but it's a whole lot different world once you experience. And some do quite well with it. Some that's the biggest struggle point. They're missing their kids' soccer games or baseball games or dance recitals. Maybe moms or dad, whoever the parent is that's home, is struggling, with them being away, and they're hearing about it, and it's our job as a company, to try to take as many of the stresses away as we can, because we know, the stress of traffic, the stress of being away from home, the stress of the family missing them, is giving them enough stress on the road. So, trying to talk about that, sharing that, ahead of time, the best we can. But it's in a lot of cases just something that has to be experienced.
Yeah, because I always think about this, is that's the silent killer in regards to recruiting and retention, is the fact that there's a lot of people, we always know when somebody shows up, and ultimately in their program that gives them their CDL, or when they get to their first company, we always know when somebody can't drive. There's a way of kind of approaching them and saying, look, I know you really want this bad. You can't back up. I know you want this really bad. Right. You get too nervous behind the wheel. But this is the big killer. It's not when they can't hack the drive. It's when they can't hack the distance. And that is the silent killer in regards to, because, I don't know, we know how many bad drivers have left the industry. We don't always know how many good drivers, look like they're going to be there for the long haul and then realize I want to drive locally. I really like looking across the dinner table from my wife or my husband and just spending that time with them. That's an important point. And so that's kind of one of the things, especially in your position, because you're at a company and not a CDL school, where you got to look long and hard and be able to explain that to people, kind of lay that out as well, right?
Yeah, and we're no different than any other company in a lot of cases. We have built our company, in a large part on long haul refrigerated freight, but we've started working more and more over the last year or so at building our regional operations where the driver can get a little more structure, maybe a little better understanding of what his hometown is going to be, a little better quality of hometown, as far as frequency goes, and it's basically to help keep our trucks filled. It's finding people that want to get in a truck and be gone 2 or 3 weeks at a time is challenging. Even though we pay those drivers a little bit more for that sacrifice, they still it doesn't make up for the quality of life differences that it can make.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too about why culture in a company is so important, because one of the ways the best companies I've talked to, they can't get you closer to your family when you have to be on the road for 3 weeks. What they can do, though, is create an atmosphere in the workplace that is warm, inviting, and friendly, that at least makes them feel like that they're working with people who care about them as well. And that begins with the training, the atmosphere you create there, but it kind of goes on. How do you guys over at Leonard's Express create a culture where people are willing to stick around, where there's a push-through moment too. I mean, there's a lot of people who have a hard adjustment at first, but then kind of get used to the rhythms and then maximize the time they're at home. And like I said, preparing people for that is often one of the biggest jobs when it comes to drivers who can drive. And I'm wondering what you guys do over there to kind of create I don't want to call it fun because it's a job, but to make it more enjoyable, to bring a little joy to the situation.
Yeah, sure. And you introduced me as Kenneth. The only two people I joke times that call me Kenneth are my grandmother and my mother. Both are not with us any longer. And but a lot of our culture, came from my mother. We always followed her mandate of do the right thing and treat people the way you want to be treated. And I think that's gone a long ways to helping build the culture that we have. We've been fortunate to hire a lot of non-driving personnel that share our values and have been with us a long time. And because of that, the drivers see that, team environment, the family environment, and, that we put family first, so, I won't say we're a perfect fit for everyone, but, we try to build a culture of doing the right thing. And that means doing the right thing for, every employee of Leonard's and our other companies, including our drivers and especially our drivers. It's without our drivers, quite frankly, the rest of our personnel aren't really needed. So, they come first. We hold high expectations of all our employees, especially our drivers. Especially when it comes to safety and productivity, we need them, earning well, because then we earn well. But they also need to be safe and have a strong safety culture. But, we use, we participate in the Best Fleets program, and we use that to help, measure how we're doing. I think that's a great measurement of our culture. But we have a lot of training that we do, within the office. We try to put the right people in the right positions. We call our, everyone have different names for them, but our driver managers are called driver advocates. And, they're empowered, to, try to help our drivers, when they're having issues on the road, even if that means, getting them into a terminal, in the office sooner, to address a family issue at home, be aware of what's going on with their families, so if, we need to step in, because a distracted driver is not a safe driver. And, distractions come in many ways, so we talked about phones and, other distractions within the cab, but, having a family issue is a huge distraction for a driver. And, that's, something we want to get the driver into and address, or allow them to address, as quickly as possible.
I can't believe that we're out of time. It's just been great talking to you. I'm telling you, man, when it just feels like two guys just having and shooting the breeze. And I'll tell you something, by the way. If ever I hear the word Seamus or James, it stops me in my tracks, Ken, because it means either my grandmother is back from the grave or my uncle is really, really angry at me. So I totally understand. Thank you so much, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. I appreciate you.
I enjoyed it, and I appreciate the opportunity, Jimmy. Thanks.
Guys, go to leonardsexpress.com. You can find them on the Book of Face at Leonard's Express and, of course, on the Grandma Instant. This has been Education Station on Road Gang Radio. Big thanks to Ken Johnson for joining us. Best fleets to drive for as well. That's something our good friend Jane Jazrawi is a part of. The stamp of approval, as it were. We'll be back on the other side. Look busy because Lawler is coming. And we got Ian talking about our good friend, Mr. Scorsese.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Wednesday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, good morning. And now that we've made a living, let's get a life, Jimmy Mack. I always want to say to you, get a life, but I mean it with in a good way.
I have a life, and I think
here.
when I hear you say it, I just want to say grab a life. Let's just grab that life by the throat, be like,
grab life by the horns.
I'm telling you, man, hook 'em horns.
No, don't hook 'em horns.
Well, no,
What
hook. Yeah, I always say hook those horns. That's what I say. Hook 'em.
No, hook 'em horns. That's UT talk, and I don't want to talk about it. Hey, so good morning.
Good morning. How are you? How are you,
fine.
Boomer?
I'm fine, Sooner. Here's the thing.
Or later.
So I went to bed. I didn't go to bed till about 1 last night, which is late for me. But it's also not in the scheme of things, that wouldn't be a big deal, except for Seamus had to wake up at 2 a.m. this morning. He had to be downtown at 3 a.m. this morning. He's doing GMA for CMA, Good Morning America for Country Music Awards. So I go to bed at 1. He wakes up at 2 and leaves. My dog throws up in my kid's bed at 4. That was neat.
That was cool.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
So we're washing sheets at 4 in the morning, and the kids in at 5. I say all that to say I did not sleep last night, and yet still I could be in a bad mood, but I'm not. I'm in a great mood.
Could
I'm
be.
in a great mood.
You want to hear some
great mood?
You want to hear some other reasons to be in a good mood?
Tell me.
Joe J actually gave us a 5 spot.
I got 5 on it. You can, guys, did you know that and this is, you don't have to do this. You can listen for free. But if you're over in the chat, you can click that little $sign and send money. And what that does, that's not going to Jimmy Matt getting coffee or Lindsay buying new gold pants. What that is doing, however, is giving us more money in the kitty to continue to we dump it right back into promo so that more people can know about this show, so that this show can stay on the air, so we can build our community, so we continue to make a living and make a life together forever, ever. So thank you, Joe J, and everybody else sending a little something, something over there. Matt Buke, I don't know who that is. He gave a 5 spot earlier as well.
Hiya, Matt. Thanks for being a part of the Road Gang action, my friend. Always like when our new friends kind of jump into the conversation and make the miracle happen. Glad to have
Trucker
him.
Bosun just gave a 10 spot. Guys, you don't have to do this, by the way, but man, it helps the cause. I'm just saying that.
You don't have to do any of it. Keep doing it.
You don't have to do it, but if you don't, we will find you and kill you.
By the way, Andre and I are going to be catching footballs tonight. We're going to be catching footballs tonight at the Saints practice facility. Brad Bentley, myself, and Andre Thibodeau and Chris Orban are all going to head over to the Saints practice facility on Airline Highway. We're going to catch some footballs with Nate Boyer and the gang, some Saints over there as well. Then we're going to sit down and break some bread with some football players. Going to do it.
How cool is that?
Very cool. Living the dream. Living the life.
Dream,
living the life.
guys.
You know what I love to do on the weekends, though?
Watch movies.
I love watching movies. I love going to movies. My mom and dad, as you know, have improved their health conditions, which means they go more places now. My dad is like, can we go see a movie this weekend? And I'm like, well, when the football is over and you don't want to watch any more football, we'll go see a movie. I got to tell you, I love movies, Lindsay. I do. I dig them.
You too. I know that you do, and I know that you particularly love Martin Scorsese movies.
Martin Scorsese makes the best flippin' movies. And by the way...
And a really good pizza as well.
Does he?
I don't know, probably.
He probably is.
When you said Martin Scorsese makes the best, I just assumed you were going to say, like, makes the best meatball or something.
Actually, his mom probably did, God rest her soul. His mom was a hell of a cook and does a couple of great cameos in a whole bunch of his movies. She's just terrific. You know, when are you going to grow up? And when are you going to grow up and meet a nice girl? And the response is, I grow up and meet a nice girl every night. We're going to take a deep breath here, Lindsay, and we're going to transition to our next guest.
Is nice. Ooh, that is nice. Got me feeling all squirrely and squirmy, but like in a good way. Guys, this is going to be a fun conversation. You know that we like to give you good intel on not only what to read, but what to watch. This combines both of them, Jim. How great are we?
We actually are outstanding here because we are a measure of the people we bring on the show. And in that measure, we are outstanding.
We're outstanding. We're only as good as our lowest common denominator. And our next guest is our highest common denominator. Today on Road Gang Radio, we are diving deep into the world of one of cinema's true visionaries, Martin Scorsese. Our guest is film critic and author Ian Nathan. He has just released Martin Scorsese, the iconic filmmaker, and his work. It is a stunning, Jim, I'm going to use the word stunning here. That word feels right here. Agreed?
Agreed. Right down to the cover artwork.
Yeah, dude. A stunning exploration of Scorsese's 5-decade journey from a Catholic kid in Manhattan to one of Hollywood's most celebrated storytellers, from Taxi Driver to Goodfellas to The Irishman. Dude, Martin Scorsese's films, they don't just entertain. They ask this is why I love it. They ask the big questions about, morality and power and what it means to be human, which is what I'm going to dive into with our guest today. So Ian Nathan, he's one of the UK's best-known film writers, former Empire editor. He breaks down all 26 of Scorsese's films and reveals what makes his storytelling so timeless. Please make welcome to the program, the great Ian Nathan. Good morning. Or good afternoon, where you are.
Good morning. It's afternoon here, but it's morning with you.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good.
I am going to say 2 words because I think, and I'd love you to kind of unpack this, Ian. Good morning, welcome. mean streets, because it seems that no matter where Martin Scorsese is in his movies, the streets are always mean. And whether it is Jerusalem, whether it is actually New York, or whether it is New York of the 19th century, it doesn't matter where Martin Scorsese is. There's a meanness to the streets, but at the same time, like this cover that you have on this book, the streets are mean, but there is romance in the air, and I mean that with a capital R as opposed to just two people falling in love. Do you feel like that there is that sort of meanness that he kind of makes people wander through and then kind of draws moral conclusions based on how they react to those environments?
Oh, completely. I think everything he makes, as you say, from historical epics to contemporary films to gangster films, they all come back to his own childhood and his own view of the world. He grew up on Elizabeth Street in Little Italy in Manhattan. He was very asthmatic as a child, so he couldn't go out very much. He couldn't join the other gangs and kids on the street. But he used to watch from a window and watch the whole of life pass by on these streets. And as you say, it was everything. It was romantic. It was New York, in the 50s and 40s. It was also gangsters, the crime. He would see it all from this frame of his window. And in a sense, all his films that he's made, since then, are and trying to interpret what that says about humanity.
I'm going to follow up with one quick thing and then toss this over back to Lindsay. There is also something about him in that he has something incredibly in common and nothing in common with Quentin Tarantino. Is I don't know, and maybe you. I was trying to think of it. Other than Tarantino, is there any filmmaker that is more encyclopedic, meaning that you could watch all of his movies and then, based on references, see the history of cinema in regards to a visual medium that he works his own morality through? That his understanding of cinema overall, whether it is popular culture stuff like Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments or the films of Pier Paolo Pasolini, Scorsese knows them, and so that he doesn't even have to, like what I call pay homage, he can just literally reference it and put it out there. That window view was also directed towards the films of other people, that he literally inhales them and is spitting them back out onto the screen.
Oh, completely. I mean, the one place he could go as a child was the movies. And he grew up on the movies. He says they saved his life. In a sense, they gave him a life. And completely, I would say that there's probably no one alive, and there might be some. I like to think there's no one alive who knows more, has seen more than Scorsese. Tarantino has probably a greater, terrific knowledge of exploitation film and a certain kind of 70s cinema. Scorsese knows it from the silent movies right through to contemporary film. His love of Alan Pressburger, the great British filmmaker who he's made a documentary about, that's filled, with colour that he then uses in his films. He loves the noirs of the 40s. He quotes, at will. You can probably tackle him on anything. If he was on the call with us now, you could throw any film title at him. He would have a take on it. He is a brilliant mastermind on the history of film, as much as he is a filmmaker. And I don't see those two things as separate. I think they're combined, as you were saying. And he invests everything he makes with that sense of potential of this medium. If you were to say one thing about Scorsese, is the man who's pushed this very new art form, in a sense, just over 100 years old, this thing called film. He has pursued its possibility. He has pursued it as an art form. One of his great frustrations as a creative person is this sense that people conceive of literature as greater than film. And he's always fought against that, within his films. That no, you can do so much with film. It's so important. It's so valuable. I think one of his great causes is film preservation. He is the mightiest living film brain there is.
The mightiest living film brain there is. What a bold statement. So since you mentioned, Tarantino, you've written definitive books on Spielberg, Tarantino, Tim Burton as well. And this time circling back to Scorsese, I'm you call Scorsese the filmmaker who blends that raw emotion and intellectual depth. I'm so curious what that combination looks like to you, because it kind of sounds like what you're saying, but being that he is it's both historian and filmmaker, he's able to balance multiple worlds, it feels like. Which also plays into both the emotion yet intellectual side of it. Is that right?
Oh, completely. He calls himself an anthropologist. He loves to study people. And I think, again, it goes back to growing up in New York and sort of witnessing people and being part of that world. It's obviously an endless fascination to him, and he wants to bring film stories, film narratives close as possible to the idea of real life. So there's a documentarian element to him, and he does make documentaries as well. He wants to study people in a way that doesn't fit the old movie formulas, and he adores the old movie formulas, the great 40s films, but he won't see the world in good and bad. If you think of a film like Goodfellas, it's very much a portrayal of the life of gangsters, and that's the point. It's about the life, the lifestyle, how attractive it was to the young man, Henry Hill, the center of the story, how he's drawn in. Of course, Scorsese's sort of saying to us, wouldn't you be drawn in? Wouldn't you want to live like this? Wouldn't you want to walk into a nightclub and, through the kitchen and arrive at the front of the stage and be the man? Surely you understand why he became this gangster. He doesn't see the world in simple terms, which makes the films very complex and often sort of quite challenging. Again, that's their quality. I love Wolf of Wall Street, about these sort of deplorable guys who sort of conned people out of money, basically, and lived a decadent life. What I love about it is Scorsese doesn't pass judgment. He leaves that up to us. We watch the film, laugh and love it, then start to go, hold on, these people are despicable. Shouldn't we not be laughing? That's the challenge of Scorsese.
I'm going to say this really quickly, Lindsay. Everybody who has seen Casino, everyone who has seen Wolf of Wall Street, everybody who has seen Goodfellas, I said that if he really succeeds at what he wants to do, you end up walking out thinking you had a great time and feeling absolutely dirty at the end that you did. And that's
balance. It's all balance.
It's all balance. I wanted to make this really quick point because you talked about film as an art form on the level of painting and making symphonies and all that. All I kept thinking about, and I thought about Spielberg as well too, if Spielberg is Rockwell, then Scorsese is Jackson Pollock, because I wanted to make a confession here. The way I got into Scorsese in the 80s was I'd seen other movies of his and enjoyed them and was told they were important. It was life lessons. It was the short film in an otherwise forgettable thing. I don't know if you've seen it, Lindsay. It's 3 films, Coppola, Woody Allen, and Scorsese. The other 2, Woody Allen is basically telling one long joke, and Coppola is in his worst element, which is the element of privilege. But then Scorsese shows up and makes this movie about a painter, and it was at that moment I realized, I said, I get what he's doing with the camera. He's actually engaged in action painting, the same thing that Jackson Pollock did, that he thinks in terms outside of just cinema. He says, how can cinema create the effect of an action painting? How can it create the effect of a jazz solo? I mean, is he thinking in those terms? And you can talk about that short movie where Nick Nolte is never better.
Yeah, Life After Trivia is part of New York Stories, which is, as you say, a triple bill of great filmmakers on New York. Maybe not all of them at the top of their game, but I agree, the Scorsese one works the best. And I think there's an element of self-portrait in it. It's about the arrogance of the artist, the danger of the artist falling into self-regard when the younger woman is obviously the greater talent, and it's sort of a warning to himself. I think he is very interested in the limits of the medium. And, I mean, in the end, film is about telling stories and images, not words, images. And obviously words are very important to Scorsese films. It's all about imagery. So I think he is drawing close to that idea of, am I a painter? How do I use color to express things? And how did former filmmakers use it? What can I draw on? He is very happy be a man who is inspired and references other films. He's not like Tarantino in that kind of very deliberate way that he's referencing, that kind of postmodern, better way of commentating on himself. Scorsese likes the transporting power of film still. He creates elegant tableaus. I love the first hour of Casino, where you're not sure the film's actually started yet, in story terms. He just moves into this sort of clinical documentary-like kind of way of examining Vegas, following the money through the casinos. And it's about the movement of the camera that follows the money. It's his kind of idea of creating shots is both radically inventive and inevitable. You think, there's no other way of shooting that. Go back to Goodfellas and the incredible tracking shot of Liotta and Lorraine Bracco moving into the nightclub. And for Scorsese, that was simply a way of representing the power and the glamour of becoming a gangster. And it was all seen through her eyes. It's about her eyes. She goes, as they go in, she's looking at it. She kind of suspects he's not really who he says he is, that he could be a gangster. And she's being drawn into the world too, that she's overcoming whatever moral quandary she might have, thinking, I want this life too. He uses the camera to sort of create emotional states of desire. And you look at Raging Bull, it's full of angst and pain. And then, The Ring is full of sort of release. Right across his work, camera work itself is a dialogue with you.
All right, so we know a lot about Jim. Jim and I both know a lot about you more than me, Jim, about Catholic guilt. But I want to talk about evolution.
I'm experiencing it right now. I mean,
I know. I want to talk about evolution, of his storytelling, what stayed constant as well. Because do you see his Scorsese's Catholic upbringing and those questions of guilt and redemption still shaping his later work? Or to what extent do you see it, rather? I know it does, but I guess to what extent was the evolution on it?
I think for sure. I mean, it is kind of a central theme. If you go back to the childhood, he was an altar boy at St. Patrick's in Lower Manhattan. He did contemplate becoming a priest. Seriously, he was thinking of taking it up. And it was film that sort of pulled him away in a different direction. He often talked about film as his religion. It was a religion that sort of found him. He describes himself as sort of a complicated agnostic. He sort of wrestles with his own faith. And that idea of Catholic guilt, it's not just I think anyone who is Catholic would understand the idea that it's not just a kind of choice to be religious. It's kind of a lifestyle thing that gets imbued into you. It's right back it's in Mean Streets, it's in Who's That Knocking at My Door, his very first film, the Harvey Keitel character. He's constantly looking at crosses and is afflicted by guilt. As you say, if you bring it right through to the most recent films, The Irishman is all about guilt. It's all about a man looking back at his own life and, sort of starting to realize the way that age you contemplate. As Scorsese is contemplating, the end of his life, you look at the things you've done and you think, what has this made of me? And that's very much The Irishman. It's sort of like a counterpoint to Goodfellas. Goodfellas is all about moving into the world. The Irishman is about coming out of the world. But it's all about accountability to ourselves, finally, if not to God. It's about us contesting these things and thinking, what has become of us? Killers of the Flower Moon, perhaps in a more general sense, is about the guilt of the white men, taking oil and taking land and stripping America. There's a kind of sense of, I think Scorsese is sort of marrying his own sense of guilt and being there in Taxi Driver, New York, and all those great films, especially in Raging Bull. I think he's now taking it and he's looking at it at a wider spectrum. He's looking at it in terms of the big story of America. If you want to categorize his later films, I think from Gangs of New York onwards, are very much that he's doing a more historical, I'm telling the story of America style filmmaking, sort of still very personal, still very him. Now it's about what is America's guilt. And there is something of the Catholic very much in that.
By the way, Lindsay, take a look at what Trucker Boson has wrote. I'll let you kind of look at that before. There's another thing I want to kind of get to here. Lindsay, by the way, is a singer-songwriter over in Nashville and talks a lot about the way writing kind of helps act therapeutically towards moving people towards understanding themselves better. I was kind of curious, the documentary is about famous musicians, but I want to kind of go back to The Last Waltz for a second, because I just think one of the most spectacular moments in his entire filmmaking experience is Van Morrison's song moment in The Last Waltz is that Scorsese is so good he actually finds the visual gag by cutting back to Robbie Robertson after the way Van Morrison exits the stage. It's a genuine punchline that he uses Robertson's reaction to Van Morrison's left. What continues to draw him back as a documentary filmmaker towards musical projects as well? What do you think really drives that?
I think music is so important to him. It's so important not just to him personally, but also to his methods. I mean, take any one of his films, and the music actually is more than just an accompaniment. The drama, it makes specific narrative points. It communicates very particular things. It's very much part of the ingredients. When he goes through scripts, this habit of writing songs beside the dialogue, saying this is, I'll use Rolling Stones here, I'll use Robbie Robertson here. He completely loves the idea of what music can do and the power it has. And it sort of falls back to that point about the art form of film. And I think a lot of filmmakers, Kubrick was very like this, they were very envious of what music could achieve emotionally that film takes far more effort to do. You have to do is hear a song, you feel something. Whereas film's got to get you to a place and make you understand that thing. And filmmakers are very interested in, I think they want to take film to the point of music, that kind of almost abstraction. We can take all the dialogue out or the story out. We're left with something that would make us feel the way that songs make us feel. I think that's what draws Scorsese back toward his documentary subjects, Stones, Bob Dylan, say that The Last Waltz with the band, and then Robbie Robertson. He was friends and he was part of that world. And one of his very early jobs, he was one of the team on the documentary Woodstock. He was shooting that and part of that thing. So he's always been there in his career. And I think he doesn't see the crossover. He's never called himself a documentary maker or a narrative filmmaker. He says they're the same thing. So it doesn't change despite the kind of mediums apparently changing. And as you say of The Last Waltz, one of the great things is he brings sort of narrative filmmaking tools to the idea of shooting a concert. He won't let it be just a concert. He fills it with sort of dramatic ideas and dramatic energy that communicates the world around that and the personalities involved. People, at the heart of his films, what they're going through. And I think he is trying to explore what creativity is, where it comes from in us. That's about exploring himself. It's about exploring the things he loves. Why does "Gimme Shelter" by the Rolling Stones translate and communicate so much in his films? Why does he go back to that song? I don't think he knows exactly, but I think he's fascinated with that concept.
That's it. I love that we brought up the turn to music. Obviously, I think that's fascinating. But I always say, Ian, it's fascinating to me how, whether it be a book, an author or a screenplay or a song, the difference in a song, we can write a song and tell a whole story in 3.5 minutes versus 3 hours or 300 pages. So it's a crazy arc. And I assume that I would love to sit down and have a conversation with the filmmaker about telling the story, and when time is, when it's, when you've got minutes or hours to do it. I think it's fascinating. So with all that being said, my random throw out question to you here, Ian, I don't know how well you know country music, but I guess we can say music in general, but which Scorsese film to you would make the best country song? Film as a whole.
Oh, come on. There's only one, man. You got to
I know,
get
but
this
I want
right.
to see if he says it. Come on. And it doesn't have to be the obvious.
Yeah. No, there's a couple of them, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the one that springs to mind is, and it's a bit too obvious, is Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which is the Ellen Burstyn. She won an Academy Award for it, and she is a country singer. It's not a very Scorsese film in terms of its setting. It's kind of middle America. It's about desire to be a singer. So that, I suppose, embodies some of what you're talking about. But I was just say, a film that could be a country song. Maybe I'm naive, but I kind of think of country songs as very kind of romantic, in a kind of widescreen way, in telling kind of complicated stories.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think of them as urban. I don't think of them as gangster very much. So, where would I go? Although having said that, I think there's elements of Gangs of New York in its kind of sense of the multiculturalism of America and the kind of, and it's all about revenge and it's about fathers and love. So that has elements of it. And here's a funny one for you: Bringing Out the Dead, which is a film. It's kind of a spiritual sister or brother film to Taxi Driver. It's about a lost soul. And I think, it's about a man trying to find his place again, that he's kind of shattered. And I think there's an element of that sadness in Bringing Out the Dead that could maybe translate itself to a country song. But I don't know. What do you think? Do you have one in mind?
Well, I mean, I was going to say Gangs in New York just for the sort of the aesthetic, the visual.
The
if I
rural
was making a
rock.
music video. Yeah, if I was making a music video. I have not seen, is it Bringing Out the Dead? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Called? But now I will probably be watching it tonight. Now that you just explained it, because I do agree with you, by the way, Ian, that I think country music is romantic, even if it is horribly depressing and makes you want to kill yourself. It's also it romanticizes life in general, and I mean for all of the emotions. So all three of your choices are cool for very different reasons, actually.
By the way, Ian, Lindsay, Bringing Out the Dead, has there ever, I got to tell you, my father and I saw that together in the movie theater, and when Ving Rhames brings that kid back to life is one of the most emotionally
Did you
uplifting.
just spoil something for me?
No, it's one little bit of an overall.
Okay.
The star is Nicolas Cage. It's his story. But there is a moment in there where I got to tell you, Lindsay, it's galvanizing in its fraudulence and in its absolute joy. Ian, we're out of time, man.
What?
We're
Guys,
out of time.
You got to go get this book, Martin Scorsese, the iconic filmmaker, and his work. You can find it wherever you buy your books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, eBay, wherever you look, you search, you can
It's
find
a great
it as well.
gift.
And it is beautiful. Now, I don't physically have it, but I have seen it in your hands over there, Jimmy. I've gone through the PDF, but I've seen it with you in your hands. It is stunning. Ian, thank you for making the time for us today. And please come back you have several other works that we would love to dive into as well. So I will hope to have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian Nathan. Glad we got him back on the show. Big shout out to his publicist for making this happen. Big shout out to Claire for working behind the scenes. Big shout out to Dre for getting him in touch with us over across the pond. And a big
shout out to you guys for listening, and to you, Jimmy Mack, for being here and putting up with me. God bless you, baby.
God bless you. It ain't putting up. It's shutting up. We'll be right back. More great guests on the way.
Thanks for shutting up and making room for me.
There you go.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. Phone Master Dre on the ones and the twos, keeping us on the air and keeping us delivering you the deliverables that you need so you can deliver your load.
Wow.
That just came to me, but I feel like it's brilliant. Thank you very much. Well delivered.
Minted, by the way. Get that get that puppy minted, by the way. So this is interesting. How do you introduce three people, Lindsay?
I don't know. I think you just say, Jimmy, something about. I mean, listen. It's right up our audience's alley because these people love to drive cross country. I mean, it's as simple as that, and they love to do it and tell stories together as a family. So,
I thought I'd take a run and do it in their words, by the way. This might be the best way to do this. To tell this road trip story appropriately, I'm enlisting two other authors. My father, who now goes by Grandpop, and my daughter, who I'm calling Kiddo. Together, we three make up the crew who took cross-country road trips to celebrate our graduations. Yes, you read that correctly. 3 consecutive generations of my family, I'm talking about Scott, of course, celebrated their graduations by taking cross-country road trips. To a certain degree, dad joke alert, his words, not mine, it makes sense. My passion for road trips came from my father, and it was natural for me to pass that love on to my daughter, and guess what? So nice, we decided to do it thrice. We got them all, Lindsay. We got the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side.
This is going to be a zoo.
Scott Burney is joining us, but guess who else is joining us? Mike Burney, Scott's father, who we will call Grandpop, and Claire Leitner, Scott's daughter, who we will call Kiddo. I'd like to welcome all 3 of them after directing you guys to takebackroads.com. Scott is back. Mike and Claire are joining us for the first time. Welcome to Road Gang Radio, our friends. We are so delighted, as Teddy Roosevelt, the great adventurer, would say, delighted to have you aboard. Welcome, Scott. Welcome, Mike. Welcome, Claire.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Mike.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. We'll make sure we call out your name when we address everybody. But you're also family, so you can step all over each other if you want. Is that fair? Well, I'm going to actually start because wisdom is going to win here. I'm going to start with Grandpop, with Mike, because Mike, when I saw that we were going to have you on, of course, the first thing that hit me was the idea of the difference of a road trip in the 60s versus 2025. It's obviously, there's some of the same joys and adventure and heart behind it, of course, but it is done very differently. And so obviously in the 60s, there weren't even cell phones to call around. In 1999, when Scott took his graduation trip, there was a cell phone, but maybe not social media to post along the way. And Claire, taking her trip today, was probably posting the entire way along the journey. So Mike, to you, what is the thing that you miss about a road trip in the 60s and the thing that you don't miss about a road trip in the 60s?
Well, thanks for throwing me an easy softball, Claire
You're
Marie.
welcome.
I'm going to call you Claire Marie.
Oh, that's not my name.
I'm talking to my granddaughter.
Actually, I'm Lindsay. Claire just books the show for it. Not just. She does a lot.
Well, that makes it easier, Lindsay. I'm sorry. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
To
That's
answer,
okay.
answer your question the best I can, the road trip in 1966 was a kind of a graduation from high school present with my cousin Edward, same age as me, who lived in Great Neck, New York. I lived in Baltimore, Maryland. We had my father's car, and then we passed that along by having our car go around the country with Scott and his pal. But in 1966, it was the Wild West. And, I mean, we didn't know where we were going half the time. We didn't have any kind of GPS type of guidance. We had a map of the United States. We had been to AAA. Do people even know that AAA exists today? And, you know, so we had maps of all the states we were going to drive through, which ended up being about 25 states. And we had to look at the maps and talk to each other. We didn't have anything that helped us. It was also the Wild West because the price of gas was 30 cents a gallon. The hotel was $4, if we stayed in a motel, which we did 5 or 6 nights out of, 7 weeks, it was $4 for a motel. Breakfast was 99 cents, and of course maybe that's true today, but it was like 9 cents or 10 cents if it was on sale. So, the country was much more, I think, wide open in 1966, but we didn't know where we were going some of the time, and that made it more of an adventure. We learned a lot about ourselves, and that was a spectacular part, as well as the gorgeous beauty of America the Beautiful.
Lindsay, I'm going to pivot.
Pivot?
I'm going to pivot to Scott and kind of say and ask a kind of an existential meta question. So you serve as a bridge between one generation and the next. You sit squarely in the middle. And I'm kind of curious, as you guys take this trip together how much self-awareness did you have? How much awareness of like both enjoying the trip and watching it unfold, but every once in a while having to check in and realizing what you all three were orchestrating together in regards to kind of, did you have moments of editorializing to yourself of kind of looking in awe and wonder, not just at the American landscape, but at these two people on either side of you as bookends? I mean, can you talk about the impact from a familial standpoint of what this meant to make this trip and to kind of tell this story?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was really, obviously, a very kind of life-changing adventure when I took my trip in 1999. It was obviously something that created a rather significant impression, you know, is something that I still remember and refer back to even now. And of course, you know, it was something that I really enjoyed. I know how impactful it was for my father when he took his trip. And so, of course, it was only natural that I would, you know, make the suggestion and make the offer to Claire that she and I would take a similar trip as kind of, you know, part of my graduation gift for her. And so we did that when she graduated from high school. And, you know, I'm certainly not going to try to steal any of her thunder, but it seems to be that she enjoyed it enough that she actually wanted to do it again when she graduated from college. So, you know, it was very clear, you know, as I don't want to necessarily say the middleman, but, you know, being the person that kind of bridged that gap between the generations, that this was a very easy passion for me to pass on to Claire. It was something that, you know, was natural and obvious on the one hand, and also, you know, I think a fairly monumental experience for her as well. So, you know, it was a joy for me to do that with her. Obviously, you know, it was a very special experience to have those times together. And, you know, it was a little bit of a gift for myself as well, of course, to be able to do 2 cross-country trips again. So, you know, something that I really enjoyed, and I enjoyed watching her experiencing that, and watching her grow and watching her learn and see what it was like to really witness the just broad expanse of the United States.
Scott, I just want to say I love that for Claire's graduation, you got yourself a gift. So, you know, the time with her, I just have this vision of like you pulling the car up and you're being like, surprise. And she's like, you got me a car for graduation? She's like, no, get in. We're spending quality time together.
Yeah.
No.
I'm kidnapping you. Let's
I am
go.
kidnapping you. I also want to say, by the way, I see when you graduated, Scott, you're younger than me, and just by 2 years, but you're younger than me with a child who just graduated from college, and my kid's turning 7 tomorrow. So I don't know who's doing it better or worse or what it is, but either way, I embrace the fact that of your freedom and getting to do it together. So let's go to Claire now. Claire, so you've just graduated college. This is your second trip with your dad. Obviously, your trip, I'm going to guess, was practically, you know, fully digital between the photos and the posting and the playlists, which of course we have to talk about, and documenting the journey. Are you able to see, since all you've known is digital, are you able to see how different this trip must have been versus your dad's or even your grandfather's in the past? Are you aware of how those differences play in?
Yeah, most definitely, for sure. I know a few days ago we were talking about it, and like the three of us, and looking at pictures, and it dawned on me. I was like, oh my goodness, like my grandfather was talking about how they had their car, a problem occurred, and I was like, wow, you didn't have like a cell phone to be able to call anyone, like you had to stumble upon an auto repair shop. And so it's just very like fortunate nowadays that when we are traveling, we have technology. If something were to go wrong, or just like for maps, I know I'd be lost without that. So I definitely see major differences.
And then, so what we say though, that outside of the positives to having digital, what is something that you sort of like looking back, hearing Mike, hearing your grandfather talk about what it was like for him? Is there anything that you're sort of jealous of? I know you can't imagine a life without your cell phone in your hand. None of us can anymore. But is there anything that you're like, man, if I wish I didn't know what I didn't know, kind of thing? Is there something that you wish you could maybe bring more into light into the future these days that we didn't have back then?
Yeah, so I think our cell phones are always something in front of your face, and it's so easy to capture a moment. And I think that like back then it would have been potentially a little nicer not having as much access to technology, in the sense that you're more present in the moment and you're looking around as you're driving. And I know that's one thing I really tried to work on, to look at my surroundings and not my phone.
Good for you.
But yeah, I think that being
Lindsay,
more present.
can I add to Claire?
Please.
Can I add to what she said? She and my son taught me to do that when I was in California this summer, and I am very grateful that I put the phone down.
Good for, see, love can build a bridge, guys. We're doing it. We're doing it.
And Scott, I'm also curious in regards to your own experience, with an Austrian who had just learned to drive when you did that back in 1999. If in fact you had any sort of flashbacks or any sort of like winces when, like I said, because the road is not only a movement forward, it's actually we end up having flashes of the road that we have traveled before. At any points and moments did you look back with immense fondness, but more importantly, did you ever find yourself wincing about some of the things that happened in 1999?
Oh, absolutely. So there are two stories that immediately leap to mind. One of the very first experiences that was very memorable in our trip was we were driving down the interstate. We're in the middle of, Kansas or Nebraska, and there's not much to do, not much to really talk about or pay attention to. So we're just kind of horsing around the way that two 18-year-old kids would do. And Dietmar accidentally, as we're just roughhousing, hit the shifter in the Camry that we were driving and pushed it from drive into reverse at about 75 miles an hour.
Oops.
And the car kind of drifted to a stop on the shoulder. And I thought, of course, we've just shifted the car into reverse going 75 miles an hour. We've just completely nuked the transmission, and our trip is now over, which apparently we discovered in that moment that I guess there's some kind of technology in there that the vehicle shifts to neutral instead of actually going all the way into reverse.
It's why you drifted.
We were incredibly fortunate in that moment, to say the least. And the other one that, really pops to mind that I get fresh reminders of all the time, we live in the Bay Area now. And one of the really horrifying experiences that we had on our trip was coming across the Bay Bridge from Berkeley, Oakland area into San Francisco. And I don't know if anybody has ever driven that bridge, but there are about 12 to 15 lanes of toll booth that very, unannounced and very quickly goes from 12 lanes down to 2. And that's the first time either one of us had ever navigated a situation like that in our lives. And there's no signs, there's no markings. It's just you're gradually losing lanes as you're going, 70, 80 miles an hour, battling with commuter traffic across one of the more popular bridges in the country. And of course, every time now that we live here, every time I drive across that bridge, it's just a fresh reminder of the stress that, still happens every day trying to traverse that bridge and get into San Francisco.
So we're talking with 3 generations of travelers, road trippers. As you guys know, most of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, so I'm sure they're listening on the other side being like, we know exactly what you're talking about. We have all the tips and tricks. I want to know, and I'll ask Mike this question. Mike, what felt more dangerous back then versus today? And I use dangerous as either a good or a bad term, depending on where your heart's adventure and desire lays. But what felt actually really dangerous back then versus a trip that you take today?
I guess I would say that we didn't have the level of communication capability that exists today. So we were highly dependent on what was going on in the local area and the community, and we had to count on them taking care of us. We were lucky in a lot of ways. I mean, I have a quick anecdote. Our check generator light went on in the Oldsmobile Cutlass in 1966, when we were backing out of a parking lot, and we spent half a day in the only shop in town that would work on a car. And when we, the guy fixed it, and when we backed up, the check generator light went on. It turned out it was a short to the back of the light on the car. And the guy said to us, basically, well, you don't know that, and if it's wrong, there's no one else that's going to help you, and I'm not going to help you. And I just think, if there had, you think about the capability of finding other places that could help you today, that's a lot better. And I know, too, the thing that Claire mentioned about, my granddaughter mentioned about the cell phone, if I needed to make a call, like when I was ready to quit the road trip because I was angry at something, you had to go find a payphone to make a call, and you had to hope that you had a nickel or a dime, and you could carry on the conversation for another 3 minutes for another nickel. So a lot has changed.
A lot is well, and then you guys can all step on each other and answer at the same time here. Who's actually the most cautious traveler of the three of you all?
Grandpa.
Yeah.
Grandpa owns that one.
Claire, your vote.
I think so. Yeah.
Thinking about it more, actually, yeah, I think Grandpa.
Grandpa, cautious. All right.
Well, one of the things, Scott, that really landed with me is when you wrap up the piece, and it actually permeates the piece entirely. Talking with Grandpop and Kiddo about our cross-country road trips, a unifying theme runs throughout. More than anything, we learned how to be captains of our ship, the leader of our lives, to be independent, to navigate the world around us. I think about at the end of 1999, beginning of 2000, I actually, a little bit older, took a trip from New Orleans to go to the University of Washington to start my adventure out there. And look, I've driven all over the place. I've been all over the country. But I remember there was something about that trip in particular, the changes in topography, the changes in climate and all that kind of stuff, and that sense. And by the way, guys, I did have a AAA triptych was in the car with me as I made that trip. and I just want to kind of have you, all three of you at some point, talk about that idea, that captain of your ship, that sense of independence that I think everybody needs in a growing up process to take a journey on their own, to kind of accumulate and acclimate to what it means to be out there doing your thing. We can start with Claire and then move up generations, Scott, and of course Mike. Let's just start with you, Claire. I mean, at any point did you realize, wow, I'm in charge? This is my life and my destiny.
Yeah, so back in 2021 when I graduated high school, that trip was the first time I have ever driven consecutively for, I think at the time, I did 6 hours. And then on this past trip, I did 12 hours. So about doubled. But that first trip, I was just driving. I think the time when it hit me, my father fell asleep, and I was like, wow, like I'm like halfway across the country driving in like a state I've never been and a place I've never been, and it's just given me a lot of confidence in my driving abilities, even to this day, especially with the second trip. Just having so many miles under my belt for someone my age, I feel like driving in new areas, I'm much more confident and I don't get as anxious about having to drive somewhere I've never been before.
I mean, it's that great thing. I haven't been here, but I've been here before. And that's a really nice feeling, I think, to a large degree. Scott, your take?
Absolutely. So we definitely chuckled about the triptych because, we definitely had one in 1999 as well. We took that trip. It was 8 more years before iPhones would even be invented. So we were following a triptych, at least pretty religiously for the first couple days. And there was something that caught our attention. I wrote about this in the post that I published, but there was something somewhere out there that we, were really kind of drawn to. And we're like, you know what, let's just disregard the map for a little bit and let's, go up there and see what we see. And as soon as we got off, it was like once we had broken out of what was planned for us, and we're really kind of, like I said in the post, captains of our own ship, that we were kind of guiding our own destiny and, disregarding what the plan was. That particular moment, even though there wasn't anything special about where we were going or what we were seeing, just the fact that we were able to make the decision that, you know what, we're in charge of this trip. We are the ones that are going to decide where we're going. That is such a poignant moment that it absolutely is one of the biggest pivot points, I think, in my life, where I first really experienced and tasted what I'll call true independence.
Side quest. That's the side quest moment in the piece, by the way, which you can find on takebackroads.com. We now, Lindsay, come to Mike and his take. Go on.
Yeah, I was really, really close with my father, particularly before I started the trip with Edward, my cousin, in 1966. And by the time I got home 7 weeks later, I knew that I was ready to leave the nest, as they say today. I was ready to go to college. I was ready to be on my own. I didn't need to rely as much on my parents, and especially my father, as I always had. So the sense of independence grew over 7 weeks into something that then accelerated my development in life. And for that, I am profoundly grateful to, my family, all of us. We're a really close-knit family, guys, and always have been. And yet, I know each of us, the three of us on this call and others in the family, we are all fiercely independent. And there's good reason for that. It's because you have confidence in your skills, you have experience in life, and you've grown. And, all of that matters. And I revere what Scott did. I revere what my granddaughter Claire did. And I certainly revere what I did. And it just, the sense of independence is everlasting.
That's beautiful. The tight-knit yet independent juxtaposition is really great. Okay, we got to be fun here for a minute. We got to talk music, food, and ritual, of course. So, Mike, it's funny here, Jim, when you think about probably what's happening musically. I'm just going to be stereotype and guess that, Mike back then, it was classic rock and AM radio. Scott was more 90s alt rock and mixtapes, and Claire's more curated playlists and Spotify, which all three different things. But each of you, when you get in the car, if there's a difference between, I think, with the music, if you're driving versus you're in the passenger seat. So we'll just say each one of you, if you're driving, what's the first go-to playlist when you hit the open road, or song or band that should be playing? Mike, we'll start with you.
For Grandpop, it would be Motown, I guess.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot there. When you say Motown, you got a lot of options.
Oh yeah, a lot of groups of people all wearing the same suit or the same dress and singing a really groovy tune. I
see Mike in a convertible with his hair flying right now, if he has hair.
A shout out to your listeners. You mentioned, we did get help along the way from some of the people who drove trucks, and one of the things I learned was there was music I didn't even know existed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And by the way, this channel, by the way, played a large part in kind of shaping the music that those folks listened to as well. So we have our own legacy that we're particularly proud of as well too. Same question, Scott. What's the music? What's the go-to? As Lindsay asked.
It's really funny actually because my go-to when I'm driving is usually classic rock now. And I'm a blues guy at this point, so I absolutely love blues music, which, like Motown, is a pretty substantially large genre with a lot of options, which, when you're on that long haul, definitely helps you get through to have a lot of stuff to listen to and a lot of variety. So pretty much anything really, though, that has kind of an upbeat, uplifting kind of movement to it is going to be on my radio at some point.
Beautiful. All right, Claire. Now for the wild card, Claire. What are you listening to when you kick off?
Yes, every time I get this question, it's so hard for me to answer because I feel like it's very dependent on maybe how I'm feeling that day. But typically for like a road trip, no particular artist that I would put on, but definitely, like my father was saying, more playlists that like have upbeat, lively music to help keep me awake on those longer rides. But yeah, no particular artist is coming to mind.
It's interesting, Jim, though, just generationally, like grandpa and dad knew it's Motown, it's blues. And then Claire, the younger generation's like, it's whatever makes me feel good at the moment. Don't ask me who I am. Don't put me in a box. I like it. Own it, Claire.
But by the way, I'm going to say this to Claire, though. In all fairness, your zone has been flooded musically in a way that your previous generations have not. It's like, what do I pick? I can pick anything because it's all there, and it's very, very. It's almost like gridlock in Chicago on the Eisenhower.
Jim, you got to ask him about food. I got to know what food's in the car.
Really quickly. What's the go-to snack? We start with Claire. You go first.
Chips.
What kind of chips? Got to get away with chips. What kind of chips?
Chips.
Not pulling out one. What kind of chips?
Well, I love salty foods, so I have a gluten allergy, so it's a little difficult to pack some snacks. But one of my favorite chips used to be the garden salsa chips. Those are
that's quality stuff right there.
Crunchy. Scott, what are you eating?
Top it, Scott.
Also a salty snack person, so I actually prefer either like the Chex Mix or Gardettos, the Gardettos mix.
Love. Don't kiss anybody after that, though. All right, Grandpa, what you eating?
I'm the most bland guy in the world. I love Snaps pretzels, those little square pretzels that look like a window pane. And I love pretzels in 1966 and in 1999, and I still do.
Pretzels and Motown. I like it.
I got no problem with pretzels. You know why pretzels are the best, Lindsay? Because it's like anybody doesn't like pretzels really is just like,
communist.
Essentially you're a red, which is the exact opposite of what this website looks like. Actually, its little hashtag actually has an American flag. Guys, I can't recommend spending some time at takebackroads.com. We enjoyed it the first time we got a chance to talk just with solo artists. Now we have 3 individuals bonded by their individuality of 3 different generations. Claire, Scott, Mike, Scott, Claire, thank you all so much for making the time to join us this morning. We really loved having you.
Thanks a lot. And let me add one quick thing.
Go.
There is a photo on the website. Scott's got a photo that he took and that I took that are identical photos 30 years apart. You got to see it to believe it.
I saw it. It is very cool. The website and the photos I feel like I'm at camp. It's got that sort of nostalgia in the best kind of way to it. You know what I mean?
It's a great website.
Taking cross-country road trips to celebrate graduation, a 3-generation tradition, is the article we are talking about. The blog post we're talking about. Take Back Roads is the place you want to be if you want to get somewhere along with Road Gang Radio. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye, friend.
Awesome.
Don't go anywhere after this, guys. Guess what we're doing? Well, we're doing everything, but also we're taking your calls. We're talking about your favorite thing to do on a road trip. What do you like to eat? What do you like to listen to? I want to know what Jim and Dre have to say. You know I'm going to tell you what I think. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We sure can. Into some good old sleazy debauchery / good time with Lindsay and Jimmy Mack.
Sleazy in the best possible way,
Yeah.
that sleazy 70s
Yeah,
feel.
fun sleazy.
Yeah,
fun
fun.
sleazy.
Non-judgmental
fun size.
sleazy, yeah.
If you can't take it sleazy, take it light here on Road Gang Radio.
I can't spell it.
Sleazy.
There is so much to unpack after those first two conversations. A great third one headed our way, a great replay after that, and a great brand new spanking We Should Ride. Good God almighty, Road Gang Radio's making it happen.
Much going on. You know how I said to you yesterday, I think this was off air. I get confused sometimes what I've told you guys on air versus off air. But I think I told you off air
The
that
topical will work, by the way. Go ahead, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, thank you.
Rub it.
That I was not nervous, but really intrigued to see how this conversation today on We Should Write will go, because it is a 23-year-old, and the 46-year-old in me is always like, meh, what does a young kid have to say? I do it with music. I do it with my country and western muse. I immediately move past stories about young artists. I do it. I admit it. I'm here. The first step is admitting there is a problem. The second step is having a 23-year-old on my show and diving through. And by the way, Tara, who runs so much of the world that is RadioNemo, is one of the most mature 20. She's 25, I believe.
No, 26. She's 26, and
She's
good
26,
God
okay.
almighty, my phone blew up with literally people calling from across the country to praise the living high hell out of her. But
Well,
go
because she's
on.
a badass. So
Yeah.
she's the exact reason why I shouldn't, slough off somebody who is just because they're young. But anyway, so when I was doing all my prep for, I've been reading her book and getting ready for the interview. But like last night when I just outlined it all out for the show today, I was like, was oddly one of the easiest shows to prep, because I have so many genuine questions. I was like flooded with content. I could do 2 hours with her today. It's only going to be one. But joining me is Heather Ogden. She's a 23-year-old fantasy mystical writer.
Wunderkind.
She's a
Wunderkind.
And her first book is out now. It's the first in a 3-part series. And listen, obviously more to come. Like, she's clearly will continue to do amazing things in the world. But I've got some genuine questions from her, because she's very emotional. She talks about really being an introvert, but that how we heal our outside world through healing the inside world and working out some inner, our trials and tribulations. And she's doing it through these fantasy characters. She talks a lot about fantasy, so if you're into that, tune in, guys. But it's going to be a very interesting conversation. That will be a new episode live today from 12 to 1, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Right before it was last week's conversation with Amy Daughters, which have your Kleenexes, but also your I can take on the world. Let's connect with everybody hat on, because it's a great one as well. So it's going to be a great day today. It's going to continue to be a great day, Jimmy Mack.
It's a great day to be alive. So,
You got rice cooking in the microwave.
Yeah, I got a 3-day beard. I don't plan to shave. I want to talk really quickly, too, about we didn't get – there was so much left on the table with E and Nathan as well for the Martin Scorsese interview. And the thing that I didn't get a chance to talk about is, look, this isn't a political thing, but let me give you the example of his cultural reach, of Scorsese's cultural reach. So in the aftermath of the January 6th events, a lot of people got themselves arrested, and a lot of people many of those people went down there just thinking they were having a good time cosplaying.
Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, everybody's having a good time. One of the funniest videos I ever saw, Lindsay, was people actually had live videos of some of those folks being arrested immediately after at the airport.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Wait, listen. Being arrested at the airport, being arrested at their place of work, being arrested going to their cars. And what they did was they got a narrator to talk like Ray Liotta from Goodfellas, and they
Yes.
played the end of Layla. You know, the famous end of Layla, down, 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 down. And it's really great because everybody instantly knew what the reference was. Because the guy's going like, they didn't even see it coming. Everybody thought they would just go back to their regular, and he's got the Leota voice going. And I remember that moment. There are two Scorsese moments because the movie that we were talking about, the one that made me a big Scorsese fan, which is Life Lessons with Nick Nolte as Lionel Dobie, the famous painter, the Lion. It literally is essentially two songs. So how does Scorsese manage to make watching somebody paint? How does he make watching somebody
watching paint dry.
watching somebody paint a picture and make it exciting? And he does two things. One of which he does is when he's really like into the work and really just cutting into it and putting that paint on the canvas. He plays Bob Dylan's Rolling Stone live version with the band as his backup, which is a really high energy thing. The other one he plays that kind of becomes the whole movie, the whole short movie, is Procol Harum's Whiter Shade of Pale. And that organ, the way that organ plays and the way his voice sounds in that song without any dialogue happening just captures them all. It's spectacular.
I have a question on the Nick Nolte movie for you, and I haven't seen it. But do you think, you said how he manages to continue to draw people in when you're just watching someone paint? Between, I'm assuming, again, I haven't seen it, but the imagery and the music, and that, because Scorsese does so much with sound and the visuals and shots, and creates that tension. Is it this is what came to my mind, is it the reason that I'm watching and I'm drawn in when somebody's just painting? Is it because it gives me that time and space to think about what the character's thinking about, to think about who that person is, what they've done, the life they've lived, and then it gives me sort of a quiet time to paint my own mental picture of his life?
Well, that's exactly it. Well, it could be quiet time. It could be very turbulent. What he's doing is, he hit the nail on the head. He's creating the space rather than telling you what he's doing. He's showing you what he's doing, and he's using the music to create the internal struggle that's going on inside the artist. And he uses that music very, very... Scorsese has a lot of really great original soundtracks, but Scorsese's picking of popular songs. Go back and I would tell, you can look it up, Lindsay. Just type in "Can You Hear Me Knockin'" Casino and watch how that song is used. Watch how Layla is used in Goodfellas. I mean, it just goes on and on. The number of Scorsese, Tarantino does this to a large degree too, picking the absolutely perfect song to go along with the action. And you're laughing, right, Dre? Because you know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, ears.
I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable how you kind of pick that, how you pick a song to kind of perfectly, and that's a really hard thing to do. And he does it throughout all of his movies. There are just moments there, and they're supposed to capture the internal reality of what's going on. The visual captures what's on the surface. The music captures what's behind it. So yes, to answer your question long form, yes.
Well, what if you would have just said yes?
Yes. Yes. Well, that's exactly why I didn't answer yes. But yeah, you get the idea. The music creates the mental space for you to contemplate and understand what the person is going through in that particular moment.
Yes would have worked as well, by the way.
By the way,
Actually,
also, Last Train to Clarksville and After Hours, which I told you, I think that if you watched After Hours, that might quickly become your favorite Scorsese movie. It's like the comic version of the stuff that he examines in Taxi Driver.
Will you do me a really big favor?
Yeah.
And you don't have to do it anytime soon, but you know me very well. You know me almost as well as, maybe better than, whatever, you know me well. Will you give me a list of like 10 movies that you're going to assume I haven't seen? And I don't mean, they don't have to be classic stuff that, like, with Lindsay's spiritual woo lens and music and all the crap I like to dive into, things that might expand my mind where I'm sitting here alone in the woods at night. That would be great.
I did this,
and I'm going to need that in 10 minutes.
I did that for Claire when Claire and I first met, and I kind of got a sense of what Claire loved in regards to the rhythms of that they practice. I said to myself, rather than show Claire my favorite movies, why don't I show Claire some of my favorite movies that I know Claire will love?
Yeah, I don't want to know your favorite movies. I mean, I do, but yeah, it's a different thing. The only reason I ask is I feel like you would actually really enjoy that task.
I would love but this is I'll give you two right now, but it's a different kind of experience. The list that you're asking for, I will give you in total. I would love, like it or not, I would love to see you and your father's reaction to watching Mr. Hobbs Takes a Vacation together. I would love to see you.
We've both seen it. I want to say we could do it together. Maybe we haven't watched that together.
Yeah, I mean,
I love the character because it isn't the main character in that also the same as not Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, but Mr. Hobbs. Isn't it a series? Isn't he?
No, it's
okay,
not. It's Jimmy Stewart takes his family to the beach for a vacation, and everything that could go wrong does, but at the same time, and the best part is that the whole thing, we actually hear what he's thinking, and it's always.
I have to watch that with my dad. That's a great idea,
actually. I mean, and the way.
We're going to Dollywood as a family, and my dad is dreading it. Maybe we'll watch it at the cabin together.
Yeah, and I will tell you this right now, there are so many times where, he says one thing. Basically, Curb Your Enthusiasm borrows a lot from it as a narrative device where he'll be like, no, son, it's fine. When that tanker almost hit us out here in the water, it was definitely headed out to sea. I am now sure, having got in my bearings, that we're headed back to shore. And then his internal monologue goes, a shore-bound tanker last saw the dinghy heading out to an open sea, wondering why such a small ship was headed in that direction. So it becomes this kind of counter thing where he has to help one daughter save her marriage. He has to help another daughter find her way through, the rough time of being a teenager, a son who watches more cowboy movies than talks to him. It's all that groovy stuff, while at the same time still trying to impress clients. It's everything. It's every single dad's nightmare for a family vacation come
Perfect.
true.
My dad, I'm sure. And what's great watching something with my dad, he laughs so loud, like uncomfortably loud, and like spits, screams loud. He's so into it, and it's stuff that most people are not laughing at. You know what I mean? Like he's like dying laughing, and people are like, what? He's funnier than watching the show. And it's usually the stuff because he knows it's his way of recognizing his own stuff. It's the reason Father of the Bride is my favorite movie of all time, because Steve Martin in Father of the Bride is my dad on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Both the beauty of he loves and would do anything for his daughter, and also like his children and his family and everybody in the whole world are also the bane of his existence. It's exactly my dad in the most beautiful way.
Exactly. And I also tell people to go back and watch movies through a different lens. I mean, I know you've seen Groundhog Day numerous times, and I know you've seen A Christmas Story numerous times. I'll come up with a list. These aren't my list for you. These are just fun little projects. To go watch A Christmas Story, but make sure that you pay attention as you watch it again to only really focusing on Darren McGavin playing the dad, and to watch him for real, and to watch how much more on top of what is going on with Ralphie than you ever figure out until the end of the movie. They set up that gift that he gives his son at the end of the movie much better than people think they do, because they're spending so much time thinking about Ralphie. They don't realize that every time the dad is on the screen, he loves his son like there is no tomorrow, and it hits you in the feels. And then the other one is to go back and watch Groundhog Day and focus particularly.
You already said that.
Yeah, but to focus particularly.
Oh, you missed the joke.
Yeah. I got you, babe. I got you. Yeah, I got that one in there too. Is to watch him trying to save the old man. Is to watch where saving the old man comes in the movie, because it changes everything in that film. He's already a good person by the time he gets to the old man, but watching what changes when he comes to that moment it'll wreck you. And I mean that in the best possible way. So those are my and by the way, all three of those are really kind of great kind of holiday films.
Yeah, they all work.
They all kind of work for Thanksgiving and the holidays in general.
What's your favorite, you and Dre, what's your favorite, you said Groundhog Day, which made me think of Bill Murray, which made me think of Scrooge, which is my husband Seamus's favorite Christmas movie of all time.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I know I'm ready.
Scrooge is Seamus's favorite of all time. My favorite of all time. It's cliche, but I don't care. It's Christmas Vacation. I could watch it every day, all year long. I love Chevy Chase in that. It also reminds me of my father in that. What is your favorite Christmas movie?
Really?
I'll start with you, Dre.
Yeah.
Oh, start with me. Ooh, all right. Well, I'm probably gonna get a little judged on this, but I don't care.
She's got Christmas Vacation, dude. Go.
Hey, dude, that's a classic, though. Dude, Deck the Halls with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
What's wrong with that?
It's a bomb.
Everything.
It's a bomb.
I don't even think I've seen it.
Oh, dude, having Sinbad in there being the mailman, and it's
terrific.
Just, and it's like, and they're trying to fight for the same toy because they both messed up and waited to the last minute, and
You're
just
really high when you watch that, aren't you? Don't lie.
okay, yeah. I guess I was high when I was 6 when I first saw it. So
Yeah, by the
but
way.
Listen,
I might
don't
get stoned
judge.
now. Yeah.
Let me just make this really clear. People need to enjoy their enjoyment of movies that are anywhere between 4 and 6 on a scale of 1 to 10. And I'm not denigrating what you're saying.
Yeah.
People need to own and enjoy a film that they like that is technically, by every critic standard, anywhere between a 4 and a 6.
A guilty pleasure.
I agree. A guilty pleasure.
By the
exactly.
way-
Listen, coming from someone who watched The Bachelor, do you have a yin to the yang of that?
Oh, mine.
Like a second one that.
Oh, all day, every day. Jim Carrey's Grinch.
Oh, yeah, great.
God,
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it.
Well, too damn bad.
I do.
But
I'm with you on
I don't like it for 2 reasons. And by the way, you can like it. I'm not saying that you're an idiot for liking it.
Yeah.
I don't like giving the Grinch a backstory. I really hate giving the Grinch a backstory.
You've only seen him as a kid?
I don't like that at all.
I do. Inner child work. I'm here for it.
I see him in my nightmares.
Yeah,
I
but,
see you.
but the thing is, sometimes isn't it great when somebody is just a puss of sour for their whole life and then finally gets it?
we hurt people, Jim.
Listen,
I want to know the backstory.
The backstory of the backstory is great because Jim Carrey having to go to was it Navy SEALs to be able to take take pain or something for him to be in that outfit because like he went and
Oh, that backstory is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Grinch having a child.
I know. I'm saying the backstory. The backstory.
That's
listen,
cool.
Listen. Ooh, I'm not going.
That's cool.
Jim doesn't want to deal with his. You don't want to do inner child work, Jim.
Yeah.
Probably right, because I've done so much of it and it's gotten me nowhere. Because all the who's down in Whoville, they say the old Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes that day, and he gained the strength of 10 Grinches plus 2.
Okay.
Every evil
What's
man
your,
has a
what's your favorite,
backstory.
Jim? Let's go.
Come on.
That's not fair.
You can change it. You can change it tomorrow.
Right now, I have a particular affection for Miracle on 34th Street.
I don't like it.
Which version?
The original version. The original version. Like I said, you don't have to. That's the best part.
He was getting.
I know what he was taking a
Scorsese,
shot.
but I don't like it.
I could have said Jim Carrey's the Grinch. He said, you know what? Never mind.
Never mind. Don't like it.
The original Miracle of 34th. That's in black and white.
Yeah,
And who is the little girl?
Well, it's the thing I really love about is the scene where he talks to the girl who only speaks Dutch, who insists on going to see him, and the mother tries to say, "Look, we got her. She's a war refugee.
Speaking to Deutsch.
We're trying to adopt her." And I told her you wouldn't be able to do this, and he starts speaking Dutch to her.
Yeah. Wow.
And and for the first time ever, I went and found out what he's saying, what is being said between all of them. And remember, the woman who's listening also speaks Dutch. That's made really clear that she actually can talk to the child. Lindsay, when I was already wrecked by the film, when I found out what they're saying, he asked her what she wants for Christmas, and she said, I don't know if this is going to work out, but I really hope that this woman and her husband really like me as much as I like them, because the only Christmas present I want is to spend every Christmas from now on with them.
Oof.
Ooh, I mean,
did that hit your? I can feel it in your voice.
Ooh, man! And the other thing is, it's one of the great payoffs of all time. If you haven't seen it, it's your problem, not mine. The scene at the end of the movie when the mailmen show up with all the mail in the courtroom, and because he gets all the mail, because he gets thousands of letters, the post office basically says, if the post office says he's Santa Claus, the judge goes, he's got to be Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And they dismiss the case.
Trucker Bosun for the win. It's Natalie Wood as the little girl. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. And Lindsay, you got to give us a backup one, because everybody is aware of that, which is really cool, but we need another one from you.
Yeah, give us another one.
Okay, I'll give it after you say your comment, Dre.
Oh, well, all right, because a lot of my stories lately have been tying back to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but did y'all see where it was a 20-year reunion between Taylor Munson, the lead singer of Pretty Reckless, and she also was Cindy Lou Who in The Grinch, and Jim Carrey. They had a reunion after not seeing each other in 20 years, because he inducted Chris Cornell into the Hall of Fame, and she sang one of the songs. Well, her whole band sang several of the songs for Chris Cornell.
That's awesome.
That was pretty cool to see.
Awesome. That's awesome. If the Grinch that Stole Christmas with Jim Carrey existed for any reason, it's for that.
Yeah, and just Jim Carrey, man. You just can't hate on Jim Carrey.
Oh, you can.
Not here, okay?
I won't. I like
you.
Jim Carrey, but I'll tell you, given his behavior, I can see people not liking him.
Yeah, touche.
Lindsay, go on.
Okay, well, I mean, I love Elf because that's obvious, and it's Will Ferrell, of course. But that being said, outside of the obvious, I really like and this is a somewhat newer. I really like The Family Stone.
Oh, thank you, Sarah
Very
Jessica
good.
Parker.
Very good movie.
I like it, and because
Craig T. Nelson?
I love the messy humans. Of course, it's got it's got a lot of woo undertones for me, but I like the messy humans coupled with the comedy. It's got heartbreak, which is strange to love at Christmas, but
And real.
heartbreak at Christmas just makes everything really real. But heartbreak, but also healing, people coming back together, and then just the big dysfunctional holiday table full of loud personalities. I love it.
Relate.
By the way, I just thought about this. If I watch it this Christmas, and I might, on your recommendation, go back and revisit it, it's going to land like a ton of bricks because of Diane Keaton.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's going to land like a ton of bricks. Okay, do you want to hear the best horror movie for the holidays? It's not.
No,
It
I
is.
could care
Sure.
less.
Yeah.
Don't watch.
I'm turning myself off.
By the way,
That's a talent.
You're Next is maybe the best holiday horror film ever. You're Next. It's like, and I won't tell you anything else, but I will say this though, Lindsay, if you manage to get through the first hour of it, it's got the best twist of all time in regards to making you feel good about what's happening.
I was in high school when that came out, and I understand.
Remember the home invaders don't realize that the one person who they don't know that is there turns out to be a survivalist survivor.
Oh, man. Hey, going back to y'all asking me my backup, because I'm like, I automatically went to a kid's place when y'all say my Christmas stories and movies. Dude, as I got older, because you told me about it, and then Dave told me about it, Love Actually, and then
God, yeah.
Dude, with me, because look, I'm a sap, and I love Nancy Meyer movies, dude. Holiday, all day.
By the
I
way,
love Holiday,
let me
too.
make this really clear.
God.
You know who's one of the biggest fans of Nancy Meyers of all time?
Ooh, tell me.
Quentin Tarantino. I'm with him, by the way. And let me make this really clear, by the way. The Intern is a great film.
Oh, yeah, we
It's
talked
a great
about that.
film.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. By the way, Trucker Boson says the Santa Claus, and and Gigi Harrison, Little Gina. Little Gina says Scrooged. By the way, she and Seamus would get along on that.
Love Actually is amazing. Love Actually is amazing as a year-round movie.
Thank you.
You know I love Connection. It is the ultimate connection movie, just to show how we, all the different stories and lives happening in the airport or at the funeral or at the Christmas play, when everybody comes, all their other things are going on, and we get to know everybody separately and then understand they're all in the same room at one time. Nothing makes me happier than that. I also love The Holiday. It reignites my love of love, and I'm not a lovey, sappy, romantic person. That's I'm not. But something about The Holiday just makes me want to stay in love. I mean, I want to stay in love because I love my husband, of course. But it's such a reminder to, like, when you find that person that lights you up, just to hold on for dear life.
By the way, we're allowed 2 curse words per show. Ed Garston used up one of them earlier this morning.
Nice.
I will use up the last one, Lindsay. Forgive me on
Shit.
it.
I just wanted to beat you too.
Oh, that's okay. It's the same word, so we're okay. We're
Wow.
okay. Let's go get the shit kicked out of us by love.
Yes.
Is one of the.
And because he's saying it to a little kid too, it's so beautiful. And it's Liam Neeson, who has a particular set of skills. It's so
How
the
about-
juxtaposition of Liam Neeson, who, as we can only think of as one thing, which is what are the movies? Particular set of skills.
Taken.
Taken.
And every other version of Taken that's been made like into
Taken
a,
1 and Taken 37.
My favorite is Dave Nemo. A long time ago, when I first started doing the show, we were saw the trailers for his new film, The Commuter. And Dave came in. I said, "Dude, we're getting ready to go see it." He goes, "I said, Dave, are you excited about The Commuter?" And he goes, "I'm excited about The Commuter too."
Brilliant. Well done, Dave Nemo. Well done.
Two quick things, by the way. Number one, I like Scrooged a lot. I love at the end of the movie when he says, "I'm ready," and the woman steps back and reveals Karen Allen has run down from the homeless shelter to join him, to get down there and be a part of it. That shot of Karen Allen, the girl waiting for him, is just melts your heart. It takes your breath away. And Love Actually has so many of those moments. And I realized that the person I wanted to be most with this Christmas was you. When Bill Nye tells his manager that the person he really loves in this world is his manager, and it's great. It's a great movie. Or the way Emma Thompson hugs Hugh Grant, her brother, when she sees him at the play. when she says, "I am so glad to see you right now."
Yeah.
It's like so good. Matter of fact, I would argue that Alan Rickman breaks our hearts more in Love Actually than he does in Die Hard. Another great Christmas movie. Just kind of
because it turned, the funny thing about the Alan Rick, spoiler alert, they don't end up together. I actually like that Alan's character in that he's they don't even say he's having an affair, but he's tempting with having an affair.
He's getting closer to it.
He's getting closer and closer, and they actually don't reconcile. I kind of like that they don't. It's more real. Obviously, it's more real life. But that she, Emma Thompson, chooses herself on that and doesn't just give in and doesn't become the cliche woman that, I guess this is just how it is and I'll just deal with it. She doesn't choose that. She puts herself first, and I like that. But yet they still come together at Christmas, at a Christmas gathering later. It just makes it more real. Love Actually always
It's real.
for the win forever.
It's real. And by the way, you'll never see Martin Freeman the same way again. I can promise you that, guys. Check out Love Actually. It is a Christmas tradition we're celebrating. My family actually watches The Godfather at Christmas. Enough said.
You guys are so typical Catholic,
Guilt.
Norlinean, guilty.
Guilt. Just rack with guilt.
Not guilty pleasure, just guilt.
Just guilt. By the way, I don't believe in guilty pleasure. I only believe in pleasure. I don't apologize for anything I enjoy. Straight up, that's the truth.
Trying to think if there's anything I love that I wouldn't tell you about.
Italian fig Newtons.
I don't know what that means.
I don't like them at all. By the way, it's the only food I won't eat. I won't do it.
What'd you call me?
An Italian fig Newton. That's
Hey,
a pretty
guys,
good insult, isn't it? Go
Coming
ahead.
up next, we're talking about something that I've never heard of, and I've never heard of art car. I get it when I see the pictures. I understand it. But when I saw this, I'm like, I have no idea what this means. I have so many questions.
He actually is returning to us, and he is working on an amazing thing. I want everybody to go to artcarworld.org. That website alone will actually inspire you, get you fired up. If you're a weirdo, if you're somebody who loves cars, if you're somebody who loves happenings, if you're somebody who loves installations, or just the adventure of the possibilities of life.
Hey, quick shout out to Gina Harrison. When we come back on the other side of the break before we go into this guest, I want to tell you something really cool. Not the cheese, something else that happened. It was inspired by our show here. I'm going to tell you that, and then we're going to pivot. And talk about cars and art and things to do that bring them together. Don't go away.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Come on down to the Fast Sports Studios and get a life and listen to Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Here at the club known as Road Gang Radio.
Hello. Hello. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre over there on the ones and the twos. Hey, everybody listening, if you get a minute, just like if you're not on social media, are you, Dre? Which one are you on Facebook?
Mm-hmm. I got back on the gram. What you need from me?
Tell everyone where to find you on social media.
Ooh, Andre Thibodeau 93 on
Oh my
Instagram.
God, that's hard.
Yeah.
Can we change it to Phone Master Dre? If you follow Dre, just send him a heart today. Just shoot him over a little heart. Tell him you love him.
You could create a second profile called Andre RadioNemo, and that would actually allow you to separate your personal life from your professional life, and then
Nice.
blend it again.
I'm already in it in my Facebook, so there's no going back.
From a book of face, you can do it. It's been done before.
Touche. Thank
Go
you
on,
very
please,
much.
Lindsay. Continue.
It's Road Gang Radio. It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler, and it's great guests. It's stuff, Jim. My world expands with every new guest here. Things that I never would have necessarily thought I was interested in, and all of a sudden now I'm interested in it. Things that Claire finds as cool roadside attractions. This is a returning guest, but cool things that our drivers can drive into, and see what lights them up from art to cars and road. This marries all of those worlds, Jim, and I'm excited. I have so many questions.
But before then, you want to give a little shout out to Gina Harrison about
I
something.
do. Thank you for reminding me. So, Gina Harrison, who is one of our favorite listeners, who's one of our favorite supporters, one of our favorite friends, by the way. First of all, I got a box of cheese in the mail about a week ago from her. I think I said at some point on the show, God, my dream is if a box of cheese showed up at my house. And lo and behold, a box of cheese showed up at my house. But also yesterday in the mail, I got this beautiful card with butterflies on it. And says something to the effect of a friend is a true adventure and something beautiful. And inside it was just a handwritten note where Gina Harrison said to me, my show with We Should Write inspired her so much, specifically the episode last week, which we are going to be replaying here in 30 minutes, about handwritten notes and the power of that and the power of connection and the power of something happy just showing up in someone's mailbox. She sent me this beautiful handwritten card. Then even my daughter was sitting there reading. My daughter Frey was sitting there reading this morning. She's doing really good learning. She read it. It made her happy. It had butterflies on it. And it really did kind of shift my day yesterday just to get a little happy in the mail. Somebody to see their actual handwriting, not an email, not a text, to see what their writing looks like. It brings additional character and soul to somebody that you know and love. So thank you, Gina Harrison, for that. It's the little things that truly end up being the big things. And a reminder, if there's somebody you've been thinking about, drop them a card in the mail. Just drop somebody a note today. It can be a text, yes, but if you have it and if you have the capacity to drop somebody a card, a letter, a postcard from the road drivers, it will make somebody's day. So please do that. Also, listen to the episode of We Should Write with Amy Daughters, which will be playing in 30 minutes. I think it will inspire you to do that.
Let's have a moment of gratitude and breath for Gina Harrison. When Harold Blank realized his 65 Beetle could become a canvas, the result was his first art car. Oh my God. Painted like a beach ball with a bumper of plastic fruit and rubber chickens, a chalkboard on back, and a TV on the roof, that car became a catalyst for a remarkable career. Initially, he thought he was the only one in the world with an art car, and at times he felt quite alienated. That changed as he gradually learned from supporters that there were other such cars spread out across the country, drawing from what he had learned from his father, the filmmaker Les Blank, and his B.A. in theater arts and film from UC Santa Cruz. In '86, he began photographing other art cars. He raised money through private investors and personal loans and financed the 64-minute documentary he dreamed of making, Wild Wheels. He has been with us before, by the way, and it's our absolute pleasure when I send you over to Harold Blank, HARROD blank.com, and also to artcarworld.org. RadioNemo.org. He is building a monument these days. It is a thrill to have him back. Hey, man, welcome back. It is great to have you on Road Gang Radio.
Thank you.
Here, okay, there's so much going on here, but like in the best, most beautiful way. And I'm always curious when things like don't make sense because there's that they end up making sense and really moving people. You are in Douglas, Arizona, by the way, so you're in a bilingual border town. There's a museum. It's dedicated entirely to celebrating the mobile art phenomenon, from your own camera van to this collection of dozens of one-of-a-kind art cars. There's so much that I just said there. So many things and moving pieces going together that become its own genre, its own entity, its own thing. Take us back, Herod, a little bit, if you will. Was there intention to create something that was going to sort of change the culture over there in Douglas, Arizona? What was your intent, and or was the intent you're mainly just bringing together things you love in the area you were? Was it bigger than that? Because it has become bigger than that.
Well, it started out by being a necessity. I needed to find a place to put all these art cars, and I couldn't afford to do it in California, to be honest with you. And then the second thing was that the environment, the weather, the lack of humidity in Arizona is perfect for cars and the preservation of cars. You know, you see cars oftentimes in the desert, and they're just sitting there forever, and they just get a little rusty. That's about it. It's really good for cars. So coupled with that, that's why I started the Art Car World Museum in Douglas, which is really is strange. Excuse me. It really is strange because it's not a town that art cars came out of, but it's a town where art cars are ending up.
Well, and that's a really good point, though. And that actually kind of fits into the project as well, too, because, you know, in going through the bio and having looked at a lot of your work and all, it's a sense of like it's literally having an idea and needing a place to put it. And in some ways, the realization that the 65 was, in fact, a canvas of sorts. You can make the meta comment that that Douglas, Arizona becomes the canvas as well. Where do we put this? I have this artistic urge. I have this, I guess now what you would call an installation piece. I need the proper canvas to put it in, and the geography and the climate and the economics, all basically you have a place that is waiting to be discovered for what its real purpose is. And I mean, can you make the case that ultimately Douglas, its purpose, it didn't come up with the art car, it didn't produce the art car, but it's the best place for the art car to live?
Yes, and you just gave me an idea. The car is a canvas when you make an art car. And I never thought about this before, but Douglas could be a blank canvas as well. And what I'm doing nowadays, since I've talked to y'all, is I'm building a monument, which is a 87-foot tall, huge sculpture monument with a spinning eyeball with flames that spins in the wind. Well, let's just say a 32-foot weather vane, and it's going to be all lit up, and where the arches touch the earth are going to be shrines for people to sit in and congregate and communicate, so there's a connection with people. And then I'm building 15 giant umbrellas that are 3 feet across that hang carved out fire extinguishers that have been converted into lamps that are designed by the people of Douglas and other artists, and 4 chandeliers. And this art walk is like the gateway to the monument, which is right across the street from the Art Car World Museum. Why am I doing this? Because I'm kind of a visionary, and what I wanted to do was create a place that has an identity, not just for cars, but a place where people can come and marvel and be part of it and be immersed in it. And this is right downtown across from the City Hall in Douglas, Arizona. So this is an unusual endeavor. You know, I've never done this before. I've never built a big sculpture. I'm not even a metal guy. I don't even know how to weld. and yet we're building 15 umbrellas, 4 chandeliers, and a gigantic monument from which hangs a 1949 Chrysler Hudson car that has been carved out to be like a Moroccan lamp. And that's going to hang from this giant monument and light up the parking lot with the designs that are on the car.
So earlier today, Harriet, we had on the show a journalist who is very much deeply enmeshed in the Motor City, Dearborn, Michigan, Detroit, and all that. And his first story that he was talking about was the transformation of Ford's corporate headquarters from basically a dour man in the gray flannel suit cubicle to essentially an open campus that has like 5 areas of congregation, all of them shaped like the Great Lakes. And they seem to have the realization that they were going to have an international hub to bring their partners, their international partners, but also give people a chance to really work in a breathable living space to kind of create that. They tore down the old building and used that open land as a canvas of sorts. You mentioned this, the thing that you just said too, the idea that you and I are talking about Douglas as a canvas, you're bringing in Douglas artists to create this as well. So in some ways, it's almost like the meta, in a meta sense, bringing the art museum down, that in of itself has a canvas that led to greater works of art, but that becomes almost the paint box or the Da Vinci studio, as it were, to kind of then spread out. And the realization that Douglas opens itself up for you, that you have an opportunity with your collaborators to create a new and possibly its purpose identity for this place too. And like I said, I'm just wondering what it's like to enlist the members of the community into the creation of this. This isn't a solo artist kind of saying, stay out of my way while I do my thing. You really are a collaborator, both in the works that you have received and transported, but also in how you've embraced the community. Can you talk a little bit about how you sell this to the citizens of Douglas, not only to get them to buy in, but to be a part of it?
Well, that's really interesting. I had to start with sketches and drawings and proposals, and I did city council meetings, and I just stayed the course, and they were a little bit surprised at first. They really didn't know what this guy was doing, but as I continued to build things and the location, and then that it brought in tourism, that's a big plus, because the town is needing to reinvent itself after having lost the copper smelter and its industry, and that was its identity in the past, but that's no longer possible and no longer fruitful. So this is a new opportunity for the town to be an attraction, and it is an interesting place. It's a mix of cultures, so I'm hoping that as we go through this, it will embrace both cultures and represent both cultures. It has a handmade aspect to it with all of the metal work, which is handmade. It's sort of like New Orleans in a way, old school metal, wrought iron, artifacts everywhere. So it's a mixed bag, but I think the people, as this thing gets built, and they're part of it, I think it's going to gain momentum. And, this isn't just about me and my lifetime. This is about making something that is so big and so well made that it'll stand the test of time. And it's going to be a gift to the community. When I die, it's not going to be taken down because it's too big. And then hopefully it'll be embraced by others, and other people will run it, and it'll have a vitality to it that is positive for the community. And that's really what art cars are about, is public art on the highways, in your face, that bring joy. Sometimes they bring controversy because people are expressing things that other people don't agree with, but it gets people going. When you're on the highway and you see these vehicles, it lightens up your whole day. And interestingly enough, Douglas is beginning a new port of entry, and they're going to be bringing in a much higher trucking industry from Mexico. So I'm already thinking of how to put in EV chargers for trucking and trying to appeal to truckers from Mexico, which will be interesting. But, it's just it's a roadside attraction in a world where I think in the future we're going to be moving around a lot more than we already have been. So roadside attractions, I think, are going to be even more appealing, especially when they have all the amenities that you might need if you're on the road. So a water station, charging stations, a place to spend the night, rooms. We have 10 rooms above the Art Car World Museum right now. But having the amenities that just make your life more pleasant, like Love's truck stops have appealed to that need for people when they're on the highway and they're not making a big trip. It needs to be convenient and there needs to be amenities. And that's what I'm trying to take it a step further. And not only are there amenities of things that you really need, but there's things that will make you feel happy and comfortable, and you can hang out while you're charging your vehicle. You can sit in the park bench underneath this monument and just gaze at the art while your car is charging.
Wow, this is a movement. This is not a piece of art. This is not just a museum, and that goes, I think, kind of back to my original question of, when you set out to, you're really building a world, building a bridge. And, with Douglas, Arizona, it sits right near the U.S.-Mexico border there, as we've talked about. And thus, it has these inherent themes, I guess, which is kind of, I'm going to make a correlation here and maybe go deep, but it has these themes of transition and crossing and identity and blending the cultures, which you keep talking about. So, Herod, how do you've kind of already said this, but I kind of want to beat a dead horse here, because I want to know how you feel the museum's location in this border zone, how it influences, the vibe of transformation and using the car as a vehicle of crossing, because as you said, we want people to come sit under this monument, take in the area, take in the culture, and take in really, you're doing something to bring humanity back together. In your own way, you are changing the world. Do you feel that, and is that part of the vibe here?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we get, I'm not sure what percentage our visitors are from Mexico, but the neighboring city, Agua Prieta. But we get a lot of visitors from over there, and it is a bridge. It is, it's bringing people together rather than pushing them apart. And it's done with art, and, anybody in the world can look at, let's just say, this monument that we're building. They may not all like it, but they're all going to see something, and it's going to have an effect on them. For the most part, I'm hoping positive, and that's what it's about. It's really, it's all inclusive. We actually are bilingual. Our docents are bilingual, and it's for everybody. I mean, anybody. And by the way, these art cars are not for everybody per se. Some people gravitate towards one art car, let's just say the Mondrian Mobile, via another car. Some people like the more girly-looking cars, and some people don't. And that's the beauty of being human. We're not all the same. We don't have the same interests. We don't have the same likes. But a museum like this with all of these different vehicles, there's going to be something in it for everyone. And the monument, I'm hoping that, my fantasy would be that people come from all over, they come to see the museum, they park their vehicle, they hang out, and they get into these park benches that are inside of these shrines in this monument, and they sit there and they communicate, they share a moment with their family or their friends. It's going to be fiber optic Wi-Fi, so they can play music, they can work on their computers, whatever they want to do in these cubicles. There's 4 of them. And then they go on with their life. But for 15 minutes out of their day or a half hour or whatever it is, they get to escape and connect. And that's really the idea that I came up. This happened during COVID, by the way. I got COVID and I was really sick, and I thought I was going to die. So inspired by the movie Ikuru by Kurosawa, I decided to build a monument not for children per se, but for adults and for people to congregate and connect. Because I see that with social media and everything, that's great, but we're not connecting in person. And I just feel like that is still the king. When you connect in person, that's where you really have a nice moment.
Agreed, Jim.
The thing is, I keep thinking about it. You brought up Akiru, and of course, the most famous image of that is this: the old man sitting there, kind of, taking a moment to kind of, think about all that has been and all that is yet to come. And I want to kind of follow up with the Lindsay question in a more specific way. So we know that your entrance into Douglas has transformed Douglas, is in the process of transforming the space, and we know why you went down there. What impact, in regards to your own artistic urges, has Douglas transformed both you and the project? What influence has it had on you in regards to creating new work moving forward and creating these projects?
And well, that's interesting. I haven't thought of that before. I'd have to give that more thought to give you a good answer. But I'm sort of, as a visionary type person, I really am being obedient to the vision. And I mean, I would be doing this wherever I was. And I do work on these ideas when I'm not in Douglas. So I'm kind of a worldly type guy. I'm not in Douglas, but maybe half the time. And a quarter of the time I'm in the Bay Area, and I'm working for my father's film legacy, which is called Les Blank Films. And then a quarter of the time I'm out in the world. I like to go see things and do things. And I do a lot of driving, and I do a lot of traveling. I go to other roadside attractions. I go to other museums. I just saw the new Calder exhibit in New York, and it's part of it. But as far as Douglas goes, I think these relationships that I'm making with other artists it's increasing, and it's going to grow over time. But I've been sort of in a vacuum, to be honest with you, in some ways, because I was so focused on trying to make this thing happen. And I do need to rely on other people because I can't possibly do an 87-foot tall monument by myself. I can't do it. So I'm leaning on a lot of other artists and a lot of other people to get there. But that's an interesting question. I'll think more about that. It's probably going to increase over time. And I would like to push the relationships in Mexico as well. Like, I do have connections in Agua Prieta, but I'd like to have more and collaborate more across the border if possible.
By the way, in some ways, you're also dealing with the burden of dreams. I'm sorry, I've been holding on to that one for a while. I just wanted to slip that one in there for you. But there really is a Fitzcarraldo element to all of this, the idea that you are in the midst of trying to create a vision. And much as your father documented visions in his own visionary way, you're in the midst of both creating and documenting a really compelling, idiosyncratic, eccentric vision that nonetheless is accessible to a lot of people. So you're following in your father's footsteps spiritually, which is the best way to follow anybody's legacy, I think. That's just wanted to kind of throw that in there. I've been thinking about that since you began this project, and just kind of wanted to make sure that somebody told you that.
Yeah, I often think about Burden of Dreams, and that this is a burden of dreams. And I'm clearly following in my father's footsteps and honoring his legacy, etc. So you're totally right about that.
Real quick, Herod, we're out of time, but everyone, I want to head over to artcarworld.com or herodblank.com. Since you mentioned, leave our truck driving audience here with your top 3 roadside attractions, wherever that is across the country, outside of your own, as we've hit. What are 3 things that you would suggest people check out as they're driving across country?
Okay, I like Salvation Mountain in Nyland, California. That one is still up and running, and it's a nonprofit. I like the Beer Can House in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Let's see, another one. I love the American Visionary Art Museum in Baltimore, and they're, I've been inspired by them as well, by the way, because I think that's a great museum and it's visionary, and the outside of the building is covered with art and mosaics as well. I highly recommend people visit that place. And then, there's Roadside America, there's Atlas Obscura, and you can just type in art environment or what have you in your search window, wherever you're at, and go see something in public wherever you're at. There's something almost in every place across America.
Amazing. These are not only, by the way, that gave our listeners tips, but we will be reaching out to everyone you just said to continue to
Salvation Mountain is awesome, by the way, Lindsay. Awesome. Hey.
You know what else is awesome? Herod Blank. That guy is inspiring, thriving, and you know what? You just encouraged me to expand my own horizons. So thank you so much for joining us again today, having you back. ArtCarWorld.com, Herod Blank. I'm sorry, artcarworld.org, and Herod, Harrod Blank. That is his last name. At least he says it is. HerodBlank.com. Go over, find him, and find out more. Get inspired. Get out there. Expand your horizons, people. Herod, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you all.
Always good talking to Herod, by the way. Cool stuff coming. We got a great replay coming up here, followed by some live content. Tell us
and
about
it doesn't even matter that it's replay, because, by the way, that's the greatness here, that not only are we how you make a living how you make a life, our shows are live and living. So if you missed it live, you can hear it back on. There's country music, country and western music news, and We Should Write. They have podcasts. All of our segments, Maintenance Matters, Tech Talk. You just whatever it is that you like. Type it into your favorite search engine, your favorite streaming a place on, whether that's Apple, Pandora, Spotify, iHeart, wherever it is. Just type us in. Find us, guys. Share the word. Tell one person today about us so we can keep on keeping on. We're thankful for you. And it's Thanksgiving next week. So a lot to be thankful for around here, Jimmy Mack.
By the way, tomorrow we would really encourage you for a piece of little meta radio reality to listen to Meg, Kate, Nelson, Lindsay, and I do the opening of tomorrow's Get a Life portion of the show. A nice little hall of mirrors going on there. Love you, LaRue. Actually, now Lou.
Yeah.
Now Lindsay Lawler.
Just Lindsay Lawler. It's okay. I
Double
love you
L.
too, Jimmy Mack. Everybody get home safe. We love you.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice.
I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, we should write. You guys, welcome back to a live episode. You just heard the replay with Amy Daughters. Wow, what a freaking powerful story and inspiration and conversation that was. And we'll be having our new episode today, which is live. Will live everywhere as a podcast tomorrow, everywhere you stream your podcast, and then we'll also get the replay next week before our next one. Actually, Dre, by the way, my conversation next week, I'm a little nervous about it because she's like, I think she's 20 years old. And if I'm being honest, I'm sort of quick to, it's my way. She's an author at 20 years old of already like 3 books. And I'm quick to slough off people that I'm like, well, they're young. What do they know? Well, she knows more than me. So I'm going to open up my world to young people next week. But speaking of 20, a girl who's 20, I'm here today with somebody who I've known for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Who is, has some big news about what he's also been doing for 20 years that is so exciting. And if you do the math, if I've known him for 20 years, that means we've both been in Nashville long enough to see it shapeshift about 10 times over. And Chris Blair, guys, he is a singer, he's a songwriter, he's a dreamer, he's an entrepreneur, he's a philanthropist, he's a podcast host, he's a husband, he's a dad, he's a pilot, he's an amateur chef. Didn't know that about you, but wish we could test that on the radio. And he's a dang good friend to those who know him well, and one I hope to reconnect with even deeper because of this show today. And all of that, folks, means that he's either incredibly well-rounded or just really bad at saying no.
Yeah, a little bit of both, baby. Yeah,
a little bit of both. But the through line of it all is the Listening Room Cafe, his baby, his legacy, and in many ways the heartbeat of Nashville's songwriting community. Since its start nearly 2 decades ago, the Listening Room has grown from a local hangout to, I'm going to say, a sacred space, because it really is a sacred space, and where songs get born, where hearts get healed, and where tourists accidentally stumble into church without even realizing it. Chris has not only built a venue, but he's built a vessel for music and meaning. And now, 20 years later, that vessel is sailing all the way to the Ryman Auditorium for its 20th anniversary show that's going to be one for the books. And we're going to talk more about that today. So today, we're going to talk about the evolution of a dream, how sometimes you set out to be one thing and life gently, or not so gently, reroutes you toward the thing that you were actually always meant to do. We'll talk about songwriting, about shifting dreams, about loss and faith and legacy, and how God sometimes hands you a vision so big that it takes a couple decades to even understand it. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the show my friend, soon to be yours, Chris Blair. Hi, friend.
Hi. Oh my gosh, what an introduction. That was incredible. Thank you.
Well, it's about you. I couldn't have written it if you didn't live the life to inspire it.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm really happy you're here. And I say this episode is sort of divinely led, as are they all, of course. But you weren't supposed to be my guest today, and you were also one of the busiest people I know. So the fact that I ran into you Monday night at an event right when my other guest had to reschedule, and I was like putting you on the spot, but can you be here today? And you're like fitting this in between multiple meetings. So thank you. This is incredible.
You know, it is. I do have a problem of not saying no.
Mm-hmm.
However, yeah, it was crazy just running into you. And it was so good to see you. We haven't seen each other in a while. And it's just a testament to your friendship, too. It's been over 20 years, by the way, because I moved to Nashville in 2003. And I think it was like 2004, 2005 that we were playing Tootsies together.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I moved here in 2006. So, and you were like one of the first people I met.
So it would have been, I guess, right then.
Yeah. Whatever that number is, which is crazy. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that because a lot has changed. It's honestly funny to run into you actually because when I saw you on the street on Broadway at the Ernest Tubbs shop reopening the other night, a lot flooded through, and you and I are in remarkably different places than we were back then, both for very personal and professional reasons.
Yep.
Thank you, Jesus.
So we're going to dive into that. Before we go off the rails, I always like to start the show with a deep breath. This is as much for me and you as it is for everybody listening, whether in your office, whether you're in your truck right now, wherever you are. It's a deep breath quickly. This is for Dre too, because he has a tough job. So on the count of 3, everyone listening, including me and Chris and Dre, we're all going to breathe together. I'll try to do it away from the mic so you don't hear my allergies. But everybody, here we go. On the count of 3, let's take a breath. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel good?
Feels great.
So in this moment, Chris, if you're going to take out your gratitude journal, I like to start by asking people in this moment, what are you grateful for?
My relationship with God. I would not be here if it weren't for that. Everybody always talks about all these wonderful, beautiful things about the listening room and me and all that, and I'm grateful for that. But there were some really dark and hard times, and it's His glory that I'm where I am. So,
boom, full stop. Well, then the other side of that coin, what is heavy on you right now?
How much time do we have?
I know, exactly. Besides the obvious weights of the world.
It's normal life stuff. It's having a 7 and 8 year old that are wild as ever, and they don't know a stranger. So you got to watch them nonstop. It's the businesses, the challenges that we go through. But those are just everyday challenges that, some are heavier days than others, but at the end of the day, I have a lot to be grateful for and a lot to celebrate. So
yeah, you do. We're going to talk about one of those big celebrations coming up. So let's back up to that 20 plus, whenever that was time ago, because we're going to, again, this show is not trying to convince people to become songwriters or authors.
Yeah.
If you do, if that's a byproduct, that's awesome. But what the show is really about is writing through the hard times. Writing as therapy. You can also do therapy. I encourage that as well. But this is like for your own, and this might sometimes for people is the first step to go into therapy. It's like, oh gosh, I didn't realize I had to say that. So let's go back 20 years ago, and you were at a very, very different time of life. Talk a little bit about the moment you show up here in Nashville. What was sort of like your heart at the time? What was the dream? Because the dream turned out to be different. So what was the dream the day you got to Nashville? And can you remember what that feeling was like?
Yeah, I remember it very well. I was in an old Ford Ranger truck, and I slept in my truck. I moved here to be an artist, and I wanted to be the next Garth Brooks. That was he was kind of my inspiration. How I really got into country music in the first place. I grew up not listening to country at all. I listened to I grew up in with rock, and and then all of a sudden this guy comes out with a big belt buckle and a big cowboy hat, and he's singing songs that were Billy Joel. I was like, this isn't what is this? I love it. But yeah, when I moved here, it was to chase that artist dream. And that's when I was playing Tootsie's 5 nights a week, and sharing stages with you and other friends, and a lot of fun memories. But yeah, totally different part of my life. There's also a lot of things that I was back then that I'm not proud of. Yeah. And I think it was just growing up and going through that wild stage, and I had a good wild stage.
Same. We had some of it together
Yes,
down there on
did.
Broadway.
Yep.
For people that don't understand that, talk a little bit about that, because the life and what you've created. You're now married with children and have a successful business and still get to have music through it. But like the chasing the dream part, explain to people because there's a darkness about Broadway.
Yeah.
And people that don't do it for a living don't know that or don't feel it. It's very, very sad. And what I remember so well, Chris, is because especially you'd finish your own show and then you'd have friends playing, so you'd go see them. And there's obviously a lot of drinking involved. And whether you want to or not, it just sort of happens. And I actually found out about myself much later in my life, somewhat recently, that like I actually am more introverted than I give myself credit for. But like I forced the social force the fun because you just thought that's what you're supposed to do. So just that feeling, it's different for everybody, but what was that feeling that sort of perpetuates the darkness of being down there and feeling like you can't miss out on anything, that it has to be a part of it, but it really does force you into some dark places?
Yeah, I mean, it has changed a lot. You know, I mean, when I was playing Tootsies, I would drive my truck into the back alley and park right there and walk onto the stage, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, it has grown a lot, but what Broadway is today is the same way that it was 20 years ago. Maybe just a little bit more because everything's gone vertical and there's more floors, you know, but yeah, I mean, it is a time that I am grateful that I had because I learned a lot. But there's also a lot of regrets from back then too, because you're forced into these situations where maybe forced is the wrong word, but you choose to be in these situations because you're down there and it is what everybody's doing. And, you know, I grew up, I didn't drink in high school.
I didn't either.
You know, like I didn't start partying or anything like that until I went to college. And when I went to college, I turned it on hard. But, you know, that kind of flowed into, you know, those days of being on Broadway and chasing the artist thing. You know, it was, if I wasn't performing, I was out at other people's shows. I was in Midtown hanging out with a bunch of other songwriters, and you didn't go to those without several drinks in your hand. And, yeah, it was
It's the one industry where drinking on the job is encouraged.
It
which
is
weird.
Yes. If you're not, then it's like you're an outsider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No wonder people become alcoholics. Like
Yeah.
it is. I learned that too, just standing on the stage at Tootsie's when people will buy you drinks, but sometimes in lieu of the tip, and you're like, please just give me the money.
Yeah.
By the way, and you learn to, like, I started drinking whiskey because I didn't like the taste of it. And I'm like, oh, I'll drink it slower. And then I developed a taste for it, of course. And then I drank a lot of it. And it sort of, it perpetuates it. And like, to your point, it's people are like, if you're not drinking, you're not part of the fun. You can't be fun. And we have to reprogram all that. Okay. So with this shift, and there's so much that happens in between, and obviously to your story, but I'm curious to you, you know, when the dream shifted into building a home for others' dreams, and the real question in that is, of course, was there a moment where you kind of let the artist side go, or are you just now realizing, oh, I can still do what I love and do it for others? Like, when is there a moment where it shifted and you kind of let it go?
Yeah, I don't remember, like, it wasn't so clear that it's like on this day I woke up and I had this thought. I think it was more of an evolution of, you know, I would play Tootsies every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 6 to 10. I also had a full-time job. So I would stay up and party. And
Wait, where were you working? You worked during the day?
I was a banker. So
I forget this part.
So I would put on a suit and tie and go work at a bank, and, you know, get off work, drive straight to Tootsie's and play. And on the weekends, I was either out on the road with my band, you know, or I would be out partying with, you know, other songwriter friends. So I think it was, you know, it was this moment where I wrote one song before I moved to Nashville. I've been singing and performing since I was 6 years old, but I was always doing other people's music.
Right.
And even though I'd written a song at 13, you know, it was my cousin drowned, and I wrote this song called "Living in a World of Grace." That was just
13.
That was the only way that I knew how to express my emotions of losing my cousin, who was a year older than me and a very good friend. And so I wrote this song on piano, and you know, it was a horrible song. But emotionally, like it healed me, right? It got me through those times. But that's the only song I'd written.
What's the line from that song?
Oh my
do you
gosh,
remember it
Lindsay,
at all?
no. I'd have to like remember the music and find it way back in the cobwebs. But it was.
Did you sit down though and say, I'm going to write this to Hill, or was it just like because at 13, I'm curious if you had the wherewithal to know what that was going to do for you.
Yeah, no, I didn't. It was just, I didn't know how to express my thoughts, and music was my go-to for everything back then. Still is today. And so it was just one of those things that I just started playing around with different things on the piano, and the words came out, and it was healing in a way. But yeah, moving here, I was playing a bunch of cover songs, doing whatever the crowd wanted to hear to get tips, and and then going out on the road on the weekends, still playing cover songs. And I started hanging out with other songwriters and started kind of playing around with writing and fell in love with it. Then I started playing writers' rounds, and I think it was a combination of I loved chasing lyrics and creating a song, and I loved being on stage and being on the road in different cities every single day too. But it's a grind. I mean, I never got to the point where I had a bus. I never had semi trucks carrying my gear. It was a 12-passenger van with a cargo trailer that I was driving. So, and yeah, it was just this crossroads of like, do I want to go out and be out on the road 250 days a year, sleeping in crappy motels, or do I want to write songs and almost have counseling every day with so yeah, it was kind of that shift of and also there there's a lot of great talent in Nashville. So coming from St. Louis, where I was opening up for every major act that came through, and felt like I had good enough talent to move to Nashville, and then getting to Nashville and realizing like, yeah, I'm good, but compared to everybody else that is around me, I'm not that good. And so
that's big to. Not many people can say that though. But you're like, not many people can say that. I'll just put it that way. And
yeah,
you are good.
Well,
but it just shows you how much talent is here.
There's
to your point.
so much talent.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was like, man, so I started playing writers rounds around town, and that's really where the dream started to kind of build inside of me. Is like, we're in Music City. There's all these different places that people can go share their talent of songwriting. But every place I played, and there's some really iconic places in Nashville with incredible names, and I love them. They all are great for what they do. I can only speak for me personally. When I would go play places like that, to me, it felt like they're making money and making a living off of songwriters, and they're not paying them. Mm-hmm. I didn't like that. Mm-hmm. They had 30, 40-year-old sound systems that didn't sound good. Mm-hmm. I didn't like that. Mm-hmm. And their idea of food was, what's the cheapest kind of thing that we can drop in a vat of hot oil? Mm-hmm. And, so my dad was an entrepreneur. He had restaurants growing up. So I grew up kind of around that. And it was my love of music of like, we're in Music City. Why don't we have something that is around the song first, and that we pay, like we charge a ticket, but that goes to the people that are playing. And for years, early on when I started the listening room, like it was a struggle. And I was the bartender, the cook, the sound engineer, the booking manager. I did it all because I couldn't afford to pay people, because I refused to take the money that I felt like the writers deserved. And people kept coming up to me and saying, you could make a lot more money in this business if you just did it the way everybody else does. And I was like, well,
then that would go against the whole reason I did it in the first place.
That's not what we're doing. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's you. That's how you know that this is something that's meant to be, and that is your goal for the rest of your life. They say, like, Robert Kraft of with the Patriots or whoever. It's like you or actually my sister she worked in marketing for Pizza Hut, and they made all of their executives go back and like flip the dough, drive the car. Like you have to go back and do all those things so that you know what you're talking about. So the fact that you have done all those things, and most importantly to me as a songwriter as well, I want to play at a place owned by a songwriter who knows what I need, anticipates my needs and what's important to me. And you've done that and you've created that. And it's sort of mind blowing that people don't know, especially when they go downtown, they don't know that that they're tipping all this money to the bartenders and sometimes forgetting about the people that are the whole reason they're there.
Yep.
No, they do not tip share with the bartenders and the musicians downtown.
It's like if we're in the time of year where this is going to start happening, and I hate this time of year because especially in Nashville, if there's a chance for flurries, it can look like it does outside right now. There's a chance for flurries. Everybody gets scared and nobody wants to come. I mean, we have people cancel all the time. The way I look at it is like, if our artists cancel a show, we're not open. So that tells you like people don't come because of the food at the listening room, the drinks at the listening room, the service at the listening room. We do our best to make all of those good, but they are coming because of the artists that are on stage. Mm-hmm. And I love, like, we share the stories behind the songs with the people that come. And so why would I not pay the artists? They are the business. They are what it was built on. So that's the way I always looked at it from day one, is like, I've played all these places around town and didn't get paid. And it's like, that's the part that stuck out to me. That's just like, this isn't fair. And if the business works by doing it the right way, then cool. If it doesn't, then that's fine too. But I'm not gonna not pay them what they deserve.
And actually, by the way, quick side, but over in the chat, Jim says he loves the expression chasing lyrics. You said that too, and that stood out to me. And then another guy, Trucker Boson, says that feeling when you think you have your A game and then you get exposed to the pros and realize you've got a C game, but acknowledging that is it's like, I'm great. Oh wait, maybe I'm not. That's huge what you just said, and I think it's so. I mean, I say when I am governor of when I am mayor of Nashville, I would like, why is there not a parking lot for musicians that play downtown? Like all these things that they're not supported. So amen to you for seeing that. And so with that in mind, because you just explained it beautifully, your intention behind why it started. And I think you and I are probably the same, because you say Garth Brooks, I reference like a Taylor Swift or whoever that's doing that. I finally came to the realization one day. I was like, I don't want to do the same thing every night. Like, that's not in me. I want that balance of all. There's too many things I want to do and see and experience and be a part of. And listen, I'm not trying to be like, well, I didn't want it, so I didn't get. I chose to not become Taylor Swift. That's not my point. It didn't happen for me. But I think subconsciously, and looking back, and probably same with you, that it's not what I was destined for.
Yeah.
It just took me a lot longer to figure that out. And I have to think about, why did I want that? Why did I want to be the biggest? It's because I wanted to be known and seen and feel important and VIP. Well, that's already the wrong intention. If that's why you want it, it should be. If that was what I was meant to do, or you would have been like, I just want it for the love of performing and giving back to people every night. And that wasn't necessarily what it was. So with that being said, do you think that dreams evolve based on our truest intentions? Like that maybe when one door closes, it's actually divine redirection.
Mm-hmm. I do. I think it took me a long time to figure that out as well, but
I figured it out right now, just as I said it out loud, by the way. So welcome to the party.
Yeah. It's, when I think back of like, all of those unanswered prayers, I think that you have a choice in those situations where you can say, man, I just must not be loved enough. This one's not being answered. What did I do wrong?
Mm-hmm.
All of those things. But, if, and trust me, like this is easy for me to say now, but back then when it was happening, I was on the other side of this fence. It is my relationship with the Lord, and my walk in life right now is completely different than it was even 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now, there's letdowns, there's heartbreak, there's tough times. And it's just that prayer with open arms of like, okay, what is it that you need me to do then? And I feel like the more that I lean into that, the older that I get, the more that things get shifted and another door is open at some point where I'm like, oh, this is why that happened 4 years ago, you know? And it's, you know, I will keep doing what I love every day until I'm not supposed to. And I know that he'll tell me when that's the time.
He'll tell you, and sometimes abruptly, and which actually we will dive into that in a moment, because we lost a great songwriter in town, someone that you know very well, and I want to talk about in a minute and play a song from him. But I'm curious why, before we take the break, why you? Why do you think God chose you, Chris Blair, to build the listening room? Because it really is, and I know you know this, but I'm going to say it to you as a quote unquote outsider here. Like, it is. There's a lot of venues in town, but that one, it will be the legendary. It is one of the legendary, now iconic places in Nashville that actually supports artists. Why you, Chris Blair?
First of all, it's not me.
Fair.
It is.
Why through you?
It is the songwriters. It is the staff. You know, I have a great team around me on both internal employees and all of the songwriters that play. That is what built the listening room. Why through me? I don't know. You know, I mean, especially when I look back at, you know, where I was in my life, 2006 through 12, something like that. You know, I mean, I wasn't walking that walk. So I don't know. I think maybe some of these answers I won't know until later in life. But you know, I'm honored and I'm blessed, and I just try to you know, carry that torch and do the right thing by giving back. And you know, the more that we're blessed as a company and my family, the more that we give back. So I think that's what we're called to do.
Boom. We're talking with Chris Blair. And my computer's about to come undone. There we go. Talking with Chris Blair, who is he's the owner, the founder of the Listening Room Cafe in Nashville, which is iconic. If you come to Nashville and you're like, what should I do when I go to Nashville? Look no further. This is what you do. And it combines, you know, it's not the Bluebird Cafe. The Bluebird is its own thing. You're not going to get it's bigger, which is helpful but people do go. What you're supposed to do with the Listening Room is listen. Like, it's in the name, but it's also it's a much lighter energy. I wonder if that's too because it is newer. Like, the Bluebird has been there even longer, and there's some dark, hard times that have moved through those walls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Listening Room just has a more like vibrant. Yeah, it's like the younger sister that's surpassing the older brother kind of thing, sort of. Which is very cool. But you can head on over to the Listening Room, and the Listening Room is celebrating 20 years. Before we take this break, go ahead and tell them whatever you can announce, whatever you're able to announce.
It's
so
out
far.
today.
It's out today.
It was announced today, this morning. So, yeah, we're celebrating 20 years next year. So March 3rd, 2026, we are going to be at the historic and amazing Ryman Auditorium.
Good Lord. The OG Grand Ole Opry, in case you don't know, everybody.
And it's going to be just an epic night. You know, this is talking about how the Listening Room was built with all of the writers. I sent one text to Hardy, Mitchell Tenpenny, Jody Messina, and several other people that I can't even announce yet. But this is a testament to them as well. I mean, all of them were an immediate response back. Yes, I'm in.
Wow.
And then just a whole lot of great songwriters with tons of special guests. So it is out right now. Go to listeningroomcafe.com/20. And tickets are on sale.
Oh my God. So exciting. I will be there.
Yes.
I will be buying my tickets as soon as we get off air today. I cannot wait. If you want to figure out, and what's the date?
March 3rd.
March 3rd.
Tuesday, March 3rd.
If you want to figure out, hey, I've never been to Nashville or want to come back, that would be something to plan around. Like, that will be iconic. We're going to take a quick break and then come back. I'm here with Chris Blair, a dear friend, a talent who has a big heart. He's also a philanthropist in town. And we're going to dive a little deeper into how writing has helped him and also how writing of one of his good friends helped this entire community and the world, whether they knew it or not. It's We Should Write. Hey, Chris, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right. We'll be right back. It's a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Chris, we should write.
Right?
Right. My guest is Chris Blair, who is a singer, a songwriter, and an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and owner and founder of the Listening Room Cafe. Okay, so when we talk about songwriters in town, and nobody knows songwriters in town better than you. You're one of them. You're not only the president, you're also a member, basically, which is pretty cool. You're also not losing here. That's a hair clip for men, wasn't that? Hair clip for men.
Sure. Yeah.
You have wonderful hair, by the way.
Well, thank you.
You don't need that at all. You don't need Rogaine. Or hair clip for men, or whatever it is. So we've talked about this person on our show. I'm going to tell you why writing, whether it's whatever, why writing, pouring your heart and soul into creation is so important. An incredible man, I can say that. I've never met him, but I know from the outpouring that I saw through it, you knew him well. A songwriter in town named Brett James was killed in a plane crash a couple months ago. I had never, okay, so he and I also went to the same church, and I had seen him on stage. Like, I knew of his songs, but I just remember, I didn't know, I'd never put two and two together. Until after he passed. I was like, oh, that's who was on stage at my church. It's weird because my church, they never say the names. Carrie Underwood gets up on stage too. No one talks about it because you were there for that reason to perform. Now, the songs that Brett James wrote, you may not know who he is, but you know his music. You know the songs he's written hit after hit after hit. And when we go back and listen to things, even if it's posthumously when we lose somebody, and you're like, why is this connect? Why did it hit me so much when I heard Brett had passed? Like, all of a sudden I started diving in, and I felt like so connected to this person because of the heart and soul he poured into his music, of course, you know. So I'm curious to you, because he was one of your dear friends, what made Brett's writing so universally connective, because there was a very quiet power in his words. What is it about Brett James's writing that you think spoke universally to us all?
We talked about writing together several times. We never wrote together. So I never got to experience the magic in the room, but he was a very, very dear friend of mine. And, from everybody that I knew and that had written with him a lot, and just how he was in life in general, he didn't ever walk into a room feeling like he was bigger than anybody else. I mean, he would write with Carrie often.
Underwood.
Kenny Chesney was one of his very dear friends, and he would go, spend time with him. And there's those moments where, he's in a room with people like that. And then, he had his own publishing company, and he would put his arms around newer writers to town, and they were the same people as a Carrie, a Kenny, I mean, it just, and he had a way of looking at life. I mean, he was the life of the party. He was, I loved hanging out with him, in social settings like that, especially, intimate type of things, because he would be the life of the party and be fun and all that. But then he could be a complete introvert in different settings and just kind of stand back in the back of the room and listen and watch. And, I think he was always just loading up his database of song ideas. And, and he loved the Lord. He loved life, and, he loved his family. And, he had a special way to take all of those things and pour it onto a piece of paper and write a song that could be just so simple, yet one of those songs that you're like, man, I mean, I don't know how many times I told him I hated him because he wrote these songs. I was like, bro, like, man, like just a simple idea that nobody else could put together like he could.
You said earlier when you were talking about this kind of life you've created, and you'll continue to do it and level up and do it with all love in your heart until you don't anymore, until God calls you home. Brett had just gotten married recently, had a beautiful family, top of the world in game and music, and happy. And again, this is me. I don't know him, so this is what I can tell from just like deep diving into trying to learn about this epic, wonderful human, and hopefully that we can all carry on that spirit. But I know you're obviously sad and mad about it, but you understand that it was for whatever reason, part of the plan, part of his plan. Why do you think, in your humble opinion, that it was time for Brett to go? Have you toiled with that?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those moments where, I don't think I'll ever understand that until I'm sitting around a fire with him, with a guitar in my hand, on the other side of earth. I mean, it's, I don't know. I think that's why it shook Nashville so much and was a testament to who he was. I mean, Lindsay, I almost didn't even get into the ceremony of life for him. I mean, it was, we were very close. And I mean, the outpouring of people that came, was like incredible. Carrie performed at his funeral. Kenny was there. Rivers Rutherford. I mean, it was just Chris Stefano. I mean, it was like I don't know. Why did it happen? He was also a great pilot. I share that love of flying with him. And true confession, I haven't been in the cockpit since he passed.
I was going to ask,
I haven't been able to fly. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know why it happened, and I'm mad about it. I miss him. I have his the flyer from his celebration of life pinned up on my mirror at home that I look at every morning. I mean, it's just it's been a hard loss as a friend, as a brother, and more importantly, the songs that he wrote that will live on forever as our soundtrack of life. But it's I don't think I'll ever understand it.
Since you said soundtrack of life, I just want to read something real quick, if you don't mind, because it feels, I can't, when people make, death, someone else's death about them, it's really strange, but I'm not at all doing this, but he showed up in my dreams. Again, I've never met this person. but he showed up in my dreams for the several days after he passed. And for me, I have to in that moment be like, okay, what's going on? What am I supposed to learn from this that he taught us with his love while he was here on earth, you know? And so I just started like digging into his music, and I'm like, well, I'm supposed to learn something. Clearly, it's simple. I'm just supposed to learn something from his love and his walk on the earth. And so since you said the soundtrack of our life, he really was that. And this came to me like in a flash. So I wrote it, and I just want to read it to you since you're a friend of his, because it was like it was titles of his songs that were like flowing through, and I'm like, this is how we're supposed to live, perhaps moving forward. But anyway, I didn't know Brett James personally, so perhaps it's strange that I can't stop thinking about him. It's odd when someone you don't know shows up in your dreams, but there he's been the past 2 nights. He would sing from time to time at my church, and that was always a special morning, and we had mutual friends. He was a giant in the Nashville community, and I certainly know his music. If you've ever listened to the radio, you do too. And please, this is not about me, yet I'm prompted to write because, well, I believe we should write. But most importantly, because I believe it is important people know about a man whose talent and spirit permeated throughout the lives of people that didn't even know his name. Brett James reminded us to let Jesus take the wheel, but still go out last night. He told us that who I am is blessed. He was a respected role model for many men, teaching that to be the man I want to be, then the truth is if you are man enough, don't be Mr. Know-It-All. Just say, baby, you're right. He reminded us to chill out and not take ourselves so seriously all the time, because a summer day always turns into summer nights, and if you're lucky, leads to a summer of love. I don't know what it was you were drinking all these years, sir, but because of your music, now I'm changed, and now I'm stronger. There must be something in the water. Perhaps now more than ever, his message is of utmost importance. He seemed to live by faith, hope, and purpose. After all, it's America, and we are walking in the footsteps of our fathers. And personally, I want to live side by side with my brothers and sisters as a true believer, where love wins. So farewell for now, kind sir, whether by your music, your spirit, or your physical presence. It's been a pleasure knowing you. And I just, he changed so many people and didn't even know them, and vice versa. And it's, to me, again, comes back to the power of we should write. And with that, I asked you if you would pick a song that's important to you out of anything in the world, whether it's something you've written or something somebody else has written, and just to show Chris Blair's heart. He picked somebody else's song, not even his own. And so I want to play a clip here, Dre, if you will, of True Believer by the late, great Brett James. I'm sure that's hard to listen to, but also reminds you he'll still be with you, right?
Yeah, it is. It's it gets emotional. I listen to that and his songs still a lot. That song has been truly one of, if not my favorite songs for years and years and years. He invited Brittany, my wife, and I to, he's written all these iconic songs that everybody knows on the radio. I mean, like, just go Google Brett James. And I mean, he is, you mentioned
Jesus Take the Wheel.
Yeah,
People say that as a joke these days.
Yeah. I mean, it's, his songs are brilliant. But he had such a great voice, as you just heard. And was an artist himself. And years and years ago, he did an album release party at City Winery that he invited us to. And, it was an album that he was able to put together that was his songs and his, his kind of music, not country. Although all of his stuff had a little bit of flair to that. But that's the first time that I heard that song. And that's where my mind goes every time I hear it. I see him where his band, kind of went off and he played that song acoustically. And, it had since then, got to talk to him about the story behind it. And, he didn't go in wanting to write that song that day, or knowing that he was going to be writing a song for his daughter, Claire. It just, it kind of started coming out, and he sent her a message that day and was like, "Hey, baby girl, I'm writing this song for you." And talked about how, all of his kids were on his mind when he wrote it, but it just kind of poured out. And, as a dad, I think that's why it touched me so much. And, I'm never going to slay a dragon. I'm not going to bring the devil to his knees. But I want to be there for my wife and my kids and the same way that Brett was. And, I danced with Emerson, who's now 13, when she was 5-6 years old, we were dancing, in the family room to this song. And, it's a great one.
It's on the We Should Write Spotify playlist. If anyone's looking for it, you can find it there. Just search Brett James and listen. It's a good one to drive and cry to. I'll tell you that, speaking from experience.
By the way, it was rum and Diet Coke. In your message, just a little bit. I don't know what you were drinking.
Oh,
his drink was rum and Diet Coke.
Noted. Maybe I've been looking for a new drink. It seemed to work well for him, so maybe I'll pick it up. That's funny. Rum takes me back to college, which is in some ways good, some ways bad. That's funny. So since he's mentioned your beautiful kids, and Brittany, you have such a beautiful family.
Thank you.
And it's cool to see you know you as a dad on this side, especially knowing you not as a dad.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Knowing that wild side.
Yeah, it actually makes
Who is this guy?
It makes you a better dad knowing that you're relatable. But as a dad and a creative, how do you, and I'm asking as a mom who needs help and advice, how do you help your kids process emotions through, art or conversation or faith? Do you consciously work on that? How you just help them get through emotion and lean in. And I'm asking because I know we're in a different generation too, where, and this is not a slam on anyone's parents that are our age and older, but we I don't think generations before us really felt comfortable or knew how to talk to their kids about emotions sometimes. And as somebody who is creative and has a heart and a faith and is a writer, I'd be curious how, going into how emotional your kids are and how you kind of walk with them through that.
Yeah, I try to figure that out every day. And it seems to always change.
So you don't have an answer for me,
yeah.
I guess.
All three of my kids are completely different. So it is very hard. It's not just, okay, this works in our house for everything. Emerson, my oldest, has always been the easy angel that just, if I said to do anything, it's, she just, still to this day, it breaks her heart to let me down. So she's just always been the easy one. Now she's also 13 now, and that's starting to shift.
She's about to let you down for the next 10 years.
Yeah, we're starting to see that teenage attitude come out, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? But, and then Jackson, he is me. He is a creative. He is very in tune with his emotions. He's very analytical. He wants to know why for everything. For him, it's got to be a different approach that's very patient. If you push him too hard, he will have just an emotional breakdown. And then
and that's you?
Well, I mean, the emotional, analytical, why part of it, right? Lindsay, he has taken toys apart in his room, and then will call me in there and be like, Dad, if I made this toy, I wouldn't have done it this way because I think this would have worked better. And like, I'm
He's
like,
8.
Wow, bro, you're right. Like, so, but because of that, yeah, he's just like, he struggles a little bit in school. That's been a challenge. And it's because he is a perfectionist. And if he can't figure something out right away, he just wants to give up. Like, well, I'm not supposed to do this. And yeah, he's 8. He'll grow out of that. But, yeah, it's a more delicate approach with that. And then, Reagan, my youngest, is, she is the athlete of the family. She is a tomboy. She doesn't know a stranger. And she also needs a ton of attention. She's that typical, young child, kind of syndrome where it's like,
I get it.
Yeah. So it's like everything we do for Emerson or Jackson is like, she's immediately following with like, well, watch me do it, like whatever.
Daddy, watch me.
Always like competition with her and Jackson, especially. But, it's hard. I think the biggest lesson that I have to remind myself every day is that every day is different. And all we can do is pour into them the best way that we know how and teach them and take the time. I wear a hat a lot of times that says keep showing up, and it's a reminder to me of like, life is busy. There's, especially me as an entrepreneur, and you're in the same boat. Like there's always 1,000 things going on in my head, and I'm not great at it. I still struggle with it, but it's to keep showing up for them and taking the time to like, what, those emails, those phone calls, those whatever, they're going to be there later, and take the little bit of time that you have. Because I think that especially nowadays, everybody lives in this digital world, and I don't want my kids to remember their dad as like someone that was always working. I want them to remember that for the good reasons, to teach the work ethic and like not have that thought of entitlement or whatever. But I want them to not think of me as like the dad that always had his cell phone in his hand, which I struggle with because work never stops. So that's the biggest thing, is just trying to take that time to keep showing up and put things down and have that family time like, we had growing up when we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have all these other distractions. So,
Well, the fact that you even have the awareness of that is big. I love that you said, I remember that the good parts of seeing you work, that I'm working hard because you're doing it for them ultimately, for you, and for you to be happy. If daddy ain't happy, nobody's happy. But before we talk about a little more about the Ryman show, because I want to know what the feeling of that night is and what you want people to take away. You have the through the charitable program. Is it Sound Good, Do Good?
Sound Good, Do Good.
Sound Good, Do Good. Tell people what that is real briefly, because this is yet one more way where if you're coming to Nashville and you want to know where to send your money, send it to the listening room, because not only does it support the artists, it supports charities and communities out there. So give them a little overview of that.
Yeah, this was, I'll try to make this a short story because I know we're running out of time, but this is a much longer story. It was an accident of how this happened. So
Of course it was.
I was struggling in the early days. I had a partner when I first started the listening room, and in 2009 I bought him out and, took everything I had to get him out of the business and be able to do it the way that I wanted to do it. And because of that, I got into really, really tough times financially. And there were a couple songwriters that figured out that I was about to lose everything. I mean, I think I had like 3 or 4 months of rent saved up. I hadn't taken a paycheck in months. And they put together what was the first annual TLR Appreciation Day, and it became the last annual. But it was a big celebration. Brian White, Bridget Tatum, Danny Myrick all helped kind of put
These are
that
big
together.
songwriters in Nashville, by the way.
And I was on stage. I put my band back together, and I was on stage, and I was playing a song that I wrote called "Why Don't You Fall." And the premise of that is, through the hard times, why don't you fall into his hands, let him carry you through those dark times, right? And I'm looking at a sold out room that is all there to help raise money for us. And most of those people didn't know. They just thought this was a great show on a Saturday afternoon, right? Yeah. But this was also 2 weeks after the Nashville flood in 2010. And I'm on stage singing this song.
I was there, by the way.
Yes, you were. And I was realizing that, Nashville had lost everything. And I stopped in the middle of that song. I became very emotional. And I looked over, and we had partnered up with Hands on Nashville to give a quote unquote portion of the proceeds back. It was going to be very small because I needed the money.
Yeah.
And I looked over and I said, guys, I can't do this. I can't take a dime of the money today because Nashville's lost their homes. They've lost everything, like lost family members, and basically became vulnerable and said, everything that we make today goes to Hands on Nashville to help our community. Wow. And if we are meant to keep going, we will. And if not, then at least I go out on a high note that we did something good. Wow. And that was a Saturday. Lindsay, I showed up the next Monday and was still the bartender, the janitor, the cook, the dishwasher, everything. And that was the turning point where people just started to show up. And I made a promise to myself at that point and said, if this is meant to be, God, then I will do this every single month that we're in business. And we have every single month since 2010, we have done a show called Sound Good, Do Good, where we bring in incredible writers, artists, whatever. We team up with a local nonprofit, a national nonprofit. Sometimes we found, kids, just families that kids are going through cancer treatments at Vandy and they don't have the money to pay the bills, and we pick them. It's just, I love it. It's just a way that, I mentioned earlier, the bigger that we get, the more that we can do, and that will never stop.
Wow, that's incredible. That's a reminder. It hit me in church on Sunday. He was talking about giving back, and he said, if you think about it this way, God gives us everything.
Yeah.
And just ask for a little back. It's like, I'll give you everything, but I just need you to give a little back. And that's what you're doing. And little becomes big. All right, we just have a couple minutes left. So 2 minutes, as Dre's saying to me, which I make 3. That's how I do. He gives me 2, and I say, I see your 2, and I raise you 3. The Ryman event, you can go to the Listening Room Cafe to find out more about that. Tickets are on sale now. listeningroomcafe.com/20. The number or the word?
The word.
The word, okay. I will be getting mine as soon. If you want to hang out with me, go buy your tickets. If you don't want to hang out with me, go buy your tickets. And so what do you hope that people feel that night?
We are taking 20 years of the Listening Room, and we're going to just celebrate as big as we can. I want people to walk out of there just feeling like they just got connected to the stories behind the songs and had like an incredible emotional ride of the greatest songs that they've ever heard, with some really fun surprise guests that we're going to have that will pop out and play some songs. I mean, we've got artists that are just coming out of the woodworks to be a part and celebrate that night. So it's going to be awesome. And I will be doing good to get through it with no emotion, but yeah, it's going to be awesome.
And final question to you, my friend. I can't believe our time is almost up, and you have to leave like right after this because you're doing me a solid for even being here. Since this is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing, again, leave us with the person listening out there that's not trying to do this for a living, but just needs some maybe help with their soul. For you personally, Chris Blair, what has writing done for you personally, even if no one ever hears it?
Kind of like that first song that I wrote at 13. It is a way that you can express emotion when you can't find the words verbally. And to me, it's, everybody can write. And, it's, you may not have a Grammy Award winning song that everybody knows, but I think to take that time and to put pen to paper and pour out your emotion is a way of release. It's a way of, talking to others when you can't. And you can go back and read it. I think journaling is a great way to deal with that too. So, I mean, there's so many ways, but yeah, I love I love writing, whether it's a book, a song, or whatever. And I think that it is a magical way to heal whatever thoughts are going on in your mind.
I think he said it. I think he nailed it. If you get out, listen, a bar napkin or the app on your phone, start writing. Because, Chris, we should write.
Right.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I love you dearly, and I've missed you. Let's
love you too.
reconnect
I
now.
know. Yes, we need to.
This has been We Should Write. It's executive produced by, well, me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by my boy over there, Phone Master Dre, Sexy Jesus. And it's brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Head on over to RadioNemo.com to hear all the previous episodes, hear who's coming up next, and keep writing, keep listening. Next week's guest, it's an author. She's young. She's going to teach us all something about being a better young adult, maybe something like that. Guys, We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Keep driving, keep listening, keep writing. Love you, Chris. We should write.
Yeah, we should write, right?
See y'all next week.
See ya.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? 8. Welcome back to another episode. My guest today is going to be a completely different perspective. Luckily, she arrived here earlier, so we got to know each other a little bit because we've never met. Here's the other thing, guys. If you don't know this about collaborating or, whether it's songwriting or writing in general with somebody, you basically, if it's somebody you don't know, you get into a room together and you just like bare your souls together without knowing anything about this person. It's a very weird thing, but we're going to dive into it today with a person who actually is pretty private, and we're going to change that today. Sorry, Heather.
It's all right.
All right, so today's guest is someone I've been really excited to sit across from. Not because she's young, though she is, and not because she's a debut author with this whole series ahead of her, though she is that too, but because she represents something that I think we forget, and that is that writing is a universal language, and that it beautifully kind of collapses the distance between generations. We're going to talk a little bit about generations today, or a lot bit, because I could be your mom, Heather. And yet you should probably be my mom because you have your shit together way more than me. Okay, so she's an introvert, and I know today could be intimidating for her. It could be intimidating for me. We're sitting, two people who are in such different places in life, different, walks of life, and we've come at it. But I want to say right up front that we are equals today. 2 writers, 2 humans, and 2 people who use imagination as a way to figure out who we are. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. So her debut novel, she's 23 and is able to say she has a debut novel, which is so cool. It's called The Betrayal, The Lies We Fear. It's a dystopian fantasy about a dictator's daughter discovering the cost of truth, but it's also a mirror into the internal battles that Heather herself is wrestling at this stage of life. I can certainly identify with that. We all can. And that's where we're headed today, into the intersection of imagination, of identity, of solitude, and the questions that we're sometimes too afraid to ask out loud. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be everybody's, Heather Ogden. Thank you for being here, and hi.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm super excited.
And we should write.
Right?
No, good. She gets it. It's always a test. I don't tell people, but if they don't pass that, we've got a long road ahead. Can I before I dive in here? I said that you're did they say YA or young adult? They say YA, right?
YA.
I want to make sure I'm saying what the kids say. Is that annoying to you though to say? I mean, I know it is what it is. It's a dedicated genre and audience, but before we dive in, like, there's a difference between YA author and just author. Is there any part of you that's like, can I just call myself author, or does it put you in a box too much, or do you get the game?
I think I like having YA author
Okay.
on top of it because it puts me in it puts me in that specific box because
Okay.
YA is such a specific genre and
Yeah.
it's such a hard to get in genre too. From what I've heard and talked with other people, that YA is one of the hardest genres to actually get into.
Why would that be?
Because there's so much. At
Okay.
least that's what I think, and it's such a variety.
It's not because y'all are it's a hard club to get into. Y'all are judgmental and don't want us old people a part of it. Is that
That
it?
could be too.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. But because is that a cue to you that people are writing at a younger age? We're just kind of circling back to that, or
I don't think they're writing at a younger age because when I've done the research statistically, writers typically have their debut novel at 36.
wow, okay.
So I am very young in comparison to a lot of the average age for authors. I just think that people want to write in that younger perspective because they want to be young again.
Because it's not, and I'll kind of ask the dumb question. I'm happy to be the dumb person here. Nobody will be shocked about that I'm the dumb one in the room. But it's not necessarily, YA doesn't mean that you are young as a writer. You're just writing for a younger audience.
Yes,
right.
yeah. YA is typically geared for 14 and above.
Gotcha.
Sometimes there is an age cap of like 18 to 19, but I've also seen some where YA is just, it starts at 14 and it goes. There's no ending.
And who's to say what age we're considered certain things and points in life? Okay, Heather, I always like to start the show taking a quick deep breath because I see squirrels if not. And most importantly, it's for our audience. It's just a moment, a good reset because we're about to go deep. And I like people, whether you're in your truck, whether you're at your desk, wherever you are, or if you're listening to this live or on playback, wherever you are, I want everyone to take a deep breath together. So everybody listening, everybody take a deep breath. On the count of 3, including Gina and Trekker Boson and Jimmy and everyone I see over in the chat starting to comment and settle in. Let's all take a breath together. 1, 2, 3. All right. And thank you, Jesus. All right, Heather. So let's take out your metaphorical gratitude journal here. And in this moment, I've gotten some good backstory on you and where you are in life, and we will talk about that a little bit. But in this moment, if you were to put pen to paper about what you're grateful for, what in this moment are you grateful for?
The people in my life. They are the ones who have helped me get to where I am. My fiance has honestly been the rock in all of this. I can't tell you the amount of sleepless and crying nights I've had where I've just said, I don't know if I can do this. And he has just held me throughout it all. My parents have honestly been so supportive during this. They are the ones who actually funded me through college.
Awesome.
So I am forever grateful that they opened those doors for me.
Luckily, you're only child, so they only had to do that once.
Yeah.
That was nice. That was nice. That's why I only have one child, too.
Yep.
Either that or you pick your favorite. The other thing I want to point out, as Dre said when we were sound checking earlier, she says fiance, really cool. How do you say it again?
Fiance.
And then we realized, sorry guys, this is stupid, but I have to go there. This is why I'm the dumb one in the room. Fiance, like, do you think Jay-Z and Beyonce were engaged a long time just so Jay-Z could say, here's my fiance, Beyonce? Right, Dre? He's waving over there. Dre, say my fiance, Beyonce. Oh, it ticks him a lot of buttons. Sorry, this is my bad. I'm throwing you out. But you're the one who pointed it out, so I have to talk about it.
Okay, what
People
about
don't talk about this enough.
No, they don't talk about it enough, and I'm looking up videos right now. That's why I was also a little flabbergasted you brought me on, because I'm like, I'm doing research right now. Hold on.
On Fiance Beyonce?
Beyonce. So I will get back with you shortly if there's
Okay,
a video, and we will have to play it.
Please, yeah, let me know if you find anything. This
All
is
right, I got
breaking news. You break in at any time if you find that information.
Look, dad jokes are welcome, and also facts.
Facts is facts. Okay, Heather, the other side of that gratitude journal, what is heavy on you right now?
the future, having to continue forward, knowing that this book, this is the first step. This is the first stepping stone to the journey of me being an author and wanting to make this my career, and that I still have years and books and series ahead of me.
But is that because you sent a quote earlier that maybe this is the best time to say the quote, actually. I would love for you to say the passage because I'm curious the heavy piece, because it's out there, you've done it. It's out in the world.
Yeah.
So there's that. So is the heaviness or the fear around that because now that I'm doing it, oh crap, I have to keep doing it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Like when I got first published, my immediate mindset was, if I'm going to make this my career, I've got to push one out every single year from here on out. And
Whoa.
so I've set myself to push out a book at least once a year.
For the rest of your life?
For the rest of my life.
Holy crap.
Until I can't come up with stories anymore.
Holy crap. Which, by the way, is very interesting because you are a self-proclaimed introvert who likes a little bit of solitude. You're an only child. You and your fiance spend a lot of time together at home. So I'm curious to you how you sort of foresee yourself continuing to find stories in your solitude. Like, do you think you need to go out and live a little life and come back? Or your story's all going to continue on the imagination train?
Oh, I find them everywhere.
You do? Okay.
We like to call them spontaneous bursts because it'll be anything from a scene in a movie to reading some lines in a book to my fiance's even said just a sentence. And I've gone, that's an idea. Let me use that. And he just stares at me like, oh, okay.
I love, and I'm glad you said that because I have people, as a songwriter, I have people say to me all the time when we're talking, they'll say something, they'll be like, oh, that's a line for a song. Usually it's not. Their ideas are usually bad. But a lot of times too, I'm like, oh yeah, there is something. Or I'll say something and realize, oh, I'm speaking in song. But you saying that and qualifying that as well, it reminds other people that we can all be writers. Not necessarily professionally, doesn't have to be. But a hobby can turn into a whole new trajectory in your life. So like when you say something and you're like, oh, that's a cool idea, just write it down, right? Like give our listeners some advice for that, to be like, who knows? You don't have to write something down and think, now I'm going to be the next most brilliant author, but it could, who knows what you could find about yourself or discover some new path of your life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I always, when I get ideas, I try to write them down as quickly as I can because I know personally I'm going to forget them. And usually when I write, I end up always putting a section of myself into the characters, into the story, and it just blossoms to life for me.
Little tip, you'll find a piece of her in the art. I read a book by Elizabeth Gilbert years ago called Big Magic. I don't know if you know of this book or not.
No, I do not.
There's a whole part in the book where she talks about, you said you called them, what'd you call them? Bursts of
spontaneous inspiration. I call them divine downloads. But yeah, when I walk outside and all of a sudden I have a whole song in my head, I'm like, boom, like where did that come from? And she talks about in that book how that if we don't act on those gifts that we're given, that are given to us, that show up, that somebody else will. If it's like if the universe drops it into you and you don't do something with it, they'll pick it out of your brain and go give it to somebody else, if you want to think of it in that sort of existential way. But I find that fascinating. So it's because my husband he'll see a commercial and be like, oh, I was going to create that. That was my idea, my invention. I'm like, well, you didn't do it, so somebody else did. They didn't steal it from you. They just acted on the inspiration. Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have that passage around, or that quote near you?
I can look it up very quickly.
Yeah, when you look for it, because it's interesting to me when I have guests on here. I say, send me something, either a passage you've written or that someone else has written that's inspired you, and you pick something that that is sort of a North Star for you. So I'd love for you to share it and then what it means to you.
Yeah, so the quote is, "The purpose of the first draft is not to get it right, but to get it written," by John DeFans. I don't know how to say his last name.
So say the quote again.
"The purpose of the first draft is not to get it right, but to get it written."
So that goes back to sort of your excitement, both excitement and fear with putting this first book out. It's like, I got to do something.
Oh, yes.
But then once I do the thing, I have to make a decision to keep doing the thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that was probably one of my biggest hurdles, even with this first book. Because when I write, I feel like it has to be perfect the first time. And if it's not perfect the first time, either for me, mentally, I go, is there any point? And I have to get told over and over again that the first draft is not meant to be right. It's meant to be written, that you can fix it later. The point is to get it down. It's a lot easier to edit words that are already on a page than to edit no words.
Or as I always say, people are like, how much royalties am I going to offer right now? I'm like, 0% of 0 is 0 if we don't actually go do it. So it's kind of like we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
And you mentioned both in your gratitude and then just there are people have to kind of talk you off the ledge, all the people that have supported you. You mentioned your mom, I saw in an interview in the past, and your mom said to you years ago, maybe how young, that you actually have something. How old were you when?
I was in middle school. I remember the year. It was 2014. Okay. I was right at 7th grade. And she had just said, not everyone can do this. You know that. And those words honestly stuck with me.
Wow. Did you know at the time you had something, or did it take somebody outside believing in you? Even if it was a parent, not everybody has that support of a parent, or they have sarcastic parents who, or whatever. I'm very, very blessed to have encouraging and supportive parents as well, but not everybody has that. But did you know, whether you admitted it or not, that you had that talent, or did it take somebody seeing it in you?
It took someone else outside the family. Because for me, when my mom said that, the first immediate thoughts that came into my mind were, she's just being nice. She's doing what moms do, and she's saying, oh yes, honey, it's great, it looks good, you're doing great, but it's not actually that great, but doesn't want to kill the self-esteem type of comment. And so I went for years not believing that I was good or that everyone could do this. And then I got high school, junior year, I was given the opportunity to be in an AP creative writing course. And that teacher was like, you are really good at this. You're really good at dialogue. And that's when it really hit me that, a college professor is telling me that I am good at this. And that's when it really kind of struck a chord for me.
Okay, this is so interesting to me. Writing dialogue, that's not something I've done, but it's fascinating to me that a professional would point out, and you are, by the way, after reading your book, you are really good at dialogue. How walk me through an introvert being good at dialogue, because it feels like a quite the juxtaposition.
So for me to do the dialogue correctly, I honestly have conversations in my head. I have the characters talking to each other, and I just write down what they come up with in my head. It comes so naturally to me.
Are you worried a little bit about your mental health? Do you have multiple personalities, Heather?
No.
Okay, good. Just kidding. No, but if it just has that, like, do you hear it or do you see it visually, or both? Is it both? Is there a movie playing out in your head?
Oh yeah, it's a bit of both. And that's why I write so cinematically as well, because I'm visualizing, I'm describing as I'm seeing it play out in my mind. Watching the character standing there, moving according as I've written them, and speaking as the dialogue goes.
So fascinating. So let's shift here, because I this book, a dystopian fantasy about a dictator's daughter. This is clearly not a story about your life.
No.
But, the daughter in the book discovers these secrets and then that have been buried for a long time, and then has to figure out, okay, how do I move forward with this knowledge that I have? So how much of that specific, just sort of basic plot line there, I just gave very little. It's hard to talk about the book without giving a lot away, but obviously we'll talk around the book, because I do encourage everybody to read this book, and we'll tell you where you can find it soon. But how much of that, again, at 23, and I hate to harp on your age, but I'm going to, because it's a fascinating point through here. It makes you even more brilliant than you probably give your own self credit for. But how much of that, since this isn't necessarily about you, but there's parts of you in it for sure.
Yes.
So, how much when you write down, well, let me ask you this. Let me backtrack for a minute. Do you journal?
Not really.
You don't. Okay. Do you write like thoughts in your mind? Are you a note taker? Are you a doodler?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So when you're going through something in your own life, say you and your fiance have a fight, or you and your mom are talking about something deep, do you take things from your own life and then blow them completely out of proportion to fit in these books, or is this completely your imagination?
This is honestly completely my imagination. And a lot of times what I do, and especially for this one, what I've done is I have put myself into the shoes of Angelette. I have said, if I was raised by a dictator who was hiding secrets and suddenly discovered them, what would I do? And I moved the book forward based upon that.
And so why this kind of book at this age? Like with all you make the commitment that you're going to write one book the rest of your life, which is a huge commitment, and God bless you for it. Was there any sort of you that's like, okay, when I kick off, because this puts you out into the world, obviously, puts a stamp on kind of how, not that you have to stay in this genre forever, but why this kind of book for number one?
It got selected, honestly. Originally, I was using this piece, The Lies We Fear, The Betrayal, as a piece to overcome writer's block on a different section I was writing. And I showed it to David, and he was like, this is good enough for me to take it to the board. And I was like, go ahead, do it. Here's my address, go submit it. And it got accepted.
Wow.
It was just, it was a right place, right time.
Wow. So did this book then in particular, I mean, you say the burst, the spontaneous bursts, you say those things when they pop in your mind. Did this piece of art, this work, this masterpiece of yours, did this come to you like as a vision, as a moment of insight, or did it more grow slowly over time?
It was a little of both. So the plot of The Lies We Fear came about actually in high school. We had just finished reading 1984 by George Orwell, and then I had a dream about a dictator who was hiding magic from people and was, being fought against by a young female protagonist. That was the base of the story, and it grew from there. And ever since, I've been slowly adding little bits and pieces and growing it out as my writing's grown.
So this literally came to you in a dream. Let me be woo and existential for a minute. Where do you think that came from? Where, like a dream, and why you? Why were you given that dream?
I have no clue. We just read 1984, and I remember thinking that was the most horrid book I had ever read.
Fair.
While I was in high school.
Fair.
Like, why did we read this?
Why are you doing this to us right now? It's hard enough to be in high school.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my mind just wanted to find a way to enjoy it without discounting the work itself.
Fair. Okay. So I've never played, by the way, I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played D&D, called it what the name it is. But that I'm going to guess that you said that you and your fiance sort of bonded over that through COVID, which I know a lot of people that did as well. And video games and those characters. We're also going to talk about why reading matters, but talk a little bit about, since you do love games and gaming and D&D and video games, how those characters enhance your imagination differently than, say, book characters. Or are they the same? Or is a character a character a character?
They're different for me. So with D&D, I'm able to use the specific systems that come with, so like the classes and the races, I'm able to use that to help kind of shape the character, versus when I'm writing for a book, I basically have free reign. I can do what I want. I can make what I want. I could do that for D&D, but it's one of those that I have to consult with the dungeon master, the one who runs the games, to make sure that is acceptable.
I've never played it, so I have no idea what she's talking about. But I feel like I should. It keeps getting referenced. Dre, do you play? You can just nod. Have you ever played D&D? You have? Okay. I know Jimmy Mack does. I've never played. You said dungeon master, and my whole butt tightened up because it may have worried me a little bit. But you've also been a lifelong reader, like reading. What age did you start reading?
Oh, Oh, that's a tricky topic because I struggled with reading at a very young age. Yeah, I couldn't keep focused. I couldn't read. I couldn't read. I struggled with it severely, and I didn't really get into it until college.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear this. Not for. I'm sorry that you went through that. No, it gives me hope for my daughter's. She's getting better. She's 7, but I know she's probably a little bit behind. But I also see a lot of. Well, it gives hope that even in your 40s, 50s, like it doesn't matter when you start as long as you start. So what was that struggle? Did you have was it all about focus?
Yeah, it was about the focus. It was about, I just didn't enjoy the stories. And it was one of those, it couldn't hook me. It couldn't catch me quick enough. And I'd get bored and I'd lose track. And then suddenly I'm having to read the same paragraph 16 times over because I can't get it to stick into my head.
Well, this makes a lot of sense to me, actually, than why you became a writer. Because it's like, I can't find the thing that's attracting me, so I'll create my own.
Yep.
So so you didn't get into really writing and now you're an avid lifelong reader, ? Mark, of other people's stuff or just your own?
Yes, I do other people's.
Okay. But how has becoming a reader now shifted that focus, being able to focus and read more? How has it changed your own, because you've written your whole life, or since you were young, back to junior high when you had somebody call you out in 7th grade and your mom. So how is being able to focus in and being a better reader made you a better writer?
It's made me understand things from an audience's perspective, which has helped me significantly when I've written. Because I know when I write, I love to leave cliffhangers because you want the audience to continue reading, to purchase the next book, to continue reading the series. But as a reader, I hate cliffhangers. I don't want to wait. I want to keep reading. I want to know what happens. And so understanding that perspective from both angles has really helped me. Developed a style where I can leave a cliffhanger, but enough, not bad enough to where it makes audiences want to, I don't know, like throw a book.
please don't throw a book. So, over in the chat, we have people commenting. Trucker Bosun said, I said it earlier, but I want to thank you again for giving me the support to put my stuff out there. This show, that's what I'm trying to do. Again, it's not trying to encourage people to become a professional writer. If that happens as a byproduct, awesome, go get them, Tiger. But it's more about just encouraging people to write in general. And someone also said, by the way, when you were talking about 1984 and the sheer fear that gave us reading that in high school, says he thought the same thing after we read Animal Farm in high school. Have you read Animal Farm?
Yes.
Yeah. What are you doing to us? I guess it's preparing us for the future. We have to take a quick break here in a minute, but I want to read Jim over in the comment has a question, and I want to pose it to you, and then you can think of it over the break, and we can come back and talk about it. He says, does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis? Okay. Does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis, or do you enjoy being outside the confines of RPG character creation?
That is an interesting question.
He's good at that.
Yeah.
Do you want to think about it over commercial?
Yeah, I want to think about it.
Fair enough. You can also say, screw you, I don't want to answer your question. That's also fine. We are talking with my friend Heather Ogden. Heather, best place to find you online and to find this book?
Best place is my website at thelieswefear.com or at Instagram at WriterCentral24.
Thelieswefear.com. We're going to talk about what those lies are on the other side, guys. We're going to dive deep. This is We Should Write. Hey, Heather, we should write.
Right?
We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We Should Write. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Heather Ogden. Head over to thelieswefear.com to find out more about this book, to find out more about her. She actually explains just herself in general beautifully on that website, about how this book came to be, about how she came to be, and how it all started. And we are going, after we answer this question that we went into before the break, we are going to talk about how this all started, because this was not the original dream. The original dream was very different. And I want to see when and where and how that dream shifted. But before we went to break, Jim over in the comments and questions was asking, does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis, or do you enjoy being outside the confines of RPG character creation? So basically, do you control the characters or the characters control you? And you can dive in as much as based on what he asked, because that he is a writer, by the way. The guy asking that is a writer, so he's wanting to know your take on that question, obviously.
Okay, yeah, on that take, I think it's a little bit of both for me.
Okay.
So I create the personalities. I go, Angelette is stubborn, courageous, wary, and using that personality, I make the characters do what they want. As an intelligent character would, they're cautious, knowing that the father is very overprotective and knows how he moves. They will be very careful about how they move and what they do. So it is a little bit of both.
Okay. So I'm curious now, being that this is your first book, I'm sure you're still you're still figuring out who your audience is. And once, several books in, you'll figure out the people that are really gravitating to it. But until you have that, like once you know who your audience is, then you kind of have to stay in your lane and grow with them as they grow with you. But you're writing this book, you were like, I don't know who the audience is yet. The audience is you.
Yeah.
You wrote it for you, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate, is that in the back of your head at all was it in the back of your head when you wrote this book that you were writing for who knows, like did you have a demographic in your head, or did you really just write it for you?
No, I really just wrote it for me. I forget where this quote is from, but it's one powerful, and that's a secondary one that I was debating between.
Okay.
But it said, write the book you want to read. And that is what pushed me through writing all throughout my career I've always just written what I've wanted to read. And for me, it's not a matter of if other people read it. If they do, that's amazing and wonderful, and I'd love that. But I mainly write these books and the scripts and whatever else I write for me, so that I can see the story I want to read and I want to see.
Amazing. I don't know if Austin Kleon, if that rings a bell or
yes.
not. Austin Kleon has a manifesto, write the book you want to read. And I think that's really powerful. I thought that I put out a record last year, and I realized that I had been making music for what I thought like society, I don't know, it's stupid. It's really stupid, because I realized I'd made a lot of music that I liked, but I hadn't made music like kind of on what I grew up on. I grew up on 90s country and Texas country and swing, I grew up listening to that, and I'm like, so why have I not written that before? And certainly it was environmental or circumstantial or things that were surrounding me that led me to write other things. But it was so freeing to come back and do what you just said, right? Write the album, make the album that I want to listen to. And so I did that. And now it's made me be like, oh gosh, what else do I want to listen to, and expand. So I think you bringing that up is really helpful to anybody listening, to be like, is there, just write down what you want to see. Again, doesn't mean that it has to end up in anybody's hands, but it's for you. And it brings me to the idea of talking about, a big difference. And you said you don't journal necessarily. You work it out here on paper for now the world to see for forevermore. But is there a difference to you in writing? Like, have you been writing and been like, oh, that's for me, that's not for public consumption? Is there a line you draw where you're like, that might have been too much of my soul that I can't share and or I have to disguise it?
I have not reached that point yet, although I imagine that I will as I grow older. But for the moment, I have not reached that setting where I've thought it's too much or too personal for me. I usually, when I write, I try not to get too personal. I try not to let it involve too much of my personal life, because this is meant to be entertainment. This is meant to be enjoyed. And I know from books and from analyzing books myself that people take microscopes and lenses to books, and if I put too much of my personal self into a book, I feel like they're going to be analyzing me.
So what's your deepest, darkest secret that you've never told anybody in the whole world? Go.
I'm an introvert.
That's okay. Nailed it. Well, that it is because you are engaged, as we mentioned, and you do have that partner. But that's a real. You guys have been together for a while, but he was with you before you took this. I'm going. Well, I don't know. I say that. Did he knew? Did you know at the time y'all got together, got engaged, that you were going to be a professional writer from here on out?
Not a writer. I knew I wanted to write and be in a creative field, but what exactly I wanted to be in, I wasn't quite sure.
Okay. Well, I say that because, it's when we find a life partner, somebody that we're going to go through this world with, it's, and things shift. But sometimes it's like, well, he certainly didn't sign up to have his personal life out there. And you also didn't.
Yeah.
and you sort of miraculously found somebody who was also an only child, who also shared your same views. And actually, you said to me off air, which I think is amazing, and I'm saying it on air, not putting you on the spot, but like all the things you guys talked about before you decided to get engaged, you're like, I want to put everything on the table, from finances to kids, politics, ethics, everything, and just decide, is this somebody I want to do life with? And I think that's very sound advice for anybody listening to, just to get on the same page, not from a judgmental standpoint, not from I'm different than you, but like, can we marry our lives and each other, right? That's big. But why do you think you had the wherewithal to do that with somebody?
Well, because I knew that if I was going to marry someone, I wanted it to be a forever. I didn't want to potentially have any mishaps happening, and in order to do that, you needed communication. And from research that I've done on relationships, miscommunication is the number one reason why relationships fail. Is because they do not communicate. And we tell each other that quite frequently. It's like, we need to communicate, because it is the number one reason relationships fail. And so starting out in a really good communication setting was very important for me.
I love that you said that from the research I've done about relationships, which you've had to do for your books probably?
Yeah.
Or was that just for yourself? Or both?
It was for myself. I was mainly looking because I was very curious.
What about you? Well, I want to play a clip of a song real quick because I love finding a way to squeeze in music, even if it doesn't fit. I don't care. And I had asked you and your publicist to send us a song over, something that is cool and healing for you. I actually really like this because I get turned on to new music. Dre gets turned on to new music this way, and I'm always sort of pleasantly surprised by the songs that people choose to send over. You chose a song that reminds you of your fiance. I think there's a lot of universal messaging in the song. It also gave me it was a cool vibe. It actually, when you sent me the song and the lyric before I listened to the song, because I had not heard of this artist or the song, I was shocked that the music to me was way more fun and upbeat than I thought it was going to be based on the lyric. And I love that kind of juxtaposition when we have like a deep personal lyric but mixed with like just a good vibe. So I want to play a clip of this song. Who is this artist, and how do you know about this artist?
So this is Alec Benjamin, and I really just stumbled upon it on YouTube on a playlist. I was shuffling through songs trying to find something, and it really it rang with me.
I love it. All right, so we're going to play a clip of it. It's called
If We Have Each Other.
Okay, cool. It's the Hey. Ed Sheeran meets Gen Z.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Absolutely.
I like it. Hey guys, by the way, Dre just texted me. Just so you guys know, bad news. There are no known public videos of Jay-Z introducing Beyonce as his fiance. This is sad news in the world today. But the through line here, by the way, he did propose to Beyonce on his birthday, which is also my birthday, December 4th. What's it all mean? Jay-Z and I have the same birthday. That's got to mean something. Okay, I digress. Heather's probably like, you are the stupidest person I've ever met. Okay, so I alluded to this earlier that you started out at a young age because a dear friend and coworker of ours, Tara, she's a year older than you, a year or two older than you, but she runs a lot of the show over here. She's our event producer, and she does social media for it. She wears like 9 million hats, and she's like you, more mature than me. And she also, from a young age, was YouTube was like her whole life, and I'm fascinated by it. Like she and her husband now they watch YouTube videos. Like that's what they do, and she has wanted to be or is a YouTuber as well. Was more so at a young age even than now, and then the dream also shifted. You set out, you wanted to be quote unquote famous as a YouTuber, which is also fascinating as an only child introvert. Walk me through why you because I'm going to guess the intention was maybe wrong around it. You thought, I don't know, I'll let you tell me why. Why did you want to be a famous YouTuber, and when did that dream shift into something way better, by the way?
So I originally started because I was really into Minecraft roleplays at the time, which was storytelling.
Yeah.
And so seeing that people could make a living and make something of themselves while making stories while also gaming, I was like, it's the perfect combination for me. And so I tried to get started. I asked my mom, and she gave that ultimate ultimatum. I had to write a script, and I had to send it to her before she could accept it, before it could get posted.
Okay.
And I sent her stuff, and things eventually just never got posted because the dream faded before I could finish writing.
So it wasn't because she said no, it's because you started doing it and realized it's not actually what you wanted.
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Why did it seem appealing until you got into it and then realized it wasn't?
Because it was a lot of extra work, especially for me being that young, because I had to learn basically like video editing software. I had to, sound effects and stage, like there was so much setup, and still being in school, especially in middle school, that was a lot of extra work that needed to be done that I just didn't have time for.
Okay, I love that you just said this, because there are a lot of people out there that are like, I'll just be a YouTuber, I'll just be a podcaster, I'll just be a radio host, I'll just write songs, I'll just be an author. There's so much work that goes into creating something and building a world, especially if you want to do it and do it right. So the fact that you had the wherewithal to be like, I'd like to do it, oh my gosh, that's a lot of work, and if it's not coming naturally to me, I'm out. Like, good on you. And also tell people that again, it's a lot of work to do these kind of things.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of work. And when I came to that even micro realization that the video editing and the actual building of playing in the game was too much, but writing came a lot more naturally to me, I pivoted very quickly, very hardly to just writing and figuring out if I could make a living just writing.
I love all this. I love this so much because also I'm a big believer of the term flow over force, and I believe there's a lot of things in my life that I've liked, or at least thought I've liked, and I kept forcing, a square peg in a round hole, and then you eventually realize if it's not coming naturally, it's probably not meant for me.
Yep.
And so the fact that you realized it, but I want to ask you now, do you realize you kind of, to me, this is my take, get sort of the best of both worlds. You get to live out this thing that comes so naturally and easily to you, but you get to live out sort of the quote-unquote famous dream through your characters. If you're going to write a book from here on out forever, you're going to have famous characters in the world. You kind of get to live it out, but keep your anonymity and your solitude back at home, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And my plan with writing, even throughout college, because I had wanted to be a screenwriter. I wanted to write scripts for TVs and movies, and I realized then how hard it is to get into the business. You have to have connections, have to know people, and that was really difficult for me. And so sophomore and junior year in college, I went, all right, let me have them come to me. And so I switched to writing books. And so now my hopeful plan is to also write the screenplays for any productions that come about from my writings.
Will you be my life coach? Only halfway kidding, halfway serious. So the fact that, you know, when you said that you have to make those connections and network, is that just because, is it something that you were scared of, fearful of, or you just, that's something that feels forced and uncomfortable to you as well?
I was fearful of it because when I want to make a connection, I want it to be genuine. I don't want to just go to someone just for business. Like, I want to have that genuine relation, but I felt like going into it in that industry was strictly business. It is strictly professional. Like, there's no genuine relationships. And I was like, I need something where I can form a genuine relationship with people.
Let them come to you.
Yep.
If Heather builds it, they will come. All right, so let's talk a little bit about here Gen Z and solitude and social media and bookstores and identity. We're going to package all that here in this next quote-unquote segment. I want to explore a little bit introversion and solitude. I'm curious to you, what does solitude give you that the world doesn't?
Peace and quiet. Mm-hmm. It allows me to kind of gather my thoughts so that I'm not surrounded by the noise of everything, of people, of social media, of critics, of everything. I'm just able to sit with my thoughts and to think.
Well, so that's awesome. We have a large majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers who, by the way, spend a lot of time alone. But they will submit to me. I get oftentimes lyrics or just thoughts or, hey, I'm passing this. I saw this. So do you have a tip for anyone listening like that? Someone that does spend, and solitude is not a bad thing, by the way, unless you're lonely and crying in your closet by yourself, in which case reach out and shoot us a message. But no, can you a tip when you personally, Heather, are having those moments of peace and sort of quieting the noise so that the important, filtering out the unnecessary so that the necessary and the organized can come through. Mm-hmm. How do you do it? How do you navigate that? So when you're sitting down to write or just sitting down there to be quiet to see what comes through, how do you navigate it so that the grocery lists and the to-do lists and everything is pushed aside so you can focus? This is me asking for help, by the way.
I make sure those are done first. Honestly, I make sure that they're not even taking up a space in my mind before I even get started, because that personally helps me to make sure I can start actually thinking on the important and necessary things.
Will you be my life coach? Okay. Okay, but you do love to wander bookstores. I love this about you. I love you. I mean, cue Belle from Beauty and the Beast, of course. You love to wander bookstores. And do you do this wherever you go? If you're traveling or wherever you find a local?
Every city I go to, I try to at least visit one bookstore.
Beautiful. Okay, I have two questions. The first is the more just practical here. When you are wandering those bookstores, are you finding something different culturally versus what city you're on or what you're in or country or wherever you are? Is there something different? And also, I guess, what is the commonality that you think all bookstores have that give you a real comfort?
The commonality is that book smell. I absolutely love it.
Book smell?
And it's what draws me in. And I always look for new staff picks because they're different everywhere. And so I like to see what is popular in that area.
That's cool. They always have them up front, and I usually walk right by because I'm going for whatever I want. But you're right. If you're doing this as a hobby and an intake, it's like what are the locals talking about? Same thing. Like, what restaurants do they like? What bars do they like? What shops do they like? What books do they like? That can signify sort of an area, right?
Yeah, and a lot of times I end up finding that little hole in the wall book that I didn't think I'd like, but I did.
I love that. So when you wander a bookstore, Heather, are you seeking inspiration or escape or both?
Probably inspiration. I'm looking for the next thing, looking for something else to help add to what I already have.
So with that, because I'll never forget when my husband and I first moved to Nashville, I was at I guess I can equate what you wandering a bookstore is me going and listening to a songwriter's night or something, hearing people share stories through their songs. That's how I get inspiration. But it's tricky finding that line between being inspired and ripping off what somebody else has written, obviously, right? We have to be careful because sometimes we'll get inspiration and be like, wait, is that my thought or is that something I just read or something I just heard?
Yeah.
So how do you sort of, but I also believe when we take everything that we love, it's kind of like a juicer. You take everything in and then you juice out what doesn't resonate for you, and whatever's left there is maybe a way for you to create your own kind of world or genre. Is that how The Lies We Fear came about, with you just taking in everything you can and seeing what came out that was uniquely you? Or is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, The Lies We Fear went through many renditions. I actually started the first ever instance of the story actually started on October 6th, which is almost exactly I forget how many years it was, because I think I started it in 2018.
Okay.
And it was published October 7th. So it was almost to the date that I started writing. It's like, that is so interesting.
Yeah, because you can't, that's not stuff. The finishing, you can give yourself a timeline to be like, I want to be finished by this, and in this, but the putting it out, the editing, the publication, not knowing when you started writing, did you have a publisher when you started writing?
No.
Okay. So there's no way that you could have planned that.
No, absolutely not.
No way, which I find fascinating. So let's go back. This is because I already want to have you back for book 2, 3, 4, and Infinity if you're doing the rest of your life.
Yes.
I want you to take let's look into the future. 10 years from now, if you're going to write one book every year, that will be 10 books, or let's say 20 years from now. Okay, what is the sort of ideal for you as far as life? Like, what is since you're an imagination queen here? Mm-hmm. What for you would be like, oh my God, my dream life 20 years from now is me sitting down, you probably got a cat there and your fiance and a cup of something warm. But what does a dream life look for you that is, and I'm asking this because the original dream was, I want to be a famous YouTuber. Your life is already way better than that, by the way. So what is the better dream that you see because you had this shift, because you course corrected a little bit? Where do you see your life down the road?
Honestly, I see it in a private study with being able to focus entirely on writing. Like right now, I am having to also do the marketing and going out and scheduling podcasts and speakings, and I'm having to do that all personally. But if I could boil it down to the core in 20 years of what I really want to do, it's just focus on writing. Let someone else, let a manager, let an agent, let somebody else handle the scheduling, let them handle it. And I can focus on what I love doing, which is writing.
Well, it's again, that like clearing everything else out so you can...
So I can focus on what I love.
So you can focus, right. And you've started out with the dystopian and fiction writing. If you were to sit down and write your own memoir, write your own autobiography, do you feel like that's in the cards?
No, probably not.
No? Why not?
Probably not. I always struggled with that kind of writing. I have a hard time writing what's inside. It's inside me on paper, at least for other people to see. When I had to write in my nonfiction class, that was extremely difficult for me because she wanted us to put our personal lives onto paper, and I'm trying to not do that.
Okay, but Heather, it kind of goes a little bit against one of your quotes that I believe our outer world mirrors our inner world, and when the inner world is messy, the outer one is messy.
Yeah,
it does. I'm not trying to get all therapy on you, but lay down on the couch, Heather, because, and that's not to say, I guess, do you, what have you learned from yourself that not that you have to write about it, but you're probably still learning about yourself and noticing that if you don't continue to constantly work your inner stuff out. You're not just going to be, you won't be good enough to write anyway. You won't be present enough to write anyway, right? Or
yeah,
wrong?
Absolutely. My writing grows as I grow. When I learn new things and new things about myself, like about trust, how to handle betrayal. I write about that.
Wow. Just dawned on me, though. Bless your fiance for stepping into this world for you, because you're going to be like, I've already played this scenario out and you were wrong, sir. No, but like betrayal, like you get to play out, maybe this is a blessing and a curse, ? But you get to play out like, how is that going to affect me if he or she does that to me? Like you already know in your head and your own crazy imagination how everything's going to play out. Does that exhaust you walking through the world like that? Or
sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes it does, because sometimes I overestimate or underestimate the situations, and I don't correctly guess like what's actually going to happen.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I want to go back to another quote of yours. Well, actually, there wouldn't be writers without writers. That is something I was thinking about a lot last night. There wouldn't be writers without writers. And the idea that it kind of goes back to you wandering bookstores. And because I don't know if you've really thought about this or not, but if you're making this commitment for the rest of your life, you are inevitably going to change people's lives.
Yeah.
And good for better or for worse. And that's a lot of pressure, but there's also so much beauty in that if you stay, I guess, present and intent about that. So is there anybody that has changed your life specifically, whether it's a writer or somebody in your life that's like, I am not, obviously your parents and your fiance, and if you want to highlight them, that's fine. But I would just love to know, perhaps it's a writer, but who or what out there would you not be without? That was I'm clearly not an author right there. You know what I mean? Like, who is Heather Ogden without bleh? Or Heather Ogden is nothing without this piece of work or this person?
Honestly, probably David Hancock. He's the founder of Morgan. I mean, I wouldn't be anywhere. I wouldn't have any confidence in my own work without him. He was the first one to really say, in a professional standpoint, aside from just college professors, to say, this is good, this has potential, you can do this. And that honestly has made my life so much better.
That's awesome. Well, our life is so much better because you're in it, because you're putting your everything out into the world. I encourage everybody listening right now to head on over to thelieswefear.com. It's an easy read, by the way. Thank you for that. For Dum Dum over here. No, it's a pretty quick, easy read, which I don't say that often. And I love that because it's, especially as a series, because sometimes series can be very daunting to people like me. This one was not. It set me up for success for what's to come. And I don't like a cliffhanger either. So get to work, sister.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to like the rest of the series.
Great. Thanks for that. thelieswefear.com. Heather, congratulations on your upcoming wedding.
Thank you.
And I just want to say congratulations that you are getting so much figured out early in life. Like some of the, I'm going to get married, where you're going to live. You're just getting all the crap, you're getting it down to a science, knowing who you are, finding out who you are, so you can focus on writing for the rest of your life. And you're a total inspiration to me, the old lady who could be your mom. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
This show is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. It is executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Love you, Dre. And it is brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. Find out all the previous episodes and everything that's coming up. Heather, we should write.
Right?
Y'all head on over to thelieswefear.com to find out more about this incredible, inspiring artist. Y'all have the best day. Keep writing, even if it's just on a bar napkin. That works, guys. Bye.